Hey everyone, welcome to Manhwa and Mochi. Today we are gonna see what I am going to do, so let's get started. Returning to campus. In Huaxia. On the bustling streets of a northern county town. A middle-aged man with a pale face leaned back in the luxurious rear seat of a Rolls-Royce, his eyes lifelessly staring at the starry sky above, as if reminiscing about something. Mr. Zhao Qingfeng, you are very weak now. Do you want to fly back overseas and think of a solution? Asked the private doctor sitting in the front seat, his words filled with consolation, as he turned his head back respectfully. No need. The cancer cells have already spread. At this point, I no longer believe in miracles, Zhao Qingfeng said with a bitter smile, his expression calm as he looked towards his lawyer who had just hung up the phone. Mr. Zhao, everything has been arranged as per your instructions. The assets of the corporation, worth hundreds of billions, have all been donated to the Huaxia scientific research institutions. You can sign now, the lawyer said, opening the laptop. Zhao Qingfeng signed the electronic signature without hesitation, and then slowly closed his eyes, sighing deeply. This scene made both the lawyer and the private doctor furrow their brows in sorrow. They knew not only that Zhao Qingfeng was a globally renowned tech mogul with a fortune worth more than 100 billion. But also that at the late stage of his cancer, he had been betrayed by his beloved wife. Just a week ago, Zhao Qingfeng's wife, Li Ruoxin, after learning that he had only a month to live, actually took him to court herself. She demanded that all the technological patents and properties under his name be transferred to her. 13 years of marriage. They had thought they could go all the way to the end. But at the last moment, the woman he had always deeply loved suddenly changed, intending to swallow all his properties. All her feelings were fake. Everything was just for her interest. But that was not the most heartbreaking reason for Zhao Qingfeng. Even more cruel was the phone recording collected by the lawyer. Zhao Qingfeng pressed the play button. The cold voice of Li Ruoxin talking to some man came through the Bluetooth earpiece again. Zhao Qingfeng. Haha, I never loved him. Choosing to be with him was only because my father valued his talent. If I hadn't followed my father's advice at that time, insisting on adding my name, Li Ruoxin, to the articles published in authoritative magazines, how could I have gone abroad for further studies? It's ridiculous. This poor guy doesn't know that the reason he got cancer is because of the chronic poison I've been administering over the years. His parents died many years ago. Once he's gone, all his property will belong to us. Dear, you've endured so much for so many years, you should be rewarded. The person I truly love has always been always you. What is so thin to me in the vast heavens? 20 years in business. A fortune worth over 100 billion. In the end, he didn't even have true love. But everything is going to end now. Now, he has only one last wish unfulfilled. That is to see his childhood sweetheart, Shen Lingyao. To ask her why she has not been willing to meet him in these 20 years, apart from writing letters, not even accepting video calls. 10 minutes later, the Rolls-Royce stopped at the entrance of a beer factory's family building in the eastern suburbs of the small county town. A high school boy riding a bicycle with a girl, their laughter and teasing sounds also brought Zhao Qingfeng's memories back to 20 years ago. They're just like we used to be. Her child should be this big by now. I still don't know what her husband looks like. He sighed softly. Images of the times Zhao Qingfeng spent with Shen Lingyao appeared in his mind. Climbing over big walls together, catching bugs, raiding bird nests. Being beaten by family members for bathing in the wild together, being twisted by the thigh for bullying the big goose, teasing the big yellow dog, and being chased around. Going to school. Coming home from school. Playing hide and seek. Riding the sow. The shared, innocent growth over more than a decade, day after day of laughter and teasing, made them not just childhood sweethearts but also the most familiar people to each other. But later, Zhao Qingfeng transferred schools in his senior year of high school due to family reasons, and from then on, they went their separate ways. Afterward, 20 years passed without them seeing each other. His mind had already blurred the somewhat familiar face, yet he never forgot her tiger teeth, and the sweet, naive smile when she laughed. Supported by the doctor, Zhao Qingfeng knocked on the Shen family's door. He thought he would get an answer. But what awaited him was shocking news from Shen Lingyao's mother, like a bolt from the blue. Yao Yao passed away the day before yesterday. She didn't let me tell you. You don't need to leave any money either. Actually, Yao Yao never married, Nor did she have any children. The beautiful life she described in her letters to you was just her years of fantasy about being with you. Little Feng, Aunting wants to speak her heart. You wronged our Yao Yao. If you hadn't secretly changed your college application after transferring, you two could have grown old together. The reason she passed away so early, besides being heartbroken, was that she resigned from her job without hesitation and went abroad to anonymously donate bone marrow to you, which worsened her health. I didn't want to forgive you, but Yao Yao always asked me to keep it from you before she died. Even in her dying moments, she didn't want you to worry. Do you know how heartbroken and desperate she has been all these years? This silly girl, she always fantasized that you would truly marry her. Zhao Qingfeng then realized. The mysterious bone marrow donor from 5 years ago was her. The autumn wind was bleak and the words were sorrowful. He didn't even know how he ended up in front of Shen Lingyao's grave. Fresh flowers were placed in front of the tombstone. On the tombstone, Shen Lingyao's youthful photo from high school was the innocent face Zhao Qingfeng had forgotten in the midst of life's turmoil. Etting, crying, handed him Shen Lingyao's diary. As if the wind had its own consciousness, it howled and turned the diary to the last page, where the tear-stained, crumpled paper bore a vow that Zhao Qingfeng would never forget. Actually, what I miss the most is the time during high school. Those were my most naive years. The morning sunlight through the window fell on him. I watched him for 2 years, loved him for a lifetime. If he were to leave this world before me, dying for love would no longer be an ancient rumor. But my illness is getting worse. I'm sorry, my brother King Feng. I probably can't hold on. I have to go first. How I wish there is a next life. If there really is a next life, promise me, marry me. Putting down the diary, Zhao Qingfeng was heartbroken to the extreme. He choked up several times. Tears fell like broken pearls. The wind got stronger. Sheets of letters were suddenly scattered by the wind, floating in the air, turning into countless sharp knives, stabbing Zhao Qingfeng's heart. Zhao Qingfeng hated himself. He hated that he had taken all her goodness for granted because they were childhood sweethearts. True love had always been there, but he was blinded by his own ignorance. A missed opportunity. A lifetime's regret. With tears streaming down his face, he used all his remaining strength to shout towards the sky, Shen Lingyao, if there is a next life, I swear I will never leave you again. The strong emotional turmoil made him suddenly cough violently. Blood spurted from his nostrils, splashing on the floating letters, blending with Shen Lingyao's past tears. Gradually, Zhao Qingfeng saw a beam of light. There seemed to be a figure within the light, vague and indistinct. Hot tears fell for the last time. Zhao Qingfeng finally collapsed in front of the tombstone, slowly closing his eyes. Ding ding ding. After an unknown amount of time, a harsh school bell suddenly invaded Zhao Qingfeng's ears. He abruptly opened his eyes, finding himself in a classroom, surrounded by unfamiliar faces. Next to him was a face he was extremely familiar with, yet hated to death, youthful and detestable. Yi Ruoxin. Zhao Qingfeng was stunned on the spot. Yi Ruoxin. Zhao Qingfeng was puzzled. What's wrong? Just because I didn't accept your confession, you act like you don't know me? Li Ruoxin blinked her innocent large eyes, a look Zhao Qingfeng was all too familiar with. He had seen it for at least 15 years in his previous life. And he knew too well that behind those innocent eyes hid a venomous heart. What happened? I should be dead. This must be a dream. Perhaps. Is this what the elders used to talk about, the visions before death? It must be so. The visions described by the elders before death were terrifying, otherwise, why would I see this detestable woman again? Zhao Qingfeng understood. It must be because he missed out in life, so heaven wanted him to regret once more. No matter. I am in control of my dream. Zhao Qingfeng stood up abruptly, pushed Li Ruoxin away forcefully, and shouted at the top of his voice, Li Ruoxin, you despicable woman, get lost. If I ever meet you in my next life, I will never spare you. His eyes were fierce, as if he was about to kill someone. What are you doing? Li Ruoxin was frightened, trembling slightly. The noisy classroom immediately quieted down, with all the classmates' eyes on them. I hate you. Zhao Qingfeng ignored everyone and in front of everyone, suddenly pushed Li Ruoxin to the ground. In an instant, the class was in an uproar. Li Ruoxin did not get up for a long time, her face in shock. First, there was dead silence. Then came the loud mockery of the classmates. Zhao Qingfeng, you've got some nerve bullying the class beauty. This is the powerless rage after being rejected. Just a pathetic dog, shameless, only adding to our laughter, ha ha. If her father finds out, he'll kill you. The classmates couldn't believe it. This new student, Zhao, dared to make such a scene before class had even started for long. At this moment, Zhao Qingfeng was also stunned. Strange. How can a dream feel so real? The sensation was so strong when he pushed Li Ruoxin. Could it be? Zhao Qingfeng stepped back, looked at Li Ruoxin, who had just stood up with her face all red, and asked in confusion, "Is all of this real?" Zhao Qingfeng. Li Ruoxin was already trembling with rage. If it weren't for Zhao Qingfeng's article on the future of electronic computers published in a renowned domestic magazine before transferring schools and gaining her father's attention, she wouldn't have approached him. She grabbed a nearby thermos and threw the water at Zhao Qingfeng without any reason. Zhao Qingfeng felt pain and ran towards the podium. The pain made him fully awake, and he looked at the blackboard on the wall, May 8, 2001. He quickly confirmed an idea. Yes, I, Qingfeng, am back. Reborn back to the year of senior high school when he transferred. Ha ha ha. Zhao Qingfeng laughed like mad, standing in front of the podium. I really am reborn. Heaven has given me another chance to live. This time, I will live even more brilliantly, without any regrets. Then, he looked at Li Ruoxin, who was looking at him with a mixture of shock and grinding teeth, and promised very seriously, Li Ruoxin, I, Zhao Qingfeng, swear today, in this life, I will never let you have a good end. What are you talking about? Li Ruoxin's head buzzed. Could it be that her father's instructions to get close to this guy and use him for a chance to study abroad had been discovered? No. The plan had just begun. She hadn't even proposed to have her name on the next article Zhao Qingfeng would publish. I don't have time for you right now. The various misdeeds of Li Ruoxin in the previous life had not yet occurred, so it was premature to mention them. Moreover, according to the timeline, today marked 1 month since his transfer, and in the morning, the final process was to be completed with the signing of the final transfer agreement. His task now was not to argue, but to hurry and cancel the agreement and return to the county town he longed for. What time is it? After asking for the time fiercely, Zhao Qingfeng prepared to go straight to the administrative office. If he wasn't wrong, his uncle, entrusted by his mother, should be signing the agreement right now. Zhao Qingfeng never understood why his mother would have him transfer schools to months before the college entrance exam. But none of that mattered now. The priority was to cancel the transfer. Unfortunately, before he could leave, his uncle entered the classroom accompanied by the vice principal. The transfer agreement in his hand was already stamped with a red seal, and everything seemed to be set in stone. Little Feng, are you getting used to everything? Study hard here and don't let your mom down. If there's any problem, just call me. Be frugal with your living expenses, your uncle is heading back now. After shaking hands with the vice principal and giving Zhao Qingfeng a few words of advice, the uncle prepared to return to the county. Uncle, I want to go back to county number 2 middle school. At this moment, Zhao Qingfeng's heart was filled only with Shen Lingyao, wishing he had wings to fly. Ah! His uncle sighed, giving a bitter smile. Who would make him transfer away from his hometown to months before the college entrance exam, if it wasn't to avoid the family issues affecting Zhao Qingfeng's studies? Treating him as a child, he didn't explain much. No matter how much Zhao Qingfeng insisted, his uncle merely made excuses and then hurriedly left on his old 125 motorcycle. Vice Principal, I refuse to transfer. Zhao Qingfeng demanded strongly in front of all his classmates, with righteousness in his voice. Student Zhao, how can you be so foolish? The high schools in the provincial city are much better than those in your small county. To tell you the truth, if it weren't for the article you published and your mother's pleading, I definitely wouldn't have agreed. Moreover, these days I've arranged for you to sit with student Liu, the best student in our school. Everyone else is envious. What else are you dissatisfied with? Her father is generous and kind, even willing to help you with living expenses. How great a kindness is that, and you don't know how to be grateful at all. Ha ha. Grateful. Zhao Qingfeng really wanted to tear apart these two hypocritical words. In his previous life, naive and youthful, he actually thought this was a great kindness. He had to flatter and bow down, dedicating all his energy. He struggled for a lifetime. But in the end, he faced the most tragic fate. Looking back now, he was just a stepping stone in someone else's carefully crafted plan. All his efforts ultimately became someone else's wedding dress. How could there be any kindness? I don't need to explain too much to you, cancel the agreement immediately. Zhao Qingfeng glared, not with the eyes of a high school student, but with the disdain of someone in a high position. Zhao Qingfeng, don't think that just because you published a trashy article you can shout at me. I am the vice principal. What's so great about you? The domestic scene doesn't value these things. You're just an internet-addicted teenager, just a poor kid who likes to play games in internet cafes, under the guise of studying computer science. Go to your class right now. Do you think transferring schools is a joke? Unless you're mentally ill, don't even think about leaving. The vice principal was furious. He thought Zhao Qingfeng wouldn't push it to the end. After all, he had seen many students like this. But Zhao Qingfeng actually ran up to him, snatched the agreement, tore it to pieces, and then quickly pulled out a lighter from his pocket, running to the window. Either let me go back, or I'll burn down the classroom right now, and then jump out in front of you. I, Zhao Qingfeng, would rather die today than stay here. The sudden change left Li Ruoxin extremely astonished. What happened? During the time Zhao Qingfeng had transferred, Li Ruoxin had never seen him treat her like this. She was the class beauty. Her father was the head of a well-known tech company in the provincial city. With her sweet looks and wealthy family background, many boys were drawn to her. From the first day he transferred, Zhao Qingfeng had shown obvious interest in her. Zhao Qingfeng. Li Ruoxin really wanted to understand what was going on. Shut up. Zhao Qingfeng remained cold, cursing himself for having been blinded in the past. Originally hanging around Li Ruoxin like a lost puppy, he actually thought she was interested in his talents. How laughable. He gazed at Li Ruoxin. Gazing at this heartless woman who had been a part of his entire previous life. Time seemed to slow down in that moment. Thinking back, they had their innocent, beautiful memories. Gentle hugs. Sweet kisses. Studying abroad. Getting married and starting a family. Li Ruoxin was an excellent cook, and Zhao Qingfeng always cleaned his plate, not knowing until his dying days that the delicious meals were laced with a slow-acting cancer-causing poison. Looking at the present Li Ruoxin, her youth, with delicate features perfectly arranged on her petite face, her long, dense, black hair cascading over her shoulders. Even having lived to lifetimes, Zhao Qingfeng couldn't help but praise her beauty. Unfortunately, there was no longer any fervor or joy in Zhao Qingfeng's eyes, only cold indifference. Zhao Qingfeng, don't be impulsive. I was wrong, okay? Put down the lighter, and I'll go to the movies with you tonight. Li Ruoxin suddenly offered unprecedentedly. Zhao Qingfeng was taken aback. In his previous life, their first movie date had come after half a year of dating, a request he had begged for a long time. It was unexpected that she would suggest it herself in this life. But Zhao Qingfeng rejected without hesitation. The opportunity given by heaven to start over could not be wasted repeating the same mistakes. This made Li Ruoxin even more panicked. She dared not fail the task given by her father. Seeing the vice principal looking at her, Li Ruoxin nodded and then said to Zhao Qingfeng, "Or, we can go for a walk tonight. You've always wanted to treat me to dinner alone, right?" "I agree." "Enough." Zhao Qingfeng yelled furiously, startling the vice principal and others. Many classmates who loved drama jeered on the side. "Zhao Qingfeng, are you really going insane? Pretending much? Do you dare to light it? Do you dare to jump off? This is City Number 1 Middle School, the school with the strictest discipline. Think about the consequences." Zhao Qingfeng ignored everyone's mockery. His determination was to demand withdrawal from the school. This caused a slight sour feeling in Li Ruoxin's heart. The previous Zhao Qingfeng would follow her around every day like a shadow. Buying breakfast. Walking her home from school. When she was sick a few days ago, he even accompanied her to the infirmary for an IV, showing his loyalty. But his attitude now was so hostile. Could it be? Just because she hadn't accepted his confession just now? It couldn't be. She hadn't outright rejected him, only saying that it was the eve of the college entrance exams and she hadn't planned on dating anyone, suggesting they could talk about it after the exams. Could it be that her usual tactics were no longer effective? Zhao Qingfeng, if you reflect on your actions in front of the whole class now, I might consider a lighter punishment for you. The vice principal approached slowly, and the school's security guards also rushed in. A reflection. All right, I'll reflect. I regret that in a long nightmare before, I missed the right person. I, Zhao Qingfeng, am filled with regret and hatred, hating to death. But in this life, I must marry her. If I can't, let me burn up like this fire, completely consumed. After Zhao Qingfeng loudly reflected, the entire classroom suddenly fell silent. Everyone stared at him in amazement. Li Ruoxing's eyes, always filled with innocence, widened. What was he talking about? Had he really gone mad? Who was she in his mouth? Zhao Qingfeng, what are you doing? Put down the lighter now. Seeing Zhao Qingfeng light the fire, about to ignite the curtains, the vice principal loudly intervened. He, I said, either let me go back or let me burn the classroom. Burn? My youth? With a whoosh, Zhao Qingfeng, a smile on his lips, actually set the curtains on fire. Flames surged in an instant. The windows of the classroom on the third floor were open. The wind aided the fire's strength, blowing the flames into an even more ferocious torrent, quickly producing billowing thick smoke. If you don't agree, then let's go. To return to Shen Lingyao's side, today, no one can stop me, Zhao Qingfeng, because I really can't wait a moment longer. Li Ruoxin looked on, dumbfounded. She had never thought that Zhao Qingfeng, who was always so humble, would be so brave. Her heart skipped a beat, as if something had been touched. The vice principal, frightened, gasped and shouted loudly, Quick, put out the fire, don't call 119, hurry, and get water. Zhao Qingfeng, choking on the thick smoke, coughed nonstop, but did not back down. The students were already panicking, fleeing in all directions. The vice principal slowly approached, cursing as he walked. Zhao Qingfeng, you've really gone mad, daring to set fire in the school. Do you know how grave this crime is? Zhao Qingfeng wasn't reckless, he knew how to avoid responsibility, his protest louder, I don't care, I want to go back to county number 2 middle school. If I'm not wrong, this was all forced by you, the vice principal. The vice principal was not a child. He believed Zhao Qingfeng was feigning madness. Stop acting crazy, go ahead and jump then, jump. He had seen extreme students before. Most were just putting on an act. Zhao Qingfeng knew this well. Without entering the tiger's den, one cannot catch its cubs. He quickly turned his head to look downstairs, just as he remembered. Besides rows of bicycles, there were flower beds in front. But jumping into the flower bed wouldn't be fatal. However, if he didn't jump well, he might break a bone. Jump then. The vice principal swallowed, waving his hand to instruct the security guards to come forward, wanting to immediately stop this farce. Don't jump. Li Ruoxin, in a panic, shouted loudly. For some reason, at this moment, she really did not want Zhao Qingfeng to jump. Tell your father, he won't succeed. Zhao Qingfeng took one last look at Li Ruoxin. Seeing the vice principal and others rushing up, he had no time to think further. He jumped onto the windowsill, aimed for the flower bed, and leapt down. Ah! The vice principal shuddered in fright. Hands on the windowsill, he leaned out to look down. At this moment, Zhao Qingfeng was already in free fall into the flower bed, covered in mud. A silly smile still on his lips. He looked in the direction of the county town, then raised his head and laughed at the vice principal. I'm fine, but if you don't let me go back, I'll jump from the 7th floor tomorrow. The vice principal, infuriated, stomped and beat his chest. He's really gone mad. Get down there and control him immediately. Call the school nurse right away, check his body. At the same time, block the news, no external dissemination. Also, notify county number 2 middle school immediately. This kid, we at city number 1 middle school will not accept him no matter what. Send him back where he came from. The soil in the flower bed was soft and Zhao Qingfeng only sprained his ankle. The vice principal knew in his heart he couldn't keep this mad student. After negotiations, Zhao Qingfeng, with his superb skills and threats like exposing to reporters with soft tactics, forced the vice principal to quickly find connections to process the withdrawal procedures, finally leaving the gates of city number 1 middle school, as he wished. Zhao Qingfeng, wait a minute. Outside the gates of city number 1 middle school, Li Ruoxin chased after him. Do you have anything else? Zhao Qingfeng didn't turn back. Are you really leaving? I mean, can we still be friends in the future? Li Ruoxin hesitated before asking. Zhao Qingfeng was stunned, even thinking he was hallucinating. Turning back to look. Was there a hint of hope in Li Ruoxin's innocent eyes? He thoughtfully stroked his chin. Remembering his past life. His one-sided efforts, just for her slightest smile, still felt proportional to the returns. Absurd. Ridiculous. In the end, love led to utter defeat. Qingfeng, haven't you always wanted to study abroad? My father might be able to send us abroad. Li Ruoxin prematurely used the most attractive trick from her past life to lure Zhao Qingfeng. However, this time, Zhao Qingfeng just lightly shook his head. Forget it. Goodbye. Better to never see each other again. Right now, he only wanted to see Shen Lingyao, only she was the stars and sea in his heart. The journey from the provincial city to Shuangyang County was only 60 kilometers. An hour later, the taxi entered the county town. All the way, Zhao Qingfeng's gaze wandered over the familiar yet strange streets. This was the most beautiful spring in his memory. The streets were calm and warm. The sunlight shone on the poplar trees by the roadside, sparkling with silver light. He wished the clock could slow down even more. After all, billions in assets were no match for priceless youth. At this moment, inside the classroom of Class 2, Grade 12, at County Number 2 Middle School, Shen Lingyao was using the lunch break to bury herself in writing her diary. The sunlight penetrated the glass, shining on her youthful ponytail. Her pretty face's eyes were already moist, her delicate hands holding the pen, writing and stopping, lifting her face to look outside the window from time to time, as if trying to clearly hear what the carefree birds were saying. What are you writing? Let me see. Zhang Yang, who had just returned from playing basketball, snatched the diary. He was Zhao Qingfeng's good buddy, but had a hard fate in his previous life and died young. Zhang Yang, give it back. Shen Lingyao was startled and reached out to snatch it back. What are you afraid of? Let me see. Zhang Yang, with his donkey face, joked foolishly, running around the classroom, flipping through the diary, reading its contents aloud for the classmates to hear. March 5, 1998, that jerk brother Qingfeng actually put a toad in my backpack. I'm so mad, I'm going to draw a turtle on his back. December 3, 1999, brother Qingfeng surely didn't expect the anonymous call last night was from me. Look at him being beaten up by his mom, that's what you get for skipping classes and going to internet cafes. April 6, 2001. It rained heavily today. Brother Qingfeng didn't bring an umbrella. Seeing him drenched like a drowned rat is so funny. La la la. April 9, 2001. Brother Qingfeng actually transferred schools secretly. It wasn't Feng who told me afterwards. I'm so mad. I don't want to bother with him anymore. May 10, 2001. It's been a month since brother Qingfeng transferred. That jerk. Even ghosts know to return home on the 7th day, but he didn't even call me. I didn't cry, I just spilled water on my diary. I'm not always thinking of him. The girl's feelings were all written in the diary. This had been Shen Lingyao's habit for years. Zhang Yang read without a care, and the classmates laughed heartlessly. Shen Lingyao was so anxious she was about to cry, not wanting anyone to know her inner thoughts. Damn you, Zhang Yang, give it back. She chased him with a sharpened pencil in hand. No, let me see, I miss brother Zha too. Zhang Yang dodged left and right, quickly running to the door, trying to escape the classroom. But just as he reached the door, he collided with a figure who was rushing in. Shen Lingyao also reached the door. She snatched the diary, about to scold Zhang Yang. But when she saw Zhao Qingfeng standing at the door, his face sweaty and covered in mud, she froze. Yao Yao. Zhao Qingfeng stared at her delicate, spirited face, choked up. How many years had it been? Although he only realized Shen Lingyao's love for him at the last moment of his previous life, this intense emotion was more precious than 1,000 years. Shen Lingyao stood frozen. Her watery eyes flickered, full of spirit and reproach. This youthful aura, like the April spring breeze, made Zhao Qingfeng unable to control his emotions. Tears streamed down his face. He shouted with all his might, as if announcing to the whole world, Shen Lingyao, I miss you. Thousands of words in his heart, perhaps owing to much. He wanted to say, I love you, but he couldn't utter the words. His eyes brimming with tears, he just stood there, dumbfounded. Have you gone mad? City number 1 middle school has strict management. Did you skip classes to come back? If Aunt Feng finds out, she'll kill you. Shen Lingyao was frightened, even more worried about Zhao Qingfeng's safety. Indeed, Zhao Qingfeng had indeed gone mad, otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to return to county number 2 middle school. The classmates were also surprised, all wanting to know why he had come back. Only Zhang Yang, for some unknown reason, suddenly grabbed Zhao Qingfeng and pushed him toward Shen Lingyao. Zhao Qingfeng was too weak. Setting the fire, jumping off the building, spraining his ankle. With all the troubles along the way, he had no strength left. Just then, he accidentally ended up embracing Shen Lingyao. His flustered hands, quite by chance, touched her soft chest. The entire class suddenly fell silent. Even the students passing by in the corridor stopped in their tracks. Shen Lingyao panicked. Her hand halfway raised in the air, her body trembling slightly, her earlobes so red they seemed to bleed. It took her a long time to break free. Brother. King. Feng. Her pretty face was redder than the evening sky. She picked up a sharp pencil and stabbed it into Zhao Qingfeng's stomach. Ouch! Zhao Qingfeng, in pain, lay on the ground, still reeking of smoke. The pain was mixed with sweetness. Heartlessly, he laughed up at Shen Lingyao, who looked down in astonishment. Yao Yao, I'm not leaving this time. From now on, you will have me in every future. What are you talking about? Shen Lingyao crouched down, twisting Zhao Qingfeng's ear, her reproach mixed with a bit of joy. Zhao Qingfeng wanted to express his emotions without reservation. But he suddenly remembered. This was the final period of grade 12. If he caused too much trouble with talk of love, it would surely lead to complications. And Shen Lingyao was in her naive youth. If his too abrupt confession led to bad developments, it would be counterproductive. Thinking this, Zhao Qingfeng quickly found an excuse. I said I couldn't adapt to life in the city. I miss the feeling of bullying you every day. There no one tutors me, only you, this silly pig, can teach me in a way I understand. Shen Lingyao puffed her cheeks, angry. Since Zhao Qingfeng left a month ago, her heart had been empty. Now he was back. Maybe he really came back for her. Sweetness instantly filled her heart. But remembering how she was taken advantage of just now, she got angry again, reached out, and pinched Zhao Qingfeng's thigh hard, twisting it. Ouch! Zhao Qingfeng stood up in pain. I'll pinch you to death. Shen Lingyao's almond eyes widened, ready to strike again. At this moment, Teacher Yan Wangqing strode into the classroom. He had just received news of Zhao Qingfeng's return, and called him out to the corridor, reprimanding him on behalf of the school leaders. Little Feng, City number 1 middle school is a key school. The teaching quality is much better than here. Why did you come back? Your grades have always been average. Your mom has always hoped you could get into university. Your mom doesn't know about this yet, does she? Think about how to explain it when you go home this afternoon. She raised you alone. It wasn't easy. Don't make those who love you sad. Old Yan, in his 40s, was a nice man, but very strict, hence known as Yarma. Zhao Qingfeng shamelessly promised, old class, don't worry, I actually came back for you. After all, you've been an outstanding teacher for many years. I really can't do without your earnest teaching. As long as I study with you, I'm sure to do well in the college entrance exam, and then make you and our county number 2 middle school famous. You little rascal, stop buttering me up. Old Yan scolded with a stern face and kicked Zhao Qingfeng, telling him to hurry back to class. Zhao Qingfeng quickly returned to his seat while Shen Lingyao deliberately avoided looking at him, secretly giggling with pride in her heart. They were deskmates, sitting in the second row. Just as he settled down, Zhang Yang from behind leaned over and said enviously, Brother Zhao, aren't you going to thank me? Zhao Qingfeng turned and glared at Zhang Yang, looking at his simple donkey face, and said angrily on purpose, you kid, less of this next time, I owe you one for tonight. Zhang Yang scratched his head, Brother Zhao, there's another thing. I know you're good at sweet-talking girls. Teach me when you have time. I have someone I like now. He was Zhao Qingfeng's best bro, and they had often gone to internet cafes together for fun. This kid didn't have much of his own ideas. He always followed Zhao Qingfeng's lead. As he was thinking, Zhang Yang whispered, by the way, you'd better be prepared. Bullying the school beauty today will surely spread throughout the school. If you don't handle it well, you'll be in big trouble. Zhao Qingfeng then realized the seriousness. Oh no. Shen Lingyao was the bona fide school beauty. Accidentally bullying her could make him the enemy of all the male students in school. Moreover, she was not only famous in County Number 2 middle school, but also in several other high schools. She had countless admirers. In these 3 years of high school, she had received thousands of love letters, not to mention breakfasts, flowers, snacks, etc. Zhao Qingfeng remembered that she never lacked snacks for these 3 years. But Shen Lingyao never gave any of her suitors a chance. Thinking of the trouble, Zhao Qingfeng felt uneasy. But now his mindset was not that of an ordinary high school student, but that of a man in his 40s, more than capable of dealing with these people. So, Zhao Qingfeng thought for a moment, Zhang Yang, if anyone challenges me, just pass it on to the head of academic affairs. Zhang Yang didn't quite understand what diverting the conflict meant. Don't worry about it, just do as I say. Zhao Qingfeng stopped paying attention to him. At this moment, Old Yan was losing his temper on the podium. His loud voice scared the students into sitting upright. Look at you, how you did on the first mock exam. How could you make mistakes on such questions? Don't you know to ask if you don't understand? Don't any of you have mouths? Shen Lingyao, listening attentively, looked extremely cute. Zhao Qingfeng tugged at her, only to get pinched twice. He had a mischievous idea, and took out some tape from his desk, sticking it over his mouth. Shen Lingyao glanced at him, quickly tossing her hair, trying hard not to laugh. Next, every time Old Yan scolded, Zhao Qingfeng imitated him. Your handwriting looks like dog scribbles, don't any of you have hands? Zhao Qingfeng pulled out his arms and hid them in his clothes, shaking to empty sleeves. The answers are in the text, are you blind, can't any of you see? Zhao Qingfeng tore off 2 pieces of paper and stuck them on his eyelids, holding up a book as cover, winking wildly at Shen Lingyao. How many times have I said, the college entrance exam is coming up, you must pay attention to details, have you left your ears at home? Zhao Qingfeng grabbed his ears, stuffing them into his school bag. Can't any of you think, have you left your brains at home? Zhao Qingfeng yanked at his clothes, hiding his head inside like a headless person, hiding behind the book, imitating a cocoon shaking its head. Shen Lingyao was nearly suffocated from holding back laughter, trying hard not to laugh. But unexpectedly, Zhao Qingfeng, maybe because he was previously choked by smoke, couldn't hold back and let out a fart. With a PFFT. Shen Lingyao couldn't hold it in any longer, first giggling softly with her hand over her mouth, then bursting into loud laughter. Old Yan got furious. Zhao Qingfeng, causing trouble just after returning to school, With this attitude, do you think you can achieve good grades? Come to the front, stand until school is over. Zhao Qingfeng dared not disobey. After all, jumping off buildings was unsuitable in his beloved alma mater. Shen Lingyao turned her head joyfully. Seeing Zhao Qingfeng being punished, she clapped her hands gleefully, sticking out her tongue, showing her small tiger teeth, and making faces. Shen Lingyao, you too, stand as punishment. Don't think I'll indulge you just because you're a good student. And just like that, both were punished to stand in front of the podium. Shen Lingyao, fuming, secretly took out paper and pen from her pocket and wrote a note to Zhao Qingfeng. Brother Qingfeng, just back, and you've already got me punished, wait and see how I'll deal with you today. Zhao Qingfeng, not to be outdone, wrote something on the note in return. Shen Lingyao's face quickly turned red. She stomped on Zhao Qingfeng's foot, crumpled the note, and threw it away, landing on Zhang Yang's desk. Zhang Yang opened it, laughed foolishly, and gave Zhao Qingfeng a thumbs up. The note read, hitting is intimacy and scolding is love, you hitting me means you have me in your heart, ha. Old Yan glared at Zhang Yang and threw a piece of chalk at him. Zhang Yang, you 3, truly good friends living in the same residential compound, you stand up to, punished. Time flew by. In a blink, the school bell rang for dismissal. As Zhao Qingfeng was packing his bag, Shen Lingyao had already stepped out of the classroom. He thought she was shy, regretting that he had teased her too much. Brother Zhao, let's go to the internet cafe, play a game of Red Alert. No building Kirovs, okay? Zhang Yang was a complete internet addict. In his previous life, his addiction to online gaming had cost him his college entrance exam, and affected his entire life. No, I have to go home now and explain to my mom about dropping out of school, we'll go some other time. Zhao Qingfeng picked up his bag and walked ahead, not letting Zhang Yang go to the internet cafe. Their three families lived in the beer factory staff quarters not far from number 2 middle school. Zhao Qingfeng's father had been a worker in the factory, and his mother was a temporary worker there. Shen Lingyao's father was the office director, and her mother was a housewife. Only Zhang Yang's family had no one working in the factory. His parents were farmers who moved to the city to open a small eatery for their child's education, renting a place in the residential building. Zhang Yang, when we used to stay overnight at the internet cafe, I often sneak snacks and drinks from your family's eatery. I'll pay you back properly this time. Reaching the ground floor and thinking of how his best friend had passed away just as he was starting to make it in his previous life, Zhao Qingfeng still felt unsettled. There were too many students around, and Zhang Yang didn't hear clearly. Suddenly, he pointed at the wall near the girls' bathroom and laughed. Ha ha ha, brother Zhao, look, why is there a huge pig's head pasted near the toilet? Zhao Qingfeng looked over. Indeed, next to the school's back door near the girls' bathroom, there was a gigantic pig's head poster with his name on it. He thought it was some jealous rival's doing. Just as he was about to go tear it down, he heard a series of crisp bike bells, accompanied by giggles, coming from behind. Let you bully me, this is what you get? Shen Lingyao imitated Zhao Qingfeng's usual demeanor, arrogantly raising her eyebrows. Unnatural, yet extremely cute. Hey ya. Zhao Qingfeng almost laughed out loud. Yao Yao, you asked for this, drawing me as a pig's head, right? Fine, then today you can take this pig home. With that, he unhesitatingly hopped onto the back seat of Miss Shen Lingyao's bike, his hands nervously, happily, and greedily wrapping around her slender waist. Get down. Shen Lingyao hadn't expected Zhao Qingfeng to be so shameless today. They had carried each other on their bikes before, but always with a look of disgust. What was up with him today? Could it be he finally realized he couldn't live without me? If he was serious, she might give him a chance. But she quickly dismissed the thought, blushing. Brother Qingfeng, that silly head, probably doesn't understand what liking someone means. After all, she had been so obvious, and yet he still treated her like he's her brother. He was still the same in class that afternoon, so mean to her, he must still be the same old him. However, Zhao Qingfeng, clinging like glue, not only held on tightly but also greedily sniffed Shen Lingyao's hair. If Shen Lingyao could see Zhao Qingfeng's expression, she would find him ecstatic, his eyes already slightly moist, and willing to let go, as if he was experiencing immense happiness. Zhang Yang was also stunned. According to Brother Zhao's usual behavior, shouldn't he have deflated Shen Lingyao's bike tires, and run away laughing loudly? And Shen Lingyao was also acting strangely, not turning back to hit him hard. Hey! Slow down. Wait for me. I haven't got on yet. Seeing Shen Lingyao riding off blushing, Zhang Yang hurried to catch up on his bike. As soon as he got alongside her, Shen Lingyao lifted her leg and kicked his front wheel, causing him to fall over. Dead Zhang Yang, that's what you get for getting me in trouble this afternoon. Shen Lingyao's face flushed with joy as she pedaled swiftly. Riding her petite lady's bike out of the school gate, she wove through the crowd, heading home. Stop a minute. Passing the central commercial city of the county, Zhao Qingfeng suddenly remembered something and urgently asked Shen Lingyao to stop. What is it? Shen Lingyao, immersed in inexplicable joy, stopped the bike and squinted. I know, you must realize you're wrong and want to treat me to ice cream, right? Go ahead, it's good to admit mistakes and make amends, buy the ice cream, and I'll forgive you today. The commercial city was the busiest mall in the entire county, with one of Shen Lingyao's favorite ice cream shops on the first floor. Zhao Qingfeng nodded. Shen Lingyao wasn't easily appeased. Wait, one won't do, I want to since you bullied me twice today. That was really a big ask. Everyone knew the Bingdian ice cream shop was somewhat upscale, and even the cheapest ice cream cost 3 yuan, a luxury in 2001 that most students couldn't afford. Zhao Qingfeng checked his pockets, which were emptier than his face. He smirked. Yao Yao, lend me some money, and I'll treat you. Shen Lingyao was almost furious. She grabbed Zhao Qingfeng's ear. You, brother Qingfeng, using my money to apologize to me, I'll tell Aunt Feng. Zhao Qingfeng's mother, Feng Hongmai, and Shen Lingyao's mother, Ding Xiang, were classmates and close friends, and the two families were very familiar with each other. However, their financial situations were different. Shen Lingyao grew up in a well-off family, her father being the office director in the factory, with a considerable income. Zhao Qingfeng lost his father at 13 and lived modestly, supported solely by his mother's earnings, and had accumulated some debts. They weren't so poor that they couldn't afford ice cream, but Feng Hongmai was a frugal woman. She always said it was good for boys to endure hardships, often talking about how suffering leads to success. In reality, she was saving for Zhao Qingfeng's future university fees and dowry. Shen Lingyao verbally refused, but her hand disobediently opened her wallet and pulled out a 10 yuan note, handing it over. Zhao Qingfeng shook his head, not enough. Lend me 300 more. Shen Lingyao puckered her lips, about to question why he needed so much. Just then, Zhang Yang arrived huffing and puffing. She immediately asked him, "Old Zhang, are you two planning something? I heard from classmates that the latest online games are very popular. You're not about to buy game cards, are you?" In 2001, online games were already taking shape. For someone from a poorer background like Zhang Yang, only simpler games like CS and Red Alert were affordable, not games like Stone Age that required point cards. Zhao Qingfeng quickly shook his head. "Yao Yao, today is a serious matter, lend it to me first, I'll pay you back 100-fold later." 300 yuan wasn't a lot for Shen Lingyao. She was more interested in Zhao Qingfeng's reasoning. The brother Qingfeng of the past, though playful and mischievous, never bragged, so why was he making big claims today? "Do you know how much 100-fold is?" Shen Lingyao flipped through her wallet, which had over 400 yuan, half a month's pocket money saved up. Her father believed in spoiling his daughter, but she seldom spent it recklessly. 30,000. Zhao Qingfeng didn't bother with the details and directly took 300 yuan, running into the commercial city. "I'm so mad." Shen Lingyao stomped her foot in anger, turning her gaze to a bewildered Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang shrank back. "Why are you looking at me like that? He made you angry, not me. Hey, don't hit." "Oh my god." In a while, Zhao Qingfeng came running back with 3 ice creams, and a big plastic bag containing a red V-neck women's thin sweater. He gave 2 ice creams to Shen Lingyao, and 1 to Zhang Yang. Shen Lingyao, not in a hurry to eat her ice cream, grabbed the sweater to inspect it and sneered, "So outdated, your taste is awful, I don't like this kind." Zhao Qingfeng chuckled, "This is for my mom." "What, you want to be my mom?" Life at home was indeed hard. His mother hadn't bought a new piece of clothing for many years. Zhao Qingfeng's memory was clear. He remembered before transferring schools, his mother had taken him to the commercial city to buy new clothes. When they passed the boutique women's clothing store on the 3rd floor, his mother had taken a liking to this red sweater. After trying it on for a long time, she eventually put it down. Because the sweater's price of 300 yuan was nearly half of her monthly salary. Even though it was her birthday, she still couldn't bring herself to buy it. Instead, she bought 2 pounds of pork ribs, pretending to be sick and nauseated by meat, letting Zhao Qingfeng, who was Navi back then, enjoy them all by himself. Life is full of regrets. Big or small. Zhao Qingfeng, living a second time, would not allow anyone close to him to have any regrets. Shen Lingyao didn't speak for a long while. Zhang Yang was also a bit stunned. Both felt that the familiar brother Qingfeng seemed to have changed, no longer heartless and carefree. "All right." Shen Lingyao unwrapped the ice cream, took a bite, and mumbled, "Since it's to honor and Feng, then I reluctantly won't press you for repayment. By the way, I heard from my dad yesterday that your family's compensation should be coming through soon. When it does, treat me to a bowl of cold noodles at Zhang Yang's place, and we'll call it even." A few years ago, Zhao Qingfeng's father had an accident in the workshop. Getting work injury compensation was not as simple as one might think. If not for the office director Shen Kuo's intervention, it might have dragged on for 3 to 5 years. A total of 50,000. Not much for Shen Lingyao's family, but for Zhao Qingfeng, it could alleviate urgent needs. When his father bought the apartment, he had borrowed some money and passed away before paying it off. Organizing the funeral also incurred debts, leaving his mother alone to support the family, which was indeed difficult. Soon, they arrived back at the beer factory staff quarters. It was a residential area with only 4 buildings. Shen Lingyao's father, being a unit leader, lived in a large apartment in Building 1. The second unit on the 2nd floor, 140 square meters, even with a garage underneath. Zhao Qingfeng lived in the opposite workers' building 2. Less than 60 square meters, a classic small apartment on the 7th floor, without an elevator. Zhang Yang's family was in building 4, even smaller, just over 40 square meters. On the way back, Zhao Qingfeng rode the bike. Zhang Yang turned a corner to help out at the small eatery. As usual, after parking in the garage, Shen Lingyao had a mischievous thought. Brother Qingfeng, your backpack's goodies are mine now. While Zhao Qingfeng was parking, she snatched the spicy strips from his backpack, bit one, and ran off with the bag in her mouth, singing, "La la la, let's see how I eat all your spicy strips for bullying me." Stop. Zhao Qingfeng hurried after her, but Shen Lingyao, in her panic, ran towards the security room. Their sudden appearance startled old Wang, who was reading a newspaper, nearly falling off his chair. But seeing it was them, he wasn't surprised, smiled, took a sip of tea, and continued reading. "Give me back my spicy strips." Zhao Qingfeng cornered Shen Lingyao in a corner of the security room. "Just try and take them." Shen Lingyao, spicy strip in her mouth, shook her head defiantly, swinging her fists and making faces. "You won't give them back, huh?" Zhao Qingfeng smirked, suddenly pressed the back of her head with one hand, bit the other end of the spicy strip, and started eating. They were very close, less than a fist distance, and even getting closer. Their noses were about to touch. Shen Lingyao's heart pounded erratically, her breathing quickened, and a faint blush slowly crept up her cheeks and ears. If Brother Qingfeng kept eating, their lips would touch. She had imagined a sweet kiss with Zhao Qingfeng in her dreams, like the romantic scenes between Shainai and Damingzi in the recently popular Meteor Garden. But she wasn't ready for it. Zhao Qingfeng, while eating the spicy strip, took a closer look at Shen Lingyao. Her slightly moist and bright eyes, skin so pale it was almost translucent, completely poreless, and her lips tender as peach blossoms, exuding a candy-like fragrance. For the first time, he truly realized how beautiful Shen Lingyao was, like a heavenly fairy. Why hadn't he felt this way before? Too familiar? He cursed himself internally, just as old Yan had said, blinded and brainless. At this tense moment, old Wang suddenly turned around and said something. "Little Feng, your mom's back, stop messing around." Zhao Qingfeng didn't believe his mom would come. She had a night shift at the factory today, and wouldn't be home until midnight. Without turning around, he moved even closer, clearly seeing the youthful rise and fall of Shen Lingyao's chest and hearing her rapid breathing. "Aunt Feng, she's bullying me?" Shen Lingyao was the first to give up resistance, acting as if it were true. Zhao Qingfeng still didn't believe it and confidently finished the remaining spicy strips, even silently praising the girl's acting skills. But suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his ear. "Little Feng?" A familiar voice rang out. Turning around, he met his mother's deathly stare. Shen Lingyao thought Zhao Qingfeng would beg for mercy and explain why he was sent back. But reality far exceeded her expectations. Zhao Qingfeng stood frozen, motionless for a long while. Then suddenly, he hugged his mother, tears flowing more fiercely than a rushing river. "Mom!" He had longed to call out to her. In his previous life, ever since Zhao Qingfeng went to college, his mother, due to extreme loneliness, fell seriously ill and passed away not long after. On the night of her death, Zhao Qingfeng truly understood the pain of wanting to care for a parent who was no longer there. He hated himself for not cherishing her more while she was alive, so now, he couldn't stay calm. "Little Feng?" Feng Hongmai was startled, her frown deepening, but she didn't lessen the pinch on his ear. "Why did you sneak back? Didn't I tell you to stay in the city until the college entrance exam is over?" She was unaware that Zhao Qingfeng had been sent back. Mom. Zhao Qingfeng was in pain yet happy. "I just missed you. Let's go home first, I'll explain there." "Miss me, really?" Feng Hongmai didn't believe Zhao Qingfeng, but trusted Shen Lingyao. Shen Lingyao nodded. "Aunt Feng, Brother Qingfeng really missed you. He even bought you new clothes to apologize with." Feng Hongmai then noticed the plastic bag. Upon opening it and seeing the contents, she was first pleased but then furious. "Little Feng, where did you get the money to buy such expensive clothes? Tell me the truth." Zhao Qingfeng didn't hide it, saying he borrowed the money from Shen Lingyao. Borrowing was a heavy word for Feng Hongmai. There were still many debts to be paid off at home. Back then, old Zhao didn't listen to her, and insisted on borrowing money to buy the house, leaving behind many troubles. It wasn't really a complaint. Just occasionally scolding him made her feel a bit lighter, as if old Zhao was still in this world. She continued to twist Zhao Qingfeng's ear, saying softly to Shen Lingyao, "Yao Yao, I'll return the money to you tomorrow. He bullied you, Aunt Feng will go home and discipline him for you." "Bye, Aunt Feng." Shen Lingyao made a face at Zhao Qingfeng and hopped back home, while Zhao Qingfeng was being twisted home, explaining he really didn't bully the girl. Once at home, everything was familiar. After being scolded, Zhao Qingfeng didn't mention returning from school yet, planning to talk it over after dinner, and insisted his mother try on the new clothes first. They fit perfectly. Compared to the gloominess brought by the old gray clothes, this red thin sweater immediately made his slightly aged mother look at least 5 years younger. Women are naturally vain, and his mother was no exception. She looked at herself in the broken mirror at home, recalling the sweetness of her newlywed days, showing a rare smile, but eventually sighed deeply, preparing to take it off, muttering, "I'll go return it after dinner. I don't like this sweater, it's too flashy." "Mom." Zhao Qingfeng sat on the sofa, earnestly saying, "Don't hesitate, wear it. Your son used to be disobedient, but now, he has grown up." His words touched the softest part of Feng Hongmei's heart. Since old Zhao's death, she had single-handedly managed the entire household. Only those who have experienced it know how hard it is for a woman to raise a child and earn a living simultaneously. More than once, she had fantasized about the day her son would grow up and succeed. But not now. Because Zhao Qingfeng was just a high school student, in an age of carefree innocence, not meant to bear the pains of adulthood. "Mom." Seeing his mother hesitate, Zhao Qingfeng continued earnestly, "Your son has grown up. From now on, I will earn money to support you. You'll see, I will get into a good university this year, and later I will make a lot of money. I want to make you the happiest mother in the world." Sincere words touched the heart most deeply. Feng Hongmei's heart trembled, choked up for a moment, unable to speak. Not wanting her son to see the tears on her face, she hurried into the kitchen. With the sound of running water, she could no longer control her emotions, wiping her eyes while calling out to Zhao Qingfeng, "Later, tell Yao Yao, I'll return her money after we get paid next month." 300 yuan, which seemed so much before, that Feng Hongmei insisted on returning. But now, this sweater brought her a different kind of solace. While his mother was cooking, Zhao Qingfeng took a careful look around the long-missed home. It was small. 2 bedrooms, a living room, and a bathroom. The furniture was all old, with a corner of the coffee table showing repair marks left by his father. The living room wall displayed the wedding photo of his parents, spotless. In his small room, there were a few old awards. Apart from an old-fashioned bulky TV and a broken radio, there was no other leisure electronic device in the house. "Mom, give me some time, I'll make sure you don't have to toil for a living again." Zhao Qingfeng murmured to himself, attracted by the familiar aroma of the dishes. He found his father's old toolbox and started repairing the radio. For him now, fixing such a minor problem was a breeze. When his mother came out with the dishes, the radio was already playing Shan Tianfeng's storytelling. "You fixed it?" Feng Hongmei was surprised, putting down the cutlery and happily taking it in her hands. Many nights filled with longing had been spent with the radio. Since it broke, she had been reluctant to buy a new one. "Yeah, Mom, I'm going to eat, I'm starving." Zhao Qingfeng quickly explained and couldn't resist the temptation of the food any longer. It was just simple egg stir-fried with tomatoes. A dish he often complained about in his previous life, vowing never to eat again. But today, he cherished the familiar taste. This meal, more precious than any delicacy in the world, was special because it was made by his mother. "Why are you crying?" While eating, Zhao Qingfeng wiped his eyes. "Mom, I want to give you the best things in the world. I want you to live 100 years. When Zhao Qingfeng looked up, his bowl was already clean, not a grain of rice, or a drop of soup left. Feng Hongmei smiled rarely, a genuine smile she hadn't shown in over a month. She looked up at the clock, suddenly thought of something, and her brow furrowed again, like an unsolvable puzzle. "Little Feng, hurry up and catch the evening bus back to the city. Don't come back until after the college entrance exam, got it?" She glanced downstairs first. Then she pulled Zhao Qingfeng up, and went downstairs without another word. Feng Hongmei forcibly dragged Zhao Qingfeng downstairs, stuffed him into a tricycle, and insisted he immediately take the last bus back to the city. Zhao Qingfeng wanted to say something, But Feng Hongmai wouldn't allow it. She hurriedly paid the fare, and only when the tricycle, spewing black smoke, turned the corner and disappeared from sight, did she return home, worried and anxious. She believed the pains of adulthood should never be shared with a child, she alone would bear them all. Her biggest fear was hindering Zhao Qingfeng's education. After all, getting her son into university was old Zhao's last wish before his death. Returning upstairs, she went straight to the window, looking towards the direction of the entrance, staring unblinkingly. Her expression was one of pain and helplessness, as if waiting for some terrible event to occur. May 10, 2001. Today Brother King Feng accidentally touched my chest, and in front of so many classmates. Oh my god, I'm really going to die of embarrassment. He also took 300 yuan from me. I wonder how he'll pay me back 100-fold. That bad guy, he just went to the city for a month, and already learned the bad habit of bragging. Ha ha, now he's probably getting beaten up by Aunt Feng, right? Serves him right, who asked him to drop out and come back. At the same time Feng Hongmai returned home, Shen Lingyao was in her spacious and cozy room, enjoying today's beautiful memories. She smiled as she wrote in her diary. Images from the day kept flashing in her mind. Zhao Qingfeng's I missed you. It seemed to touch a soft, inexplicable place in her heart, making it unforgettable. Was his reason true? It wasn't just because he was mischievous and got sent back, was it? It doesn't matter, as long as he's back, la la la. Even if he doesn't get into university, I can support him. No, I can't just support him for nothing. I'll make him cook, do laundry, and even pour foot bath water for me, every day. HMPH. Shen Lingyao wrote for a while, then put down her pen, resting her chin on her hands. Her two small feet, clad in white cotton socks, gently swung under the table. One moment she believed Zhao Qingfeng really came back for her. The next moment she thought he was a complete bad guy, and everything was just a prank. It's so annoying. I don't want to think about him anymore. The girl's thoughts spilled out, just as her mother, Ding Xiang, pushed open the door. Ding Xiang was also beautiful, and mother and daughter looked as if they were cast from the same mold. She carried a plate of sliced oranges and warm milk into the room, gently placing them on the table. Seeing Shen Lingyao's flushed face, she touched her forehead, asking in confusion, Yao, do you have a fever? Maybe a little, it's too hot outside, I might have caught a cold. Shen Lingyao clumsily covered up, causing Ding Xiang to pause, then laugh softly. A mother knows her daughter best. As a mother, how could she not understand Shen Lingyao's thoughts? She had watched the two children grow up together. Childhood sweethearts. Innocent companions. Especially recently, the burgeoning romantic feelings hidden in her daughter's heart were clear to her. But thinking of her old friend, Ding Xian worried again. When it rains, it pours. She knew about her friend's debts, and was aware that the beer factory was about to conduct widespread layoffs. Feng Hongmai was among those to be laid off. Ding Xiang had begged old Shen for help, but he firmly refused. Because of the issue with old Zhao, he had already caused dissatisfaction in the factory management. But he had prepared a red envelope of 3,000 yuan, hoping Feng Hongmai could start a small stall after being laid off, to have a backup plan. But, compared to another impending major trouble, these issues seemed trivial, yet there was no need to explain any of this to Shen Lingyao. Ding Xiang was about to advise her daughter to study hard when the door was suddenly knocked open by Zhao Qingfeng. Little Feng. She was unaware that Zhao Qingfeng had dropped out and returned. Ding, I came to ask Yao about homework. Zhao Qingfeng smiled guiltily, quickly returning to his normal self. After finding a suitable excuse, he briefly explained the reason for his return. Missing home is not a reason, the study environment in the city is so good. Ding Xiang frowned, glancing at the clock on the wall, appearing slightly panicked. Zhao Qingfeng noticed it, he came back precisely to find out what was going on. But Aunt Ding didn't explain, instead pulling him into the room and calling Shen Lingyao as well, under the pretext of cleaning the room. She pushed them both into the sunny study room, out of sight of the main gate of the complex. After making polite conversation for half an hour, Aunt Ding left the study room in a hurry, locking the door behind her. Little Feng, I'm punishing you on behalf of your mom. The door is locked. Study hard tonight, and I'll let you out after your Uncle Shen finishes the factory meeting. If you need water, just tell me. Yao, explain more problems to Little Feng. You two must not fool around. I'll go and talk to your mom about him dropping out. If this were his 18-year-old self in his previous life, Zhao Qingfeng might have believed such words meant to pacify a child. But not now. Since entering the door, he had noticed the fleeting tension in Aunt Ding's expression. Combining this with his mother's panic, he was sure something big was going to happen today. And this must be the fundamental reason his mother insisted on sending him to study in the city. What did you say to Aunt Feng? She didn't tell you to go back, did she? Shen Lingyao, who loved the feeling of being alone, naively asked her most worrisome question. I keep my word, you will have me in your future. Zhao Qingfeng gently promised, then frowned and walked quickly to the window. Who wants you around? I wish you would fly overseas so I never have to see you again. Shen Lingyao pouted, glaring at Zhao Qingfeng from the side. Expecting him to continue bickering as usual, Shen Lingyao was surprised to find that Zhao Qingfeng had already opened the window, jumped onto the windowsill, and swiftly leapt to the balcony of the second floor. What are you doing? Shen Lingyao was startled. Shh. Zhao Qingfeng gestured for silence. Brother Qingfeng, come back, or I'll tell my mom. Shen Lingyao, from the other side of the window, grabbed Zhao Qingfeng's ear, fearing he would fall. Yao Yao, what's happening today might determine whether I can stay or not. If you really want me to stay, don't interfere. Didn't you hear that sound? Zhao Qingfeng had no time to think, because he had already heard a harsh noise. It wasn't some youngster's dynamic song blasting from a motorcycle, nor a pop song from a store. It was a series of funeral music, played on suona and drums, getting louder as it approached. Shen Lingyao heard it too, her face filled with confusion. Who died, and why such a grand procession? Zhao Qingfeng took the opportunity to break free, crouched on the balcony edge, and then leapt down. Though it wasn't as high as the third floor of City No. 1 Middle School. His previously sprained ankle hurt again, causing him to grimace in pain. Brother Qingfeng, are you okay? Shen Lingyao shouted anxiously from the window. Zhao Qingfeng glanced at her, then quickly ran towards the front of Building 1, limping. At that moment, the entrance to the beer factory residential complex was already crowded with onlookers. There were workers just returning from work, passers-by, and many familiar faces to Zhao Qingfeng. The funeral music had reached the entrance. Pushing through the crowd, Zhao Qingfeng saw a band of more than 10 people playing suona and drums under the dim street lights, with 2 people carrying an eye-catching, large wreath at the end. Feng Hongmai. You shameless woman, come down here. You unfilial daughter-in-law, you drove your husband to his death. We're going to make you kneel down and apologize in front of everyone today. 3 women led the group into the complex, gesturing for the funeral music to stop temporarily. They then ordered the wreath to be displayed to everyone, before looking up at the 7th floor window of Building 2, where Feng Hongmai was silently wiping her tears, and started hurling insults at her. Zhao Qingfeng's first reaction was shock. He recognized these 3 women very well. The woman with half-gray hair and a slightly plump figure, angrily pointing towards the upstairs, was his eldest Aunt Zhao Shiyulian. The woman in her 40s, with lifted corners of her eyes and waist akimbo, cursing loudly, was his second Aunt Zhao Shiyuli. And the slightly younger woman, heavily made up, arms crossed and looking disdainful, was his oldest Aunt Zhao Zhuhua. But why were they making such a scene? Bad news travels fast. Despite being relatives, didn't they fear becoming the laughingstock of others? The wreath lay on the ground, and the funeral music was so harsh. What deep grudge did they have against his mother? Old Zhao's family is really something. Right? This is even bigger than what started a month ago. Look at that wreath. TSK, TSK, TSK. At the end of the day, they are fighting over old Zhao's work injury compensation. I heard it's about to be paid out, a whole 50,000 yuan. Who wouldn't be tempted? Some insightful people saw through it all. 50,000 yuan in 2001 was no small sum, considering that the price of housing in the county was only around 1,800 yuan per square meter. The funeral music continued. The curses were relentless. Each sharp and piercing word stabbed Feng Hongmei's heart, as she wept silently upstairs. Everyone look. This Feng Hongmei is a shameless and vile woman. My brother Zhao Changyong died because she was too strict with him, not even allowing him to drink, leading to his long-term depression and fatal fall on the production line. My big brother was foolish. If only he had listened to the family and not married such a stingy woman. She even wanted to kill our grandfather. If we hadn't taken our grandfather to the nursing home after my brother died, he probably would have died in their house too. Come on, everyone, look at this vicious and ruthless woman upstairs. Feng Hongmai, come down and kneel to apologize to our deceased brother. The shouting quickly attracted even more spectators. By then, there were at least 300 people gathered at the entrance to the beer factory residential complex, if not 500. If what they said was true, then Feng Hongmai would indeed be a heinous woman. But Zhao Qingfeng knew. His mother was not a miser. She forbade his father from drinking purely for his health. She had often lamented about the cardiovascular risks revealed during his father's medical checkups. As for the relationship between his father and his aunts, Zhao Qingfeng had occasionally heard his mother recount some past events. She said his father was a good-natured man who had suffered a lot from his sisters after getting married. The root cause was that their grandfather had opposed their free love marriage, but his father had firmly chosen the woman he loved, leading to a big argument. This caused great embarrassment for the grandfather among his friends who had arranged the marriage. Since then, the grandfather had become more distant from his father. He even instigated his favored daughters to gang up against his father. Speaking of the grandfather, Zhao Qingfeng still had vivid memories. He was not kind to him. The canned food and cookies always secretly went to his cousins at his aunts' homes. He also remembered learning about bed sores in a middle school biology class. Bed sores seemed inevitable for those who lay in bed for long periods. But during the years when his grandfather was paralyzed and cared for by his mother, Zhao Qingfeng had observed many times. There was never a single bed sore on his grandfather's body throughout those years, indicating the meticulous care he received. But right after his father's death, his aunts quickly took his grandfather away. It was his mother who had shown true filial piety. She was the one who cared for his grandfather day and night. She repaid hatred with kindness, and in the end, she was the one who suffered the most. Just as he was thinking, Feng Hongmai also came downstairs. She looked like a frostbitten eggplant, seeming even older than just a moment ago, her eyes void of hope. Zhao Qingfeng saw this and felt a deep pain in his heart. Every family has its own difficult scripture to read. From childhood, he envied the warm relations and frequent visits among other families' relatives. But in retrospect, he seemed to have never received any care from his aunts. Even during festivals, the ones who brought candies and gifts were only his uncle and aunting. He had little contact with his cousins, feeling no sense of kinship, only a familiar yet distant divide. Mom. Zhao Qingfeng was determined to protect his mother. Old Yan had said just before school let out that a man should never let those who love him get hurt. But before he could shout out, a pair of large hands firmly covered his mouth. At the same time, a strong force dragged him backward. Turning around, he saw it was Shen Lingyao's father, Shen Kuo. Little Feng, go back. Adults will handle adult matters. Shen Kuo didn't want Zhao Qingfeng to witness this scene, fearing it would leave an eternal shadow in the child's heart. No one paid attention to them. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Feng Hongmai, who had just stood by the wreath. Zhao Qingfeng struggled fiercely but couldn't break free. Shen Kuo firmly controlled him, insisting on dragging him back, while Ding Xiang and Shen Lingyao hurried to comfort him. Little Feng, listen to Ding, go back with Yao Yao. Brother Qingfeng. Studying is the most important thing for you now, don't be distracted by this. Rest assured, Uncle Shen will handle it, and they'll be gone soon. Just like in his previous life, the Shen family still cared for him as if he were their own son. Zhao Qingfeng, touched by their care, was also filled with anger. His eyes red, he glared at the three triumphant aunts in the crowd, hating them deeply. In his previous life, if it weren't for their clamor, he would not have been sent to City No. 1 middle school. His mother became depressed afterward, and soon left this world. So, calling them the cause of all misery was no exaggeration. He thought their humiliation of his mother was cruel enough. But what happened next made Zhao Qingfeng fully understand why his mother was so insistent on him studying at City No. 1 middle school. Feng Hongmai, kneel down. Apologize to our big brother and return the compensation to us. Don't think we can't find that bastard you sent to the city. If you dare not apologize and pay, once we find Zhao Qingfeng, we'll go to his school and make a scene. Let him gain fame. let everyone at his school know his mother is a murderer who killed her husband and father-in-law, making it impossible for him to study in peace. Kneel down. Go get the signature from the factory leaders and return the compensation money to our Zhao family. Otherwise, we'll ruin your son's dream of university. The three aunts demanded not only that Feng Hongmai transfer the beneficiary of the compensation money to their names, but also shamelessly demanded she kneel and apologize. How grave a sin had she committed? Their sole intention was to conveniently shift all the blame onto Feng Hongmai. After all, she was a widow and mother, an easy target for their bullying. Kneel down. Apologize. Pay up. In front of hundreds of people, the three aunts relentlessly scolded her loudly. People's eyes were all fixed on Feng Hongmai. Some felt sorry for her, while others were secretly laughing. A few neighbors who knew Feng Hongmai well stood up to speak up for her, but they were viciously rebuffed by the shameless women. Let's see who dares to interfere today. Your families all have children and elderly. Don't meddle in our affairs, or you'll face our wrath. Step back and just watch. Anyone who dares say another word, we three sisters won't let him off. The well-meaning neighbors quickly backed down. Feng Hongmai didn't blame them. She only blamed herself for being a woman. Looking aside, she hoped her good friend Ding Xiang, and old Shen would come to help. After all, they had discussed it before, and Ding Xiang had promised to help, but she was still nowhere to be seen. But there wasn't enough time for her to think too much. The three aunts kept pressing her, their insults growing more offensive. Feng Hongmai wasn't afraid of being scolded. She had heard enough of it over the past month. She was only worried about affecting Zhao Qingfeng's studies. If he couldn't get into university, how could she face her deceased husband? Hurry up and kneel. If you don't apologize, we'll make a scene at your factory. We'll parade you through the county, let everyone know the infamous name of Feng Hongmai. The venomous words filled Feng Hongmei's ears. At that moment, Zhao Qingfeng was in the crowd, peering through the gaps, clearly seeing everything. He tried to break free, but Shen Kuo held him too tightly. Ding and kept persuading. Little Feng, why are you so stubborn? The more you resist, the worse it is for your mother. Zhao Qingfeng almost bit his teeth in frustration. At that moment, Feng Hongmai in the crowd seemed to have agreed to the unreasonable demand to kneel down and apologize. I can kneel down. Feng Hongmai forced herself not to cry, gritting her teeth. But you have to promise me one condition, don't take the 50,000. Ha ha ha. Just as I said, you're a miser, rather kneel than give money. Is money that important to you? I even suspect you poisoned our brother, you modern-day Pan Jinlian. The three aunts hurled whatever insults they could think of. They made wild accusations, even pinning a false affair on Feng Hongmai with an old friend. They didn't dare to directly name Shen Kuo, but their insinuations were clear. The crowd loved to witness such domestic drama. For a while, discussion buzzed incessantly. Feng Hongmai didn't want them to continue making a scene and shouted, "You can have the money, but only after my son goes to university. All right, and I owe you for now. After all, that's the last inheritance old Zhao left for us, his widow and orphan, and it's also for little Feng's university tuition." It's not easy being a widow and mother, and Feng Hongmei's reasoning would make anyone hesitate to refuse. But the three aunts turned a deaf ear. And I owe you? Your family already owes a mountain of debt. When will you ever be able to pay us back? Once your son goes to university, you might just run away with him. Then whom will we look for? Go to the factory right now, and explain the situation. If you don't give us the money today, I will never forgive you. They pushed Feng Hongmai to the brink, almost driving her to despair on the spot. Zhao Qingfeng heard everything very clearly. His hatred for the aunts had reached its peak. God knows how much suffering his mother endured alone in his previous life. But Shen Kuo still held him tightly, calling people from the courtyard to help restrain Zhao Qingfeng. Old Wang, help me keep an eye on him. I and little Ding will go up and talk. Ding Xian nodded, turned back, and instructed Shen Lingyao, Yao Yao, comfort little Feng. Yao Yao, where are you? Shen Lingyao had disappeared. Unnoticed, she had already run to Feng Hongmei's side. She extended her arms, using her petite body as a shield, her cheeks puffed in anger, eyes red and teary, scolding as she cried. You can't bully my Aunt Feng. She's a good person, 100 times better than you. It's just 50,000 yuan. I'll write the IOU, and you can ask me for it. I, Shen Lingyao, will only go to the city for university. I can't run away, and if I don't pay back, you can make a fuss as much as you want. Everyone in the residential complex knew Shen Lingyao. The three aunts also knew she was Shen Kuo's daughter. After all, the county was just so big, mostly old residents. And Shen Kuo, as the office director of one of the few good factories in the county, was not someone to be easily provoked. But today, they had made up their minds to get their hands on the 50,000 yuan. Shen Lingyao, get out of the way, don't think we won't dare. If we don't get the money today, we'll make a huge scene. You're just a child, stay out of adults' matters, go to the side. Facing the aggression of the three women, Shen Lingyao stood her ground. Although Feng Hongmai kept telling her to step back, she firmly declared, you don't have to be proud. Even if brother King Feng doesn't get into university, I can support him for a lifetime. This heartfelt statement drew laughter from everyone, thinking it was just the wild talk of a young girl. Ding Xiang nodded slightly from a distance. She didn't care if her daughter married into a wealthy family, she just hoped she would marry the person she loved most. Shen Kuo was startled. Friends aside, he treated Zhao Qingfeng like a son, but was not prepared to let his daughter marry him. It was this shock that loosened his grip slightly. Seizing the opportunity, Zhao Qingfeng suddenly broke free, rushing through the crowd like a wild horse unleashed, straight to Feng Hongmei's side. After thanking Shen Lingyao, he quickly comforted his mother, Mom, let me handle what comes next. Little Feng? Feng Hongmei's eyes widened, never expecting Zhao Qingfeng to return. Mom, I've been sent back from City Number 1 Middle School, but don't worry for now. Anyway, they want to make trouble with us no matter what. So, even if you send me to the ends of the earth, what's the use? Let your son handle today's matter. From now on, all family affairs will be borne by your son. Didn't I tell you, Mom? Your son has grown up. Every word Zhao Qingfeng spoke resonated with a maturity beyond his years, exuding confidence that Feng Hongmai had never seen in him before. She felt somewhat dazed, sensing that her son had indeed grown up, his presence not overshadowed by anyone present, including Shen Kuo. Moreover, Zhao Qingfeng was right. Given the current situation, the three wicked aunts might indeed cause trouble in the city. Although it didn't happen in the previous life, Feng Hongmai couldn't help but worry now. Kid, you're here too. You heard everything, right? It's okay, we've laid it out here. Anyway, we never considered you a part of the Zhao family. Maybe you're just some bastard your mother had with another man. Come on, mongrel, hurry up and make your mother pay us back. Otherwise, we'll make a scene until dawn, ensuring your entire family can find peace. The ants unleashed their fury on Zhao Qingfeng's back, believing they had the upper hand. After all, what could a high school student do? They probably thought he was already in tears, red-eyed and grinding his teeth in youthful impotence. But they were wrong. Everyone was wrong. The Zhao Qingfeng who had just crossed back in time was indeed very angry, as he still thought of himself as a high school student. Now, however, he had calmed down. After all, he knew all too well that anger wouldn't solve any problems, only adding to the worries of those who loved him, and giving his opponents a reason to gloat. Maintaining calm and wisdom at all times, that's what a mature person should do. You want money, right? Fine. Xiao Xiulian, Xiao Zhuhua, Xiao Xiuli, listen to me. I can give you my dad's compensation, but before that, I want to make a bet with you. If you win, I won't just give you the compensation. See this. Our house is 60 square meters, worth tens of thousands of yuan. If you win, the house is yours. I just wonder whether you three shameless, blustering, vile women have the guts to take this bet. Zhao Qingfeng slowly turned around, his expression cold, and his words calm. He looked down on his cruel aunts with contempt, firmly asking a question in front of hundreds of people present. Feng Hongmai suddenly felt a sense of reassurance, and Shen Lingyao was dumbfounded. The kid from the Zhao family has some guts. You don't understand, this is youthful arrogance. He's going to suffer a big loss. He's playing too big, even staking the house. If he loses, not only will they lose the money, but the house as well. How will the mother and son survive, homeless and dependent on others? How miserable. The onlookers worried about the future of the mother and son. But those most concerned were the stakes themselves. They wanted to know what the bet was that made Zhao Qingfeng so confident in front of so many people. After all, the county was only so big. What happened today would spread quickly through the streets, and become the talk of the town. The three aunts were also taken aback, exchanging glances with uncertain expressions. Xiao Xiulian thought for a moment and then turned to Feng Hongmai. Hey, Feng Hongmai, what trick are you playing now? You're not using this bastard as a shield, are you? Does his word even count? Feng Hongmai was stunned for a while. She regained her senses, looked at Zhao Qingfeng, and for the first time, wanted to let her son take charge. Mom, tell them that today I fully represent you. Zhao Qingfeng's eyes remained unwaveringly firm, full of confidence. All right, Feng Hongmai said with clenched teeth, uncertain whether she was trying to save face for Zhao Qingfeng in front of the crowd, or truly believed in him. Amidst her mixed emotions, she assured Zhao Xiulian and the others very seriously, whatever my son says, consider it my word. You talk with him today. The aunts were taken aback again. They exchanged looks and quickly made up their minds. Regardless, they decided to first hear what the bet was. Zhao Xiuli sneered and asked Zhao Qingfeng, kid, first tell us what the bet is. If it's about who can run faster, we're certainly not as good as you. Yeah, if it's about being mischievous or bad at studies, we can't compete either. But let us warn you, don't just talk nonsense. So many people are watching, and today you're representing your mother, so watch your mouth. The crowd grew more expectant, waiting for Zhao Qingfeng's response. Meanwhile, Shen Kuo and Anting also gathered around, intending to persuade Feng Hongmai to talk Zhao Qingfeng down. Hongmai, let Zhao Feng go home first. He's still a child. What if he acts impulsively? How will we end this? Why not stick to our original plan? Let me guarantee and negotiate with them again. Shen Lingyao was also listening. While her parents comforted Feng Hongmai, she quietly approached Zhao Qingfeng and pinched him gently. Brother Qingfeng, what exactly are you betting on? Zhao Qingfeng looked at Shen Lingyao tenderly. The more he looked, the more he cherished her. Lingyao, you still want to support me, thinking I'm some kept man, huh? Wait and cook and wash for me. Remember, I don't need your support, don't say it again. Then, he jokingly said to his mother, Mom, look, Lingyao seems to be coveting me, this pure and good young man. You have to help me guard against her, don't let her kidnap and sell me. His joke immediately lightened the mood. Shen Lingyao, feeling her secret thoughts exposed, blushed. Who wants to kidnap you, you big pig head? As she spoke, she quickly hid behind Anting. What nonsense is Big Honeybee talking about? What kind of time is this to joke around? However, this was exactly Zhao Qingfeng's intention. A master can always control the scene, like now, where many people were amused by their interaction, seemingly forgetting about the ants. The three ants were infuriated. Seeing Zhao Qingfeng suddenly start joking and being ignored, Xiao Zhuhua angrily issued an ultimatum. Spit it out, you bastard. Don't distract us here. Quickly tell us what you're betting on. We must win your family's money and house, because it originally belonged to our Xiao family. He. Zhao Qingfeng, with arms crossed, turned his head and sneered. He then powerfully uttered a sentence that shocked everyone present. It was a bet that seemed utterly implausible to anyone who heard it. Listen up. I, Zhao Qingfeng, will definitely rank among the top 3 in the county's college entrance examination this year. If not, the house is yours. The compensation is yours. But if I, Zhao Qingfeng, make it into the top 3, then you must completely sever all ties with my mother and me from now on, never to harass us again. Today, in front of so many people, let's seriously stake our dignity and reputation, and make a bet. You? Are you daring, or are you not? Little Feng, what are you talking about? As Zhao Qingfeng's words fell, the most shocked was undoubtedly Feng's mother. She knew best about Zhao Qingfeng's academic performance. Good in math, decent in physics, and should have no big problem in comprehensive science. But his English and Chinese were terribly poor. Feng's mother vaguely remembered that 2 months ago, Zhao Qingfeng was punished by teacher Yan for using song lyrics as an answer in a Chinese composition question. At that time, teacher Yan was very angry, because he initially thought those were beautiful sentences crafted by Zhao Qingfeng himself, and even boasted about them in the teacher's office. It wasn't until a teacher couldn't help but expose that those lines were from the chorus of The Most Familiar Stranger, that teacher Yan understood. At that time, teacher Yan angrily punished Zhao Qingfeng. He made him sing the chorus 50 times in the classroom, until his throat was hoarse. This also made all the classmates learn the chorus part. Only blaming our love for being so tumultuous and deep, waking from the dream, stranded, silent, waving goodbye, unable to regain our senses. Then, regarding English, Zhao Qingfeng's level was only enough to distinguish between past continuous tense and present continuous tense, as well as singular and plural forms, just like a junior high student. His grammar was a complete mess. With these skills, could he really get into the top 3 in the county? Don't underestimate the county. County number 2 middle school is actually a decent school. Many students who couldn't get into city number 1 middle school chose to go there. This was because, 10 years ago, a student from county number 2 middle school got into Huaqing University, which was sensational at the time. The local TV station broadcasted it every day, and the county mayor personally congratulated him. It was a great honor. However, everyone present, whether they knew Zhao Qingfeng or not, didn't believe it. Shen Kuo didn't believe it, Aunt Ting didn't believe it, and the 3 aunts didn't believe it either. Only Shen Lingyao. Although she didn't believe it, she was forcing herself to believe. How she wished Zhao Qingfeng could improve his academic performance quickly. No matter whether he could get into top universities like Huaqing or Peking University, as long as he could be in the same university as her, that was her most sincere wish. Ha ha ha. Did everyone hear that? What nonsense is this bastard talking about? With him. With his ability to get into the top 3, I, Xiao Shiuli, will write my name backwards. He goes to the internet cafe every 2 or 3 days. Our family Haoming owns an internet cafe, don't I know? Bastard, don't think that if you don't go to your brother's place, I don't know your true nature. We accept this bet. Everyone, be our witnesses. He said it himself. If he doesn't keep his promise, we will not let them off easily. The 3 aunts were overjoyed. How should this mood be described more appropriately? It's like a giveaway question in the college entrance exam. Zhao Qingfeng was blatantly seeking his own demise. Moreover, the 3 aunts were absolutely mercenary. If Zhao Qingfeng had the ability to get into a prestigious university earlier, they wouldn't have treated the mother and son like this. Instead, they would have been too busy currying favor. Xiaofeng. Shen Kuo shook his head slightly, hesitant to speak. Xiaofeng, you and your mother go back first. I and your uncle Shen will talk to them. Aunt Ding's words were full of comfort and persuasion. Zhao Qingfeng didn't answer, just shook his head lightly, then looked toward Shen Lingyao. Their eyes met. Zhao Qingfeng then looked at Shen Lingyao's bewildered big eyes and said with a mischievous smile, Yao Yao, it's going to be hard on you, start tutoring me from tomorrow. Ah. Shen Lingyao nodded her head. Just as she was about to say something more, Zhao Qingfeng had already turned his head and shouted to the kind neighbors. Uncles, aunties. My mom is tired. I need to go back and take care of her. Please help clean up the place. After saying this, Zhao Qingfeng bowed his hands in thanks, keeping the kindness in his heart. Then, after comforting Shen Kuo and Aunt Ting, he helped his mother back upstairs. Seeing no more entertainment, people gradually dispersed. The 3 aunts, confident that Zhao Qingfeng was deliberately seeking his demise, devised a plan to monitor and prevent the mother and son from escaping, and then left. Aunt Ting wanted to go and comfort Feng's mother. Shen Kuo held her hand, hesitated for a while, and then said, Ding Xiang, let it be. I think Zhao Feng's performance today was better than mine. Of course, I'm not talking about the big bet. But I think Zhao Feng must have other ideas. Let's wait and see in a few days. Aunt Ting pondered for a while. Indeed. Today, Zhao Qingfeng controlled the pace of the entire scene. He led the 3 aunts by the nose. Regardless of the outcome, at least this provocation and bet could keep them quiet for 2 months. But she was equally worried about Zhao Qingfeng's bet and immediately said to Shen Lingyao, Yao Yao, from tomorrow, you must tutor him well, don't let him play around anymore. Shen Lingyao couldn't wait for Zhao Qingfeng to study hard. She even asked if the articles Zhao Qingfeng had published before could be a bonus for the college entrance exam. Shen Kuo shook his head, that doesn't count, and he is not a minority, or has a special talent in sports or anything like that, it's useless. The family of 3 returned home. Once upstairs, Shen Lingyao rushed into the bedroom, opened the window, and gazed at the 7th floor opposite. At that moment, Zhao Qingfeng had just settled Feng's mother. Under his comforting words, Feng's mother had already accepted the fact of being expelled. Her only concern was whether they could get into the top 3. After much thought, Feng's mother didn't have any good ideas. If it really doesn't work out, after the college entrance exam, we can sell the house and move far away. That's not acceptable. The ones who should be humiliated were the three aunts, not his mother. Moreover, the current Zhao Qingfeng was not an ordinary high school student. His English ability was so good that taking IELTS or TOEFL seemed as easy as chopping vegetables. Even though his Chinese was still lacking. But he had his own plan to ensure a super high score. Mom, give me 2 months to prove myself. Zhao Qingfeng peeled an apple and handed it to Feng's mother. You can peel apples now. Feng's mother was very surprised. A month ago, Zhao Qingfeng was dumber than a dog. I can also take care of you until you're 100 years old. Zhao Qingfeng's words were full of comfort, dispelling many of Feng's mother's worries. She ate the apple. Looking up at the wedding photo hanging in the living room, she silently sighed in her heart. Old Zhao, our son has made it, really made it. Old Zhao, I miss you. I wish you could see our son, I wish you could taste the apple he peeled. Tears fell. Everything was unsaid. Zhao Qingfeng stayed by his mother's side until he watched her fall asleep and covered her with the blanket. He then went back to his room to sleep. The next morning, as soon as dawn broke, Zhao Qingfeng was woken up by Shen Lingyao lifting his quilt. Ah, you? How come? Sleeping naked? Shen Lingyao's face turned red with shock and embarrassment. After Shen Lingyao lifted Zhao Qingfeng's quilt, he quickly realized 3 things. First, his long-lost friend, Chen Bo, had returned. Second, he should quickly discard the habits developed in his previous life without being too abrupt. Third, everything was real, and not just a big dream. Youth is wonderful. Zhao Qingfeng, with his back to Shen Lingyao, put on his pants, his face reddening. You didn't see anything just now, right? Since he was sleeping on his side. Shen Lingyao only saw his bare buttocks. So what if I saw it? So what if I didn't? I've watched you grow up since you were little. There's no hair on your body that can escape the eyes of this princess. Tough in words. But she was still shy. This reminded Shen Lingyao of their childhood. She remembered when she was 5 years old, playing with Zhao Qingfeng. Angry at a brother Qingfeng for taking her toy, she grabbed his little bull and pulled it hard, stretching it so long. Children are innocent and don't understand these things. But it scared their parents. Feng's mother had to console a teary Zhao Qingfeng for a long time. Zhao Qingfeng just kept crying. Because his mischievous uncle once teased him, saying that boys rely on their bull to get married when they grow up. Zhao Qingfeng cried with snot and tears, hugging Shen Lingyao tightly, demanding compensation for his bull, or she would have to marry him and go home with him. Naughty guy. Thinking of those innocent moments, Shen Lingyao giggled and muttered to herself, Brother Qingfeng, if you don't marry me in this lifetime, I'll cut off your little bull. HMPH. When the morning sun shone on everyone's faces, Zhao Qingfeng also rode his bike, taking Shen Lingyao to school. They met Uncle Shen and Aunt Ding before leaving and greeted many neighbors. No one mentioned what happened last night. But Zhao Qingfeng could easily see 2 feelings in people's eyes, one of distrust and one of pity. Starting tonight, I'll tutor you properly. Shen Lingyao closed her skirt and sat on the rear seat of the bike, her hands restless. Let's talk about tonight later. For now, I suggest you hold on to me, just like I held you yesterday. Zhao Qingfeng chuckled mischievously. No way. Shen Lingyao pinched Zhao Qingfeng hard. Don't regret it. Zhao Qingfeng pedaled out of the neighborhood with a smirk. After riding a bit, he started swerving left and right, moving unpredictably, humming, beep beep beep. The Brother Qingfeng battleship set sail, big waves ahead, passengers, please hold on tight, or we might capsize. Shen Lingyao, scared and trembling, had nowhere to put her hands. Terrified, she had no choice but to tightly hug Zhao Qingfeng's waist, still pinching him fiercely while blushing. Oh. Take that, you naughty guy. Thrilling. Still being tough. Ouch. It really hurt. But full of happiness. In a blink, they arrived at the school. The beer factory residential building was just 4 blocks away from county number 2 middle school. The two teased each other along the way, attracting the attention of many classmates, who whispered and speculated about their relationship. When they parked the bike, they happened to bump into Zhang Yang. This guy had a metal rod stuffed behind his bike and, after getting off, spoke indignantly to Zhao Qingfeng. Brother Zhao, I know about what happened last night. Your aunts are really something. How about we smash the glass of Tiankong Internet Cafe tonight, to teach them a lesson? Tiankong Internet Cafe was owned by Jiaming, a cousin from his mother's side. The small cafe only had 20 computers. Zhao Qingfeng rarely went there, as per his mother's request. He waved his hand dismissively. What are you thinking? We are college students. The bet I set is on the college entrance exam. We need to crush them with our scores. Zhang Yang was very obedient. He took out two ham sausages from his pocket, his usual breakfast, and offered one. In the past, Zhao Qingfeng always refused. But this time, feeling a bit tired from pedaling the bike, he took one and ate it quickly, saying, worthy of being a good brother. The ice cream I treated you to yesterday wasn't for nothing, haha. Hey. Shen Lingyao pinched Zhao Qingfeng's ear, that's Zhang Yang's breakfast. Teacher Yan said that being hungry affects learning. What are you doing? Zhao Qingfeng was stunned. He really wanted to say that Zhang Yang didn't need to study in this lifetime. It wasn't an insult. After all, his intelligence meant that studying hard would only waste his life. He might as well drop out early. Anyway, Zhao Qingfeng was sure to arrange a wonderful future for him. Zhao Qingfeng's eyes shifted. I rode you all the way here, feeling cold and hungry. What if I don't eat? If you really don't want me to eat the other one, then help me out. How can I help? Simple, lend me your face to bite on. It looks like a steamed bun, made me hungry. Get lost. Hey, brother Qingfeng, don't run. Ha ha, catch me if you can, catch me and I'll let you hey. The two ran into the classroom, one after the other. Half summer, the other short, like flowing water. There was just over a month left until the college entrance exam. The courses of all subjects were basically completed. What remained were mock exams and self-study. Zhao Qingfeng knew his strengths and weaknesses. In this life, English would definitely not be a problem, nor would math and comprehensive science. After all, in his previous life, he was a well-known tech tycoon. The only issue was the Chinese composition. What was the topic of the 2001 college entrance exam? Chinese composition. I owe a lot of debt at home, earning money can't be delayed. Where should I start? Internet cafe, games, cheats. This path should be feasible. Let me think about it carefully. Sitting at his desk, Zhao Qingfeng stroked his chin, murmuring to himself. Shen Lingyao heard him rambling and was just about to pull his ear. But just then, Teacher Yan rushed into the classroom in a flurry. Students, there's a sudden notice. This afternoon, external leaders and teachers will come to attend an open class in our class. Hope you all can prepare well. Don't raise your hand rashly if you don't know the answer. It's not important whether I can be named an outstanding teacher this year, but this is about the honor of our county number 2 middle school. Of course, our school is already the best in the county. What I mean is, we must not lose face in front of city number 1 middle school. After saying this, Teacher Yan hurried back to prepare. Hearing about city number 1 high school, Shen Lingyao turned her head and asked Zhao Qingfeng, that vice principal won't come, right? She knew everything except about Li Ruoxin. Because it was impossible for Zhao Qingfeng to explain about his previous life. It sounded too much like a tall tale, and it would only make things more complicated. Zhao Qingfeng wasn't concerned about any vice principal. Suddenly remembering something, he ran out to catch up with Teacher Yan. Teacher, I have something I'd like to ask for your help with. Teacher Yan always carried a stern face, but was deeply respected by the students. This was in line with the saying the silkworm dies when its silk is exhausted, and the candle's tears dry only when it's burnt to ashes. Having been a homeroom teacher for many years, Teacher Yan never accepted any gifts from parents and was always willing to help students with their problems, even if it meant using his personal time. 3 feet at the podium. With 2 sleeves of integrity. And a body full of righteousness. Zhao Qingfeng, who met many people later in life, never again encountered someone as pure as Teacher Yan. Regrettably, 3 years after Zhao Qingfeng graduated from high school, Teacher Yan passed away due to late-stage lung cancer, beyond medical help. At that time, both Zhao Qingfeng and Shen Lingyao attended the funeral. They only then learned that Teacher Yan's lungs had been problematic for a long time. He had delayed treatment, not willing to leave his students' education. What is it? You don't intend to show off in front of the city #1 middle school leaders and teachers during this afternoon's open class, do you? Let me tell you, it's impossible. Teacher Yan lit a cigarette, coughing twice. No, teacher, I want you to help me write two sample essays for Chinese. Everyone knows your samples are fantastic, and I want to learn properly. Zhao Qingfeng flattered sincerely. Flattery, they say, never wears thin. Teacher Yan, pleased and knowing about the incident at Zhao Qingfeng's home last night, thought for a moment and quickly agreed. Okay, I'll write to just for you and mark the key points. I hope you can do as you say. Zhao Qingfeng thanked him and wanted to specify the topics. Teacher Yan, however, waved his hand and refused. Learning to write essays is about understanding their framework and structure, not blindly following templates. Go back to self-study now. Remember not to raise your hand this afternoon. The last thing I want is for you, a student who has been held back, to embarrass yourself in front of the city #1 high middle leaders. This is also for the sake of your dignity. The morning self-study session passed quickly. At lunchtime, the three went to the cafeteria as usual. Zhang Yang loved pancake rolls. Shen Lingyao went to get food. Zhao Qingfeng opted for beef noodles. Uncle, good afternoon, I'm really hungry today, can you give me some extra meat? Shen Lingyao leaned over and asked playfully through the serving window. Her youthful charm, effortlessly appealing. This was a sight that would soften any middle-aged man's heart. The middle-aged chef nodded affectionately, quickly giving her almost twice as much meat as the other students. On the other side, Zhao Qingfeng was at the beef noodle window, unabashedly flattering the middle-aged lady there. Sister, I'm back again. The beef noodles at city #1 middle school were so bad, less meat, less noodles, and terrible taste. What I can't stand the most is that they don't have a beautiful and gentle sister like you, it's just not tasty. Oh, wow, so much beef. Thank you, sister, you're the prettiest, I knew coming back was the right choice, you've always taken such good care of me. Back at the table, Shen Lingyao pushed a full plate of food towards Zhao Qingfeng. Zhao Qingfeng handed his beef noodles to Shen Lingyao. Zhang Yang watched as usual. Since high school, the two had always used this tactic to get more at various counters. Shen Lingyao would go to counters manned by men. Zhao Qingfeng would go to those served by women. Zhang Yang, who followed them, benefited the most. But he envied them, wishing he had a childhood sweetheart by his side. Watching the two joke and laugh, Zhang Yang's gaze drifted towards Fu Shaoli. He grew fonder of her, leaning forward, laughing stupidly with one hand propping up his donkey face. In his distraction, he accidentally knocked over Zhao Qingfeng's meal. With a crash, the food scattered. Zhang Yang was startled and wanted to get another serving. No problem, no problem. Zhao Qingfeng quickly waved his hand, seizing the opportunity. He chuckled mischievously, suddenly snatching Shen Lingyao's bowl of beef noodles. Give it back. Shen Lingyao made a move to snatch it back. No, I'm going to eat it all. I don't care. Give it to me. No way. If you're not happy, come and bite me. Bite? Really? Okay, okay, you can have it. We can share it, right? You can't eat much anyway. Fine. The two quickly reached an agreement, placing the bowl of beef noodles between them. They sat close, head to head, competing fiercely for each bite. You're like a pig, taking such big bites. That's because your mouth is small. Slow down. No, I'll eat. This sweet scene made all the surrounding students stare wide-eyed. Goodness, are they really dating? Eating from the same bowl, didn't the teacher say that's a sign of puppy love? Looks like the rumors from yesterday were true. Yao Yao, stop eating, my heart is breaking. I'll buy you a new bowl, okay? People buzzed with gossip. Zhang Yang was extremely envious. Thinking to himself, Zhao is awesome, reflecting on his own deep and unrecognized talents. Without his god-level assists, could they have progressed this quickly? Fu Shaoli, in the distance, also smiled maternally but turned her mouth away when she saw Zhang Yang looking at her. Burp. Zhao Qingfeng finished with a satisfied burp. Delicious. Yao Yao, good afternoon. Suddenly, a tall figure appeared beside the dining table. Everyone looked up. This brawny man, nearly 1.9 meters tall, robust with a basketball under his arm, was Wang Qiang, the sports committee member of Class 3. He was Shen Lingyao's most fervent suitor, nicknamed the Heartbreaker. Wang Qiang, holding a bag of snacks, placed it beside the table, smiling broadly. Yao Yao, studying is tiring, eat more to nourish your body. Accept these this time, please. Seeing him, Shen Lingyao immediately reverted to her high and mighty school beauty demeanor. Wang, I don't like snacks. Wang Qiang didn't care about others' opinions, he insisted on leaving the snacks there. Suddenly, he noticed the 2 pairs of chopsticks in the beef noodle bowl. Hey, what's this about? Zhao Qingfeng slurped his noodles. 1 pair's mine. Ah! Wang Qiang clenched his fists. They really are together. They're already sharing a bowl of noodles. Zhao Qingfeng. How dare you steal one of the many beauties in my heart? Wang Qiang asked Shen Lingyao for confirmation, are you two really eating from the same bowl? Shen Lingyao blushed and finally said, it's just mutual help between classmates. She didn't deny it. Wang Qiang's anger flared, grabbing his hair in frustration, dandruff falling like snow. That's outrageous. Zhao Qingfeng. I declare war on you. I've got something at school today, so you can gloat for one more day. Next Monday, in the school backyard, whoever doesn't show up is a coward. Don't tell the teachers, don't let me lose respect for you. Yao Yao, this matter involves a man's dignity, you mustn't interfere. I'll go first. I'll bring you delicious food every day from now on. By the way, have you decided on your college preferences? Let me know when you do, I want to apply to the same university as you. Wang Qiang said goodbye to Shen Lingyao with a smile, holding his basketball, and left. At the entrance of the cafeteria, he turned back to shout at Zhao Qingfeng, glaring fiercely. You little brat. Daring to flaunt your love in front of me, I'll make you pay. Zhao Qingfeng looked back calmly. After Wang Qiang left, Shen Lingyao, clenching her fists nervously, said angrily, Brother Qingfeng, don't be afraid. I'll go find Teacher Yan right away. I won't let him touch a hair on your head. Zhao Qingfeng couldn't let her get involved. After all, this matter might involve issues like puppy love, and notifying a teacher would only make things worse. He found an excuse, I'll talk to him myself. If you go, won't that just confirm our early romance? Shen Lingyao's face turned red. Who's in a puppy love? I'm not with you. I'm just taking care of my desk mate, you ugly monster. Zhang Yang looked on with envy. Anyone could see Shen Lingyao's concern. The three quickly returned to the classroom. As soon as they sat down, Zhang Yang came over again. Brother Zhao, if it's really hard, should I go talk to him? We occasionally play basketball together, maybe I can persuade him. If not, we'll have to fight him. But he's so strong, even the two of us combined might not be a match for him. Basketball. You two are kind of close, right? I get it. You sure about this? Yeah, remember, we need to use our brains more in the future, not just resort to fighting. After Zhang Yang returned to his seat, Zhao Qingfeng checked his pockets. Shen Lingyao's birthday was in a few days, and he obviously had to prepare a gift. But all he had was 3 yuan and 50 cents. That was all his pocket money. So, besides the trivial matters at school, earning some money was of utmost importance. He knew that people could only make money in fields they were familiar with. With that thought, his mind quickly drifted to the field of electronic computing of this era. 2001. The hottest game was undoubtedly Legend of Mir, developed in Korea. Initially, it performed poorly in Korea. If he remembered correctly, Legend of Mir was introduced by Shenda in July 2001, had its beta testing in early August, and officially launched in mainland China in mid-September. Thanks to early advertising, Legend of Mir became an instant hit upon release, leading to packed internet cafes. 90% of players were grinding in the skeleton dungeon, with many staying up all night. Even Zhang Yang secretly bought a lot of game cards, and even got a judgment weapon. But the players were just one part of it. After the public beta, studios emerged, making a living by leveling up characters, trading equipment, and selling gold in Legend of Mir. According to incomplete statistics, there were at least 2,000 professional gold farming studios nationwide. The Legend of Mir craze indirectly impacted China's overall economy. The CEO of Shanda even became the richest man thanks to this game. And for Zhao Qingfeng, this matter also related to Liu Ruoxin's father's business. Thinking of Liu Ruoxin, a cold smile formed on Zhao Qingfeng's lips. Just wait and see. With me, Zhao Qingfeng here, you won't have a chance to enjoy life abroad in this lifetime. There were still nearly 2 months before the internal testing of Legend of Mir. There was plenty of time to make money from it. But before that, Zhao Qingfeng needed to plan other legitimate routes. Firstly, he thought of e-commerce. This would be the shining star of the future. By 2022, this subject was already included in university courses, with B2C and C2C models prevailing everywhere, deeply integrated into everyone's lives. However, it was still too early for that now. Without widespread smartphones, starting from scratch would be troublesome. Furthermore, e-commerce required a strong logistics network. Building storage centers and recruiting staff was familiar territory for him, but without 10 or even tens of billions, it was impossible to get involved. Brother Zhao, do you remember the name of the website we used to listen to music? Right, there's also good news. The new internet cafe, Nunu, changed its manager. I know him, he can give us extra time. Zhao Xiaoguo lent me his account for Stone Age. When are we going to have fun there? He has AT-Rex in it, you can ride it, and it has group attacks. It's really cool. Zhang Yang's ramblings suddenly enlightened Zhao Qingfeng. Bingo. With limited funds, starting small was a good idea. Making a website wouldn't be bad. A big website's webmaster definitely wouldn't make little money. Take the famous How 123, for example. Every old netizen knew it. It was a website that Baidu acquired for 50 million yuan in 2004, while its establishment cost was only a few thousand yuan for server rental and front-end back-end setup. Thinking of How 123, which hadn't yet taken off, Zhao Qingfeng felt like laughing secretly. Why not create his own website to compete with it? In the future, it could also be a light asset worth millions, even more. What are you thinking about? Shen Lingyao tapped Zhao Qingfeng. Your birthday is coming up, right? Zhao Qingfeng's thoughts returned to reality. Surprised you remember. Planning to give me a gift. Over the years, Zhao Qingfeng had never given Shen Lingyao any expensive gifts, usually just an ice cream or a blessing. In the first year of high school, when he earned some money from a part-time job, he gave her a stuffed toy. Just asking. Zhao Qingfeng didn't respond, but he remembered Shen Lingyao always wanted an MP3 player, which her uncle wouldn't buy, fearing it would distract her from her studies. While they were chatting, Teacher Yan walked in. After going over the specific details for the afternoon's open class and asking students to review their Chinese, he specifically named Shen Lingyao for questioning. Taking advantage of Shen Lingyao's study time, Zhao Qingfeng fell back into deep thought, planning a grand scheme involving a synergy between software and websites. Must beat them to the punch. Even if it doesn't work out, I need to capture a significant market share. Plus that. Promotion is also important. Thinking too far ahead. Now, I only have 3 yuan and 50 cents in my pocket, not even enough to buy a floppy disk. The first task is to get a computer. Without it, there's no environment for coding. Lost in thought, Zhao Qingfeng's hands instinctively rested on the desk. He mimicked typing on a keyboard, imagining typing his first line of code from his previous life, the verse where every programmer's dream begins. Hello world. Hello, world. I, Zhao Qingfeng, am back. To prepare for the afternoon's open class, County No. 2 Middle School had not spared any effort. The sole requirement from the County Education Bureau leaders was not to lose face in front of City No. 1 Middle School. Outside the school gate, a welcome ceremony had already been set up. Under the school leadership's arrangement, 20 students in neat uniforms were lined up on either side, ready to welcome the delegation of various high schools entering the school gate. A banner at the entrance of the teaching building read, "Show your talent in the open class, learn and grow through listening and discussing." The City No. 1 Middle School's car is here, the Santana with a GA license plate. Our County No. 2 Middle School is gaining more and more reputation. Even City No. 1 Middle School can't ignore us. But why did they choose our class? Who knows? Maybe the leaders are here to get back at Zhao Qingfeng. The students were abuzz with speculation. Zhao Qingfeng, however, paid no attention to these comments. Shen Lingyao was too focused on reviewing her notes, a pink notebook filled with Chinese knowledge she had compiled, preparing for the upcoming questions. 20 minutes later, the school leaders, along with the vice principal of City No. 1 Middle School, and other visiting teachers, entered the classroom. The process of the open class was simple classroom observation followed by post-lesson discussion, sometimes with a bit of formality, generally pleasing everyone. However, today's vice principal of City No. 1 Middle School had actually thought of Zhao Qingfeng. The incident of his attempt to jump from the building had caused the vice principal much trouble, leading to criticism and reprimand from his principal. Zhao Qingfeng's bold act had become wildly known in City No. 1 Middle School, somewhat embarrassing the vice principal among his colleagues. Student Zhao. As soon as the vice principal entered, his eyes locked onto Zhao Qingfeng, his gaze complex. "Hello, vice principal." Zhao Qingfeng stood up respectfully and naturally. The vice principal nodded and turned his attention to Gao Yongsheng, the principal of City No. 2 Middle School. "Old Gao, it seems your county No. 2 Middle School is catching up with us at City No. 1 Middle School. Every year, so many students are desperate to study at our school. But this student Zhao fought hard to come back here. Doesn't this show how attractive your teaching philosophy and results are to students? I'm really looking forward to hearing student Zhao answer questions." "Haha, just a joke. Of course, it's up to you. We are ready to start anytime." Although he said it was a joke, the principal of County No. 2 Middle School could clearly hear the underlying challenge. It was an evident attempt to put County No. 2 Middle School in a difficult position. After all, there is competition between schools, each seeking to maintain their honor and prestige. Taking advantage of the vice principal's preparation in the back row, Principal Gao took Teacher Yan to the hallway. "Old Yan, is everything prepared?" "Yes, Principal, no problem." Let Zhao Qingfeng answer a couple of questions. "Him? No. Chinese is his weakest subject. Have you forgotten how he used song lyrics as answers to months ago? Letting him answer questions would be like slapping our own face." "Don't worry, Principal. I've already instructed him not to raise his hand. This way, City No. 1 Middle School can't find fault. We can't force a student who didn't raise their hand to speak, can we? All right, let's go with that." After finishing the briefing, Mr. Yan slightly adjusted his appearance. 3 minutes later, Mr. Yan entered the classroom amidst warm applause. After putting down his books, he first bowed deeply and then spoke loudly. As the saying goes, teaching without research is superficial, research without teaching is empty. Only by returning to the classroom and using research to enhance teaching, can we further improve the quality of education. Today, on this platform for mutual exchange, discussion, and showcasing our students' flair, as the Chinese language teacher and class advisor of Senior Class 2, at County No. 2 Middle School, I hope to join every leader, colleague, and student present here to listen to the blossoming of education. I believe that as long as every teacher persistently pursues the art of teaching, our overall teaching level and student performance will surely reach new heights. Mr. Yan's teaching goal today was to teach the students how to write with beautiful language and expression. He used the 3 famous towers of the South as the thematic background of knowledge. By annotating and clarifying the text, students were to appreciate the characteristics of parallel prose. The focus was on the preface to the Pavilion of Princeton, by Wang Go. Mr. Yan, a teacher of excellence for many years, taught Chinese exceptionally well. After the explanation, it was time for questions. If everything went smoothly, it would be a day of great joy for all. Who can answer what the background of Wang Bo writing the preface to the Pavilion of Princeton was? Mr. Yan asked loudly, scanning the students. It was important to know that the preface to the Pavilion of Princeton is a classic of ancient Chinese literature, and a staple in Chinese language college entrance exams. Mr. Yan quickly looked toward Shen Lingyao, as her Chinese grades were always among the best. However, to his surprise, not only Shen Lingyao was raising her hand, but Zhao Qingfeng beside her also raised his. Shen Lingyao noticed this too. She turned and glared at Zhao Qingfeng. This was an important occasion, don't embarrass the teacher, okay? Of course, Mr. Yan wouldn't ask Zhao Qingfeng. He turned to Shen Lingyao, you answer. Shen Lingyao stood up and answered fluently. The background for Wang Bo writing the preface to the Pavilion of Princeton was during his journey to Jiaozi to visit his father, coinciding with the Double Ninth Festival in September, passing through Hangzhou. At that time, the governor of Hangzhou, Yan, had just refurbished the famous Pavilion of Princeton and held a banquet on the pavilion to entertain his officials and guests, showing off his political achievements. At the time, faced with a gathering of many talents, Wang Bo felt a multitude of emotions. As a lone guest, he felt melancholic. Under the dual emotions of repression and excitement, he poured out his heart and happily took up his pen. A perfect answer. Shen Lingyao answered smoothly and knowledgeably, already mastering the entire preface to the Pavilion of Prince Tung. Then, Mr. Yan asked a few more questions. Zhao Qingfeng occasionally raised his hand. Although his Chinese grades were poor in his past life, he never managed to memorize the preface to the Pavilion of Prince Tung. However, during the 20 years of his past life, in Shen Lingyao's letters from across the sea, whenever she wrote about reminiscing the good times in high school, she would intentionally mention Zhao Qingfeng's embarrassing moments while reciting the preface to the Pavilion of Prince Tung, as a joke. This made Zhao Qingfeng in his past life really spend some time focusing on studying the preface to the Pavilion of Prince Tung. So, now, answering it was not a difficult question for him. Moreover, he wanted the vice principal of City No. 1 Middle School to see for himself. What about dropping out? I know everything. But Mr. Yan just wouldn't call on him. The open class soon reached its final moments. Mr. Yan smiled and said on the podium, "All right, the last question is." Before Mr. Yan could finish, Zhao Qingfeng had already raised his hand before anyone else. Old Yan had not finished speaking. Zhao Qingfeng had already raised his hand before anyone else. His way of raising his hand was quite peculiar. It wasn't like the other students who raised their hands halfway in a standard manner. Instead, he raised it as high as possible, as if he wanted to reach the roof. At the same time, Old Yan also finished the second half of his sentence. It wasn't a question about the preface to the Prince Tang's Pavilion. The last question, I hope everyone can write a few lines of modern prose or a small poem on the spot, using ancient people's insights into life as the theme. Remember, it should be modern. The subject is not limited, mainly to test everyone's ability to adapt on the spot and their real level of Chinese language skills. As he spoke, Old Yan finally noticed Zhao Qingfeng's hand, which had been raised high for quite some time. Shen Lingyao also noticed and wished she could strangle him on the spot. Cough cough. The vice principal of City No. 1 Middle School saw more clearly, casting a glance towards Principal Gao beside him, and coughed lightly twice. The implication was, this student had been raising his hand for a long time, and this time he raised it earlier and higher than anyone else, so you make the call. Principal Gao could not be unaware. Clearing his throat, he gave Zhao Qingfeng a look as Old Yan looked over. Trouble. Old Yan inhaled sharply, realizing that Principal Gao did not want anyone to look down on them. Zhao Qingfeng was also stunned. He just wanted to perform well, but he never expected the last question to be about creating his own work. Wasn't this courting death? Do you know how? Shen Lingyao nudged him with her elbow. I don't. Zhao Qingfeng smiled wryly. Student Zhao, please stand up and answer the question. Old Yan's voice came at the same time, very stern. His serious expression seemed to say, if you don't perform well today, don't even think about writing the essay, and be ready for crazy retaliation. Didn't you recite lyrics 100 times last time? It seems you haven't learned your lesson, so this time recite the preface to the Prince Tang's Pavilion 100 times. Zhao Qingfeng reluctantly stood up, his mind spinning rapidly, forcing himself to calm down. At this moment, all eyes were on him. After all, this was the last question of the open class, and even an average answer would be considered a satisfactory conclusion. The vice principal of City No. 1 Middle School watched most intently, with a smile on his lips. Thinking to himself, you brat, you've caused me trouble. Now you're in a tight spot, right? If because of you, the entire county No. 2 Middle School makes a big blunder in this open class, let's see how your principal deals with you. Shen Lingyao flipped through her notebook and nudged Zhao Qingfeng. But the answers inside did not cater to the theme. Zhao Qingfeng was anxious. But soon, he thought of a superb idea from Shen Lingyao's past letters, and the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. Student Zhao, have you thought of something? Since it was a question of impromptu self-expression, Old Yan gave some time to think. Yes. Zhao Qingfeng's chest swelled with confidence. Old Yan was nervous, as this open class was crucial for his evaluation as an excellent teacher. Principal Gao was also nervous, as the successful conclusion of the open class represented the honor of the entire county No. 2 Middle School. Some students were particularly happy. They were even prepared to spread the word about Zhao Qingfeng's embarrassment, hoping to be the first to tell Class 3's Wang Qiang, and perhaps earn a meal of green pepper pork and cola. Shen Lingyao was the most nervous. She was not only worried about Zhao Qingfeng making a mistake, but also afraid it would affect his motivation. After all, there was a huge bet with several ants at stake. In case she faced criticism from Old Yan afterwards and never recovered, it would definitely affect their future. Student Zhao, since you are ready, please answer now. As Old Yan finished speaking, he began to consider his wording, preparing to find a way to remedy the situation in case Zhao Qingfeng answered incorrectly. He wasn't worried about nonsense answers, but he was most concerned about plagiarizing song lyrics, as Zhao Qingfeng had done once before, and being exposed on the spot would be very embarrassing. Of course, Zhao Qingfeng wouldn't make the same mistake again. To be precise, he would never plagiarize existing song lyrics again. Based on his memory, he recalled a letter from Shen Lingyao in his previous life, where she jokingly asked if he hadn't replied for so long because he was like in Ziwei's song, searching for the blue lotus in paradise. Sorry Ziwei, I'm borrowing 2 lines of your future lyrics to get through today. In the future, I will definitely support you greatly in concert tickets and performances. Zhao Qingfeng murmured to himself in his heart. Then, taking a deep breath and glancing at Shen Lingyao, he recited the blue lotus that would appear many years later, in front of all the questioning or gleeful eyes present. Nothing can stop your longing for freedom. The carefree life of a Pegasus. Your heart has no worries. Through the dark years, I've also felt lost. When you bow your head, that's when you find the path beneath your feet. The world of freedom in your heart. So clear and distant. Blooming forever. As Zhao Qingfeng recited the second to last line, he couldn't hold back anymore. So for the last line, he sang out loud, "Blue Lotus, ah, ah." After belting out the high notes, he finally let out a long sigh of relief, as if unburdened. The students were startled by his voice. Zhang Yang got a fright. Old Yan went from questioning to astonished, copied the words on the blackboard, and then waved his hand. Okay, I asked you to create, not to howl. Why so excited? Sit down. Then there was a deathly silence. Everyone looked at the blackboard, savoring the words. After a while, the classroom began to gradually fill with sounds of admiration. No one believed that an ordinary high school student could spontaneously create such thought-provoking, beautifully written, and meaningful lines. These few lines seemed to express the ideals and pursuits of life. Even some emotionally rich students began to fantasize endlessly. Shen Lingyao's eyes widened in disbelief, speechless, unable to believe that the very familiar brother Qingfeng had become so eloquent. Only after 10 seconds. When the female teacher who had exposed Zhao Qingfeng for plagiarizing lyrics was the first to start clapping, did the whole room follow suit? Thunderous applause. Cheers filled the room. Praises were endless. The vice principal of City No. 1 Middle School frowned deeply, clapping along in bewilderment. Having been a Chinese teacher himself, he had never seen such a talented student in all his years of teaching. Only Zhao Qingfeng knew what was going on. Ashamed. But this is the bug of a time traveler. Only a fool would give up such an advantage, right? The open class ended successfully. After people dispersed, Principal Gao and Old Yan gave Zhao Qingfeng great praise for his performance today. After school, Zhao Qingfeng planned to earn some money by going out tomorrow, which was the weekend. Brother Qingfeng, you did well today. After you go home and finish your homework, I'll tell you a little surprise. Shen Lingyao was thrilled. Zhao Qingfeng agreed and also prepared a birthday surprise, silently contemplating ways to make money on the way. If he wanted to make quick money, the county town wouldn't do. Because the county town only had a few ordinary small computer sales companies and the flow of people was too small. He really needed to go to the provincial city. But just as he was leaving the school gate with Shen Lingyao, a Santana suddenly drove up from the right, braked, and blocked their way. In a blink, a fashionable young girl hurriedly got out of the side door, her innocent big eyes twinkling, quickly walked up to Zhao Qingfeng, and gently took his arm. Who is she? Shen Lingyao's heart jumped. She got off her bicycle, and her brows slightly furrowed. Today was supposed to be Liu Ruoshan's happiest day. Since Zhao Qingfeng's leap from the building and his subsequent withdrawal from school, Liu Ruoshan's heart had been filled with a sour feeling, finding everything unreal. But she later came to a realization, thinking that Zhao Qingfeng was pulling a big move. After all, having been intimately involved with him for a month, she knew best that Zhao Qingfeng was always full of tricks. Perhaps this time, He jumped from the building to catch her attention, aiming to be with her. Men, after all, care about their pride, which is quite normal. So, Li Ruotian's visit this time was to lower her own value, to close the distance between them, and return to their sweet times before. But, unfortunately, she encountered Shen Lingyao. All the wonderful fantasies that had just ignited were extinguished in an instant. Who are you, touching me like that? Don't you know that men and women should not touch each other? Shen Lingyao swiftly broke free from her grip, standing proudly beside Zhao Qingfeng. The way she stood, it was as if she was declaring sovereignty. And Zhao Qingfeng did not stop her. This made Li Ruotian's originally joyous heart twist instantly. Who is she? Li Ruoxian asked Zhao Qingfeng, unable to hide her resentment. What are you doing here? Zhao Qingfeng asked, frowning. If possible, he never wanted to see this woman again in his life. I asked you who she is. Li Ruotian's voice grew louder. A woman understands another woman best. She could see love and hostility in Shen Lingyao's eyes. Shen Lingyao was also angry. Why did this woman suddenly appear? Brother Qingfeng had never mentioned her before. But she guessed something. This might be related to Brother Qingfeng's 1-month transfer experience in the provincial city. She immediately took over the conversation, saying to Li Ruoxian, "Who I am is none of your business." Who are you? Brother Qingfeng asked you what you are doing here. Why don't you answer? Brother Qingfeng. Such an intimate nickname. Li Ruoxian felt even more upset, turned to leave, but couldn't let go of her feelings. Just a few days ago, Zhao Qingfeng was so nice to her. But now, he was so cold, and there was this girl beside him whose beauty was not inferior to hers, which was unbearable for her. Suddenly, Li Ruoxian remembered something, glaring at Shen Lingyao. I get it, you must be his childhood sweetheart. I tell you, Zhao Qingfeng doesn't like you at all. Before Shen Lingyao could react, Li Ruoxian quickly pulled Zhao Qingfeng aside and spoke in a somewhat humble tone. Zhao Qingfeng, I shouldn't have rejected your love. I never thought you would be so brave. I've realized it. You forced the vice principal to let you withdraw from school by jumping off the building, not because of this woman, but because of me, right? You've always had me in your heart. Otherwise, why would you have such a big reaction after I rejected you? You're with her just to make me jealous. She's just your second choice. Just like. Saying this, Li Ruoxian pointed to the trunk of the Santana, looking in Shen Lingyao's direction, like a spare tire. There were many students passing by, and the noise was loud, so Shen Lingyao didn't hear anything. Zhao Qingfeng looked gently at Shen Lingyao, smiling and raising his eyebrows at her, then turned back to Li Ruoxian, with a hint of sarcasm. Do you think you are RMB that everyone has to remember you? I was young and naive before, causing you trouble, and I apologize. From now on, let's go our separate ways, and have nothing to do with each other. And please remember, the girl you just pointed out is not any kind of spare tire. She is my most important person, past, present, and future. His cold words struck like a bolt from the blue. Li Ruoxian stood stunned for a moment. She had 1,000 words in her heart. But when the words reached her lips, she suddenly didn't know what identity to speak from. What was her relationship with him? Once classmates. Barely friends. Never lovers. But she refused to believe this was true, took a deep breath, and continued to speak earnestly. Zhao Qingfeng, you are just lying to me. I know, you must be deceiving me. But I don't hate you for treating me this way, because I hurt you before. We still have a chance, right? I'll be waiting for you. If you change your mind, come back to the provincial city to find me. My father has the ability to send us abroad for study. Isn't that what you wanted before? I have to go now. Goodbye. But don't forget, time waits for no one. After saying this, Li Ruoxian looked resentfully at Shen Lingyao, then got into her car and quickly left. She left lightly. Watching the Santana disappear into the distance, Zhao Qingfeng gritted his teeth in anger. Shen Lingyao came over, pinching his ear, and asked sourly, Brother Qingfeng, what did you two talk about? Tell me everything, or I'll tell Aunt Feng that you're in a premature relationship. Zhao Qingfeng immediately explained, we didn't talk much. She wanted to chase me, but I rejected her. You know, I'm so handsome, wherever I go, I'm as cool as the wind. 1,000 of her are not worthy of me, but maybe 10 of you might just be enough. Shen Lingyao's heart eased a bit. Her face lit up with joy. Pinching him even harder, she said proudly, 100,000 of you are not worthy of me, dream on. And let me tell you, you are not allowed to have any more contact with her. The university entrance exam is coming up, you have to study beside me all the time. Ah. Zhao Qingfeng bowed. Little Feng obeys the princess's orders. After saying that, he tried to get into the car to take Shen Lingyao home. Shen Lingyao was still a bit angry, bit Zhao Qingfeng's hand with her little tiger teeth, and pulled him out of the car, punishing you for flirting around. You have to run behind me, hurry up and keep up. Ouch. Zhao Qingfeng looked at his hand, bitten and bleeding, sore yet blissful. There was no choice. He had to bear the consequences of his own actions, trailing behind, his awkward appearance causing Shen Lingyao to burst into bell-like laughter from time to time. After getting home, Zhao Qingfeng changed his clothes and headed straight for the bus station. Shen Lingyao went upstairs to her room, feeling somewhat restless. She opened her diary and wrote, May 12, 2001. I never thought someone would chase after Brother Qingfeng. That girl was pretty. Was she blind? That bad guy, going to the provincial city to make money this weekend, is it true? He's not going to meet that girl, is he? HMPH, if he dares to do that, I won't talk to him ever again. Shoot, what about the water park tickets I prepared for him? That was the surprise I prepared, and I wanted to go with him. HMPH. When he comes back, he owes me. While Shen Lingyao was writing in her diary, Zhao Qingfeng had also boarded the night bus to the provincial city. The next morning, Zhao Qingfeng, having stayed up all night, woke up bleary-eyed on a bench at the provincial city's bus station. He washed his face, had a quick breakfast, and then headed straight to the technology city near the train station. At 8 a.m. while Shen Lingyao was still asleep, Zhao Qingfeng had already boarded bus 61. After purchasing his ticket and confirming the stop to get off, he sat down and closed his eyes to rest. Science and Technology City was located on Huanghe Road, near the train station. 30 minutes later, Zhao Qingfeng was standing at the bustling entrance of the 6-story Science and Technology City building. In 2001, Zhongguancun in Beijing was known as China's Silicon Valley. Although the Science and Technology City in the provincial city was not as famous as Zhongguancun, it was still considered one of the most famous electronic technology product centers in northern China. The building, with its 6 floors, each spanned over 3,000 square meters. The first floor sold various small tech products such as MP3 players, or mobile phone SIM cards. The second floor housed printers and other office supplies. Apart from the 6th floor, which was an office area, the remaining 3 floors, 3rd to 5th, were filled with computer stores. They sold all popular mainstream brands available on the market, including various assembled computers and computer parts. Zhao Qingfeng first looked at MP3 players on the first floor. These items, which were worthless in 2022, were extremely expensive in 2001. Generic brands were priced around 700 to 800 yuan. More expensive brands like Sony were sold for around 1,500 yuan, while the average salary of ordinary workers in the county city was only about 1,000 yuan. After eyeing a few products he liked, Zhao Qingfeng went upstairs to look around and finally chose a small shop named Popular Computers on the 3rd floor, located in a corner. Judging from the new decorations and the smell of formaldehyde, this shop must have been in operation for not very long. The less than 30 square meter shop had 2 L-shaped counters as barriers outside, and inside there were 2 glass tables and several stools for customers. Zhao Qingfeng scanned the shelves and promotional leaflets at the back of the shop. Though small, the shop had everything for sale. Apart from branded computers like Lenovo and HP, priced between 5,000 and 10,000 yuan, it also included various performance assembled machines and a variety of components. Zhao Qingfeng was clear. Such small shops, although they advertised everything, didn't have much stock in their warehouse, they were just retailers getting goods from suppliers. And this business model would continue into the future, as many small shops didn't have direct sales authorization and could only make marginal profits. Hello, student, are you buying a computer? Since there weren't many people early in the morning, Zhao Qingfeng's presence quickly caught the attention of the female owner. She was about 30 years old, with big wavy hair, good looks, and a beauty mark on the corner of her mouth. Hello, sister, are you the owner? Zhao Qingfeng approached and greeted her politely. Yes, you can call me Sister Lan. Which model are you interested in? We have discounts since our store just opened. Sister Lan courteously offered him a seat. Hello, Sister Lan, my name is Xiao Qingfeng. I'm not here to buy a computer, but to find a job. I've always been passionate about computers and plan to major in computer science in college. I want to apply my knowledge and gain some experience in advance. You can rest assured, whether it's software, hardware, or sales, I won't have any problem. Can I give it a try? After he finished speaking, Sister Lan was visibly taken aback. It was unlikely. Her shop was just a small business, and the business hadn't stabilized even after several days of opening. Moreover, she had already hired one employee. Hiring another employee who looked like a young high school student, aside from the issue of whether it counted as child labor, was just too costly. Sister Lan quickly apologized and declined Zhao Qingfeng's offer. Zhao Qingfeng was not discouraged. Instead, he proposed a collaboration where he wouldn't take a salary but would earn commissions. Sister Lan, my family is in the county town, so I can only spare time to come here on Saturdays and Sundays. I don't need a base salary. I'll take a commission for each computer I sell, and a fee for each one I repair. After all, if I can't sell anything, you won't lose anything. Plus, I can help you with free promotion. Either way, it's a win for you. Is that okay? For Sister Lan, this was definitely a beneficial deal. After pondering for a while, looking into Zhao Qingfeng's sincere eyes, she finally nodded in agreement. Turning to an employee fixing a computer, she called out, Littlekin, stop what you're doing and bring the price list and flyers for him to see. Littlekin, a young man in his 20s, was wearing a pair of thick black-rimmed glasses. After handing Zhao Qingfeng the price list, Lan Ji gave a detailed explanation. First, familiarize yourself with the prices. The commission for branded computers and assembled ones is different. For branded computers, I can give you a total commission of 8%, and for assembled ones, it's 6%. As for computer components, it's about 5.5%. Can you accept these? Zhao Qingfeng nodded. The commission rates were quite fair. Considering the current market prices for branded complete systems, which were at least above 5,000, and assembled computers being a few hundred cheaper, in general, he could earn at least about 400 for each computer sold. Littlekin then handed him a stack of flyers. After placing them down, he went back to tinkering with a customer's computer that had been brought in for repair. Zhao Qingfeng didn't rush to start promoting. After watching for a few minutes, he noticed that Littlekin was dealing with a simple issue of a blue screen due to overheating. Littlekin, is it fixed yet? The customer will come to pick it up this morning. Lan Ji called out while keeping accounts. Littlekin was already sweating with anxiety. His skills were just average, and if not for Lan Ji giving him the opportunity to learn while working, finding a job would have been difficult. Moreover, this was his first repair job. If his first attempt failed, Tech City didn't tolerate idlers, and he might lose his job. What's going on? I've changed the memory stick, reformatted the hard drive, and done the virus scan, but it's still showing a blue screen. In desperation, Littlekin looked at his watch. There was less than an hour left until the agreed time to return the computer. Should he start over? There wouldn't be enough time. Frustrated, he turned to Zhao Qingfeng, who was smiling, thinking, "Are you laughing at me?" Zhao Qingfeng remained silent, just pointing at the fan. Littlekin was startled. The fan. Oh. He had changed everything but hadn't considered the temperature. Realizing his oversight, he quickly replaced it with a higher power fan. After a few minutes of testing, the computer no longer blue-screened. He then assured Lan Ji, "It's fixed now." The issue was insufficient fan power causing overheating. "I'll test it for another half hour, just to be sure." But as he was about to secretly thank Zhao Qingfeng, he had already left with a thick stack of flyers. Zhao Qingfeng, with the wisdom of his age, understood that one should never harm others' interests. After all, Littlekin was an official employee, and he couldn't just snatch business in front of him, right? Nor could he pretend to be clueless just because he was a high school student. A fool may have foolish luck, but an idiot does not. He had to ensure a stable income channel before the eve of the university entrance examination, to accumulate his first pot of gold. Brother Qingfeng, HMM, HMM, HMM. Zhao Qingfeng was distributing flyers at the entrance of the Science and Technology City, while Shen Lingyao had just woken up from a nightmare. She dreamt that at her and Zhao Qingfeng's wedding ceremony, just as they were about to bow 3 times, a strange woman in a white wedding dress suddenly rushed onto the stage. Zhao Qingfeng immediately called off the wedding and, taking her hand, flew out of the hotel. They flew into the sky, getting farther and farther away, until they disappeared into the clouds. Shen Lingyao rubbed her swollen eyes and took a while to return to reality. In the living room, there was soy milk and fried dough sticks on the table. Shen Kuo and Ding Xiang had gone to the countryside, and this breakfast was delivered by Aunt Feng before her early shift. Thinking of the dream, Shen Lingyao felt suffocated. She picked up the fried dough sticks and went to the kitchen. Grasping the knife, she imagined the fried dough sticks as Zhao Qingfeng and furiously flattened them into pancakes. Suddenly, a small stone hit the living room window. Shen Lingyao was both startled and delighted, thinking it was Zhao Qingfeng returning. But when she opened the window, she saw Wang Qiang, dressed in casual clothes, standing downstairs. Yao Yao, there's an animal performance at the reservoir today from the provincial city. Do you want to join? Wang Qiang grinned, waving one hand, the other holding a bunch of snacks. Classmate Wang, I don't have time, the university entrance exam is coming up, I need to focus on studying. Shen Lingyao habitually declined. Yao Yao. What's so good about Zhao Qingfeng, with his thin arms and legs, poor grades, and a bad family background? He doesn't deserve you. Look at me, 1.93 meters tall, a sports champion, and both my parents are public servants. In every aspect, I'm better than him. Wang Qiang repeated the words taught by other boys, thinking that by making a stark comparison, he could win Shen Lingyao's favor. But what he didn't know was that the person you like is perfect in your eyes, and no matter how outstanding someone else is, it's futile if there's no affection. That Zhao Qingfeng, whom he detested so much, had already quietly stolen Shen Lingyao's heart. Bang! Shen Lingyao stopped paying attention and closed the window. Yao Yao, you wait. Next Monday after school, I'll definitely beat him up in the backyard. Just wait and see who truly deserves you. Wang Qiang left, feeling frustrated and more determined to beat up Zhao Qingfeng. The snacks couldn't be wasted, so since Shen Lingyao disagreed, he decided to settle for the next best thing and went to the county's number for middle school to try his luck with a classmate's cousin. After he left, Shen Lingyao returned to her study, opened her books, and forced herself to study. But when her pen touched the paper, it was just doodling and scribbling without writing a single word. She sighed softly, gazing out the window in the direction of the provincial city. Meanwhile, at 10 a.m. Zhao Qingfeng had only wandered around the entrance of Science and Technology City briefly before he figured out the most effective sales method. After all, no matter where the flyers were distributed, customers had to enter the building to see. Big Public Computers was not located at the front, and according to customer logic, they usually start from the first store and gradually inquire about prices. If the stores in front could offer a price that touched the customers' hearts, then there was no business left for the stores behind. This was why the rent for shops closer to the elevator was more expensive. So, Zhao Qingfeng decided not to distribute flyers at the entrance like others. Instead, he actively went around to the parking lot. The flow of people there was much less, but in 2001, those who could afford a car were definitely not ordinary families, but rather high-quality customers. Moreover, from the parking lot, one could enter Technology City through the back door and take the direct elevator to various floors. The position of the direct elevator was inside on each floor, not near the central elevator, completely bypassing those few most prominent shops. No sooner said than done. Zhao Qingfeng, like a hunter, lurked near the parking lot. 10 minutes later, his sharp eyes locked onto a middle-aged woman who had just gotten out of a Jetta sedan, followed by a 17 or 18-year-old boy. The boy was wearing the uniform of the City Experimental Middle School, one of the few prestigious schools in the provincial city. Zhao Qingfeng quickly approached, holding a flyer and smilingly introduced to the middle-aged woman, "Sister, are you here to look at computers? Our store is newly opened, just in time for graduation season. We have a promotion today with very favorable prices." Calling her a beauty seemed awkward, and calling her an older sister felt distant. Calling her sister, a term rare in that era, sounded endearingly familiar and pleasing to the middle-aged woman's ears. "What brand do you have?" the middle-aged woman asked, taking the flyer. "We have both mainstream and non-mainstream brands, like Lenovo and HP. We can also assemble performance machines on site based on your needs. What kind of computer are you looking to buy?" Zhao Qingfeng explained without hesitation. "How much?" The flyer didn't list specific prices. That depends on your needs. For example, if it's for studying, the price will be relatively cheaper. If it's for playing big games, the overall hardware level needs to be higher, and the price will rise accordingly, Zhao Qingfeng analyzed convincingly. The middle-aged woman was about to answer. But the boy interrupted, I want one for both studying and gaming. Mom promised me. It's called killing two birds with one stone. Zhao Qingfeng nodded and gestured towards the back door. All right, sister, this way please. Take the direct elevator up, and our little store is just 30 meters away. Today, we'll make sure to equip you with a satisfactory computer. Along the way, Zhao Qingfeng kept praising them. He flattered the middle-aged woman as a lady of luxury and the boy as a young scholar. The middle-aged woman, chuckling behind her hand, ignored other salespeople who approached her, listening only to Zhao Qingfeng's mix of flattery and explanations. Please have a seat. In the store, Zhao Qingfeng poured them each a glass of water. Sister Lan and Little Kun were ready to help out on the side. But Zhao Qingfeng's eloquence far exceeded their expectations. This high school student not only had an exceptional understanding of computers but also used professional terms that even Sister Lan, who had been in the computer business for several years, found impressive. Sister, roughly speaking, a Pentium 4 processor with a dedicated graphics card and a 512GB HDD is enough for daily office use. With a 19-inch monitor, you can watch any video and play any game, Zhao Qingfeng spoke eloquently. Mom, I want this one, buy it quick, I'm eager to go back and study. The high school student, utterly confused by the sales pitch, couldn't wait to take it home to play games. Zhao Qingfeng, observant, saw that the middle-aged woman was almost decided and immediately quoted the price, 11,111 yuan. It was a bit expensive, but he needed to leave room for Sister Lan to negotiate. As expected, the middle-aged woman asked for a discount. Sister Lan quickly joined in. Certainly, today is our store's grand opening, and you are our first customer, so we must give you a discount. Let's settle for 9,999 yuan, symbolizing long-lasting happiness. The basic principle of doing business is to make customers feel comfortable and satisfied. After paying, Zhao Qingfeng provided excellent service to the end, helping the student download a bunch of games and movies, and even carried the computer to the parking lot, placing it securely in the trunk. Young man, my name is Liu Li, here's my business card. I appreciate your service attitude and professional skills. If you ever want to work at my place, feel free to contact me. The middle-aged woman left a business card and drove away. The card bore the name of the boss of Li Ming Clothing Company. Zhao Qingfeng pocketed the card, thought for a moment, then ordered to meat dishes at a nearby restaurant. Back at the store, Sister Lan was waiting. After accounting, just from this deal, Zhao Qingfeng made 685.50 yuan. Today's a great start. I wish Lan Ji more and more success in business, and I'm treating for lunch. Zhao Qingfeng pocketed the money, pleasing Lan Ji and Little Kun with a lunch treat. After all, good relationships matter, and investing a little can lead to more benefits, right? After lunch, Zhao Qingfeng continued distributing flyers downstairs. Unfortunately, despite waiting all afternoon, no more high-quality orders came in. He only sold some miscellaneous components, earning just over 100 yuan in commission, still far from affording a 1,500 yuan MP3 player. However, good news soon arrived. At the end of the day, Little Kun approached Zhao Qingfeng mysteriously. Little Feng, there's an opportunity to make big money. I'm not sure if you can handle it. Li Kun, commonly known as Little Kun, seeing Zhao Qingfeng's impressive performance today, not only treating him to lunch, but also helping him with a difficult computer repair, Little Kun decided to properly repay this newly acquainted brother. What good opportunity! After sending Sister Lan away, Zhao Qingfeng had planned to find a small hotel to stay in. Can you keep a secret? Little Kun suddenly became serious and slightly nervous. Of course. Zhao Qingfeng was adept at keeping secrets, especially since Little Kun, an ordinary person, couldn't have any major secrets. Upon Zhao Qingfeng's agreement, Little Kun immediately shared the details. That morning, a mysterious person had added Little Kun on QQ, asking if he could come over to repair a computer. Little Kun, used to such requests, readily agreed. After all, the store sign had both the repair phone number and QQ number, and it was common for customers to add QQ to ask questions. But what Little Kun didn't expect was This mysterious person made two extremely stringent demands. First, the repair had to be done between 9:30 and 10 o'clock p.m. by entering through the second-floor rear window of their house without being detected. Second, the system couldn't be reinstalled. All the data on the computer had to be retained, preferably restoring the interface to how it was 3 days ago. Of course. The payment was generous, a full 3,000 yuan. This was equivalent to more than 2 months' salary of a provincial city worker. Little Kun was excited and really wanted to take the job, but considering his limited skills and even struggling with basic blue screen issues, he couldn't make up his mind. He also said if I go but can't fix it, he will definitely cause trouble for me. So, I've been very hesitant. But I don't want to tell anyone else about this. There are people in the mall who might be able to fix it, but knowing them, even if it's fixed, I might only get 2 or 300 yuan. I'm not satisfied with that. So that was it. Zhao Qingfeng, after hearing this, immediately perked up. What he wanted was exactly what had come his way. Still, he needed to probe further. Such strange and strict requirements, it wasn't something involving national information security, government, or other dangerous criminal activities, was it? If he ended up charged with espionage, it would be more trouble than it's worth. Little Kun locked the cabinet door and said, I don't know either, but it shouldn't be a big problem. In a word, can you handle it? If you can, let's give it a try, if not, forget it. Zhao Qingfeng pondered. With his years of accumulated skill level, unless it was an especially rare and difficult issue, he should not make any mistakes. This was 3,000 yuan. After buying the MP3 player, there would still be a surplus, taking him a step closer to buying a computer and setting up his own small studio. Let's do it. Zhao Qingfeng made up his mind. Deal? Little Kun was overjoyed. Under Zhao Qingfeng's guidance, he quickly prepared a bag of potentially needed components and confirmed the meeting time through QQ. Then the two found a small restaurant and casually ate dinner. During the meal, Zhao Qingfeng found a phone booth to call Shen Lingyao. Yao, wait for me tomorrow. I will definitely return in the evening and give you a big surprise. What kind of surprise? A surprise can't be revealed in advance, you little silly pig. Just wait for it. You haven't gone to see that girl, have you? If I find out you're dating early, and it affects your studies, I'll ignore you. Alright, I'll wait for you. Don't be late, or I'll pinch you. Don't worry, I always keep my promises. I'll be home tomorrow night, even if it rains knives from the sky. The phone call ended. Zhao Qingfeng muttered Li Ruoxin's name, irritated to the point of gritting his teeth. Just thinking of Li Ruoxin and her father, his thoughts momentarily drifted. Li Ruoxin's father, Liu Zhiqiang, owned a medium-sized technology company in the provincial city with about 20 employees, specializing in producing various game cheats. For instance, the Xiaoqiang pet elf cheat in the current online game, Stone Age, which had special features like automatic pet capture and offline play, was developed by Zhiqiang's company. However, Liu Zhiqiang wasn't particularly skilled in technology, but he was full of business acumen and cunning ideas. That was precisely why he always wanted to cultivate Zhao Qingfeng. Their company's senior staff had read an article by Zhao Qingfeng, proposing internet theories far ahead of the current era. Liu Zhiqiang, with his far-sighted vision, knew that the business of game cheats would eventually be targeted for crackdowns. Therefore, he always wanted to start with Zhao Qingfeng, using his daughter as both bait and beneficiary to extract greater benefits from him. After all, Liu Zhiqiang had two ambiguous mistresses to support, requiring a substantial financial outlay, and he desired more women, so he needed to earn more money. Liu Zhiqiang. Thinking of profiting from me? Your company, doing well with the cheats, huh? Why don't I get a piece of the action? HMM. Zhao Qingfeng muttered to himself, a smile slowly forming on his lips as he came up with a plan. At 9:20 p.m. Little Kun took Zhao Qingfeng to a mysterious street in the Chaoyang district of the provincial city. Armed police guarding this place? Zhao Qingfeng was a bit puzzled. You don't pay much attention usually, do you? All big shots live around here. Following the secret code provided by a mysterious person on QQ, Little Kun connected with a guard on duty, who quickly led them to the back of a small two-story building painted with yellow walls. After the guard left, Little Kun stood outside the wall and whistled. Before long, a young man about Zhao Qingfeng's age peeked out, and after confirming their identities, he whispered, "Jump over from the gap in the wall, be light on your feet, then climb up through the security window." Don't let my nanny hear you. The two followed the instructions, jumping into the courtyard one after the other. As Zhao Qingfeng climbed through the window, he thought to himself, if someone framed him as a thief, would he even have a chance to escape? Fortunately, they entered the house smoothly. It was a huge study. The fluorescent lights were exceptionally bright. The simple and elegant decor and the large pearwood bookcase indicated the family's substantial wealth. Which of you is fixing it? The young man, not bothering with introductions, sat on the bed looking flustered and slightly embarrassed. Little Kun pointed to Zhao Qingfeng. He'll fix it. He's the top expert I brought. He can get your computer back to normal within half an hour. Zhao Qingfeng nodded. After receiving permission, he sat down on the luxurious sofa in front of the computer desk and pressed the power button. A minute later, as the computer booted up, the display that appeared shocked Little Kun into wide-eyed disbelief. This. Zhao Qingfeng also shook his head in disbelief. Unexpectedly, it was this kind of problem. At first, Zhao Qingfeng thought it was a very difficult problem. But it turned out to be a situation that was both laughable and awkward. As the computer booted up, pop-up windows sprang open like elementary school students at the end of class, bustling and jumping around. On more than 20 web pages, each displayed different explicit images and GIF animations. Even more irresistibly, in the bottom right corner of the computer, a 3D blonde with blue eyes was walking on the status bar, occasionally blowing a kiss or lying down, with explicit parts unashamedly displayed. It was infected. A virus from adult websites. At this moment, the rich young man of similar age to Zhao Qingfeng was already embarrassingly red-faced. Li Kun was completely baffled. He wondered why such a fuss over a simple adult website virus. Taking the computer to the tech city for a system reinstall would cost just a few tens of yuan. Why insist on fixing it at the appointed time, and even willing to pay a service fee of 3,000 yuan? It seemed that this young man was just a super fool with too much money to spend. But that wasn't the case. Zhao Qingfeng, with his years of life experience, had already deduced that given the study's calligraphy set and the collection of books on the large bookshelf, this was most likely the room of the young man's elder, meaning the computer was not solely used by the young man, or they shared it. And the reason for not wanting to take it out for repair and setting such a strict time was likely due to external factors, like the fear of family members discovering something. After all, for an 18 or 19-year-old boy, browsing adult websites was always a dirty secret they wouldn't want their families to find out. Especially in a wealthy family, where the expectations for the children were extremely high, the young man certainly didn't want to disappoint his hopeful family. As he was thinking, the phone in the study conveniently rang. The young man hurried to answer it, holding the phone and pretending to be relaxed. Mom, Dad's coming back soon, right? Great, I know, I'm not using the computer right now. Yes, don't worry, he won't find out you let me play games secretly. Okay, I'll go downstairs to help him with his luggage later. When he hung up the phone, he was visibly nervous. His forehead was sweaty, his face was flushed, and he was too anxious to be embarrassed or awkward, urging Zhao Qingfeng, Master, please hurry up. You must restore the computer to its original state. Remember not to delete any files. My dad as well. Just hurry up and fix it. I'll go get the money for you. With that, the young man hurriedly opened the door to check outside, and seeing no one, he dashed to another room to get money. On his way out, he didn't forget to lock the room from outside, afraid the nanny would discover there were strangers in the house. Li Kun also became anxious, jokingly saying to Zhao Qingfeng, look at how serious this kid is. Never thought such a refined person would like this stuff. Brother, can you fix it? From his attitude, his dad seems to be quite a big deal. Of course, Zhao Qingfeng knew. After all, how could a family guarded by armed police be ordinary? He didn't respond. First, he recalled the Windows 95 system in his mind. It had been over 20 years since he used such an old system. In his past life, it was either MacOS or Linux. Now, working with it felt somewhat unfamiliar. But each profession has its specialization. It took Zhao Qingfeng less than a minute to locate the root of the problem. It was just a worm virus popular around the year 2000, spreading through malicious web pages to drive traffic to adult websites. It could be easily removed by entering safe mode and completely deleting the source files from the registry. Master, how is it? Just as he sorted out his thoughts, the young man returned with a stack of money. Li Kun stared eagerly. 3,000 yuan was equivalent to 4 or 5 months of his salary. His gaze, full of expectation, turned to Zhao Qingfeng, like the young man. But Zhao Qingfeng shook his head and sighed. It's not easy to fix. Your computer is deeply infected, and the virus has spread to all folders. If we try to deal with it together, it might damage other files. If it can't be fixed, we'll have to reinstall the system. What happens if you reinstall the system? The young man clearly didn't know much about computers. To prevent the virus from spreading, all hard drives must be formatted and all files will be lost. It's like having a new computer. Zhao Qingfeng spread his hands and replied with a hint of helplessness. That's not possible, absolutely not. I need it to be restored to its original state. Master, didn't you say you could fix it when you came? This if it's not fixed properly, I won't let it go. The young man was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, pacing back and forth next to the computer desk. His pacing matched the frequency of the naked woman on the screen, but unlike her smiling face, he was filled with worry. Li Kun was also getting anxious. He half opened his mouth, wanting to speak but hesitating, looking at Zhao Qingfeng with a questioning gaze. Zhao Qingfeng, however, was secretly chuckling inside. This was the reaction he wanted. After all, 3,000 yuan was not a small amount. From a businessman's perspective, if you want the customer to be fully satisfied, you have to make them feel they got more than their money's worth. If it was fixed too easily, the customer might not feel as satisfied when they think back on it. Don't worry. There's another way. If I can't fix it, my master definitely can. And my master doesn't need to come here personally, a phone call will do. You can rest assured, as long as it's related to computers, there's no problem my master can't solve on the market. After Zhao Qingfeng finished speaking, he looked at the young man seriously. The young man agreed immediately without even thinking, as the situation was critical. His father was coming home today and would definitely use the computer. If he found those explicit pop-ups and the naked woman, the consequences were unimaginable. He didn't even bother to call the master. Even if Zhao Qingfeng said kneeling and kowtowing to Buddha could fix it, he was willing to try. Seeing his agreement, Zhao Qingfeng quickly walked to the phone, called Zhang Yang's small restaurant, and briefly described the problem. What? Brother Zhao, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Where did you run off to? It's all over the school now, they say you're to timing. Also, Wang Chang's face got scratched. He came here this afternoon asking about you, saying you better watch out after school on Monday. Hey, Brother Zhao, speak human, what's this registry thing? I only have a timetable. Hello. Zhao Qingfeng spoke a bunch of technical terms, not caring if Zhang Yang understood. After hanging up, he returned to the computer, sat down, and said gravely to the young man, my master told me what to do. I'm going to start working now. But this is a trade secret, my bread and butter, so it's better if you don't watch. Give me about 10 minutes. Hope immediately flashed in the young man's eyes. Checking his watch, it was 9:40 p.m. 10 minutes would be enough. Li Kun, not understanding, sat aside and observed. He watched as Zhao Qingfeng expertly restarted the computer, entered safe mode, and began modifying the registry. It was a smooth and efficient process. In less than 5 minutes. Upon restarting the computer again, the desktop was completely clear. My God! Li Kun was so impressed that he almost wanted to kowtow in admiration. He had never seen anyone in the tech city deal with a virus so easily without using antivirus software. But for Zhao Qingfeng, this was just a trivial task. He quickly stopped Li Kun's exclamations, telling him not to shout, and then nonchalantly opened Minesweeper, and started playing with a frown. The real battle had just begun. Master, is it done yet? As time neared 10 o'clock, the young man's composure became increasingly unsettled. Yes. Zhao Qingfeng wiped his forehead and turned off Minesweeper. It should be completely fixed now. Your computer was severely infected. If it weren't for my master's guidance, I wouldn't have been able to handle it today. I even owe him a favor now. The young man excitedly clasped his fists and stuffed 3,000 yuan into Zhao Qingfeng's pocket. He thought for a moment, and, seeing there was still time, quickly added, Master, wait a moment, I'll bring you another 500 yuan to honor your master. Li Kun was astonished. Zhao Qingfeng had clearly been playing Minesweeper just now. But this was great, an extra 500 yuan was still 500 yuan. However, what Li Kun didn't expect was that Zhao Qingfeng directly refused the young man's offer. No need for the money. We're about the same age, peers. Just consider it making a friend. If you have any inconvenient problems in the future, feel free to contact me. Also, I'll find you some virus-free websites when I get back and teach you how to browse incognito. Don't mention it, I often look at them myself. After all, not knowing who Wu Tanglin is, even if one claims to be a hero, is in vain. A few simple words immediately bridge the distance between them. Although the young man, following his family's teachings, didn't reveal his name or identity, his eyes clearly showed recognition for Zhao Qingfeng. After everything was settled, the two typically jumped out of the window. A soldier outside was waiting to escort them away. As they left, a black Passat drove in. Zhao Qingfeng wanted to see who was in the car, but Li Kun, impatient, pulled him aside. Brother, you're really something. Your skills are definitely better than those fools in the tech city. Why don't we specialize in solving these kinds of problems? 3,000 per job, 30,000 for 10, and 3 million for 100. We'll be rich in no time. These words almost made Zhao Qingfeng laugh out loud. Apart from worrying about Li Kun's math skills, he also doubted his business acumen. After all, this was a one-off event, not something sustainable. After joking for a bit and trying to see who was in the car, they missed their chance. Let's split the money. As they walked, Zhao Qingfeng pulled out 1,500 yuan and handed it to Li Kun. Li Kun held the money in his hand, stunned for a moment, then quickly returned 1,000 yuan to Zhao Qingfeng, keeping only 500 for himself. Brother, I only played a small part in this. Without you, I wouldn't have earned this 500. Besides, you have a master to honor, right? My dad always told me not to be greedy. He said that being greedy for small gains leads to big losses. Zhao Qingfeng looked at Li Kun seriously. When Li Kun spoke, his hands were hanging vertically, a sign of honesty from a basic psychological perspective. His gaze was simple. Though he had a desire for money, it was suppressed by some emotions. Okay, then I'll accept it. Consider it honoring my master. If there's a chance in the future, I'll have my master take care of you. I'll stay at a motel. See you tomorrow. After parting ways on the street, Zhao Qingfeng randomly picked a small motel to stay in. The era was not strict about identification requirements. Faced with the motel owner's suggestive attitude about finding a young lady for him, Zhao Qingfeng declined, claiming he was just a high school student. After a quick wash, he hurriedly crashed onto the bed. The next morning, as soon as the tech city opened, Zhao Qingfeng joined the crowd rushing through the gates. Since he didn't have an employee card, by the time he reached the third floor, Sister Lan and Li Kun were already busy. After greeting them, Zhao Qingfeng reminded Li Kun not to forget to send some virus-free good websites to the wealthy youth from last night. Li Kun initially pretended to be serious, but Zhao Qingfeng's penetrating gaze made him chuckle and agree to do so. Zhao Qingfeng then inquired if Li Kun had mentioned last night's event to anyone. Li Kun shook his head firmly. Brother, I keep my mouth shut. We've suffered a big loss in our family, I remember the lesson. That was good. It's important not to be too clever for one's good. Zhao Qingfeng casually learned that Li Kun's father used to do foreign trade business, but suffered a severe setback due to a business secret revealed during a dinner by a cooperative friend. The business, which should have grown, ended up disastrously defeated. According to Li Kun, if not for that person's indiscretion, he might have been a second-generation rich kid by now. No wonder Zhao Qingfeng nodded gently. Experience teaches more effectively than words. It seemed that Li Kun had learned his lesson well, hence his adherence to the teachings. He might be a useful person. Zhao Qingfeng was planning something he couldn't handle personally and needed someone trustworthy. After a brief thought, a perfect strategy came to his mind. But there was no rush to discuss it. He needed to observe for a while longer. After greeting Sister Lan, Zhao Qingfeng, as usual, started distributing flyers downstairs, but his mind was already back in the county town. Boss, how much for a McClip? Our neighbor upstairs wants one for personal use. At the MP3 counter on the first floor, Zhao Qingfeng deliberately placed the flyers on the table, acting like he was familiar with the tech city. Because vendors generally don't overcharge familiar faces. 1,300. The boss glanced up and quickly offered a fair price. Zhao Qingfeng thanked him, treasuring the device in his arms. he had little interest in distributing flyers and only forced himself to do so, waiting eagerly to finish work and return to the county town. At noon, it started to drizzle outside. That morning, he only attracted to small accessory sales, earning a modest commission. Taking advantage of the lunch break, Zhao Qingfeng downloaded many songs. The internet speed in 2001 was painfully slow, measured in kbs. Fortunately, the MP3 only had 128 megabytes of memory, filling up in less than 2 hours. Who's having a birthday? This gift seems too extravagant. If a man was this nice to me, I'd marry him right away. Sister Lan laughed teasingly while turning on the radio. A neighbor's sister. I promised her a birthday gift. Must deliver it tonight. Zhao Qingfeng blushed and stammered. Sister Lan covered her mouth, giggling at the innocent romance of young people, planning to tease him more. Li Qin also joined in the joking. But just then, thunder suddenly roared from the sky outside, causing the radio to crackle. The broadcaster's voice came through intermittently. Urgent broadcast. According to the latest meteorological report, due to cold air, this afternoon our province will experience heavy torrential rain. Airports and passenger transport are gradually shutting down. Citizens are advised to make travel arrangements early. The 50-kilometer road from the provincial city to the county was not as smooth as it would be 20 years later. The road was full of potholes, with nearly 10 kilometers of it being a dirt road. Due to a major traffic accident during a torrential rain in previous years, passenger transport to the county would be forced to stop whenever a heavy rain occurred. While Zhao Qingfeng was anxious, Shen Lingyao was comforting Qingfeng's mother at his house. Ding Xiang had called home that morning, and the list and timing of the laid-off workers were now finalized. Qingfeng's mother was in a terrible mood, worsened by the rainy weather. Had Shen Lingyao not been there to comfort her, she might have already broken down in tears. Misfortune often falls on the already burdened. With the layoff, what would become of their future without a stable income? She wasn't worried about herself. She could barely get by with simple meals. But she was more concerned about affecting Zhao Qingfeng's mood and the uncertainty of his college tuition. Yao, you don't seem very happy. Is it because the amusement park tickets are void now? Don't worry, I'll compensate you. When little Feng comes back, I'll give him a good talking to. Qingfeng's mother was unaware of the real reason behind Zhao Qingfeng dropping out of school, as he hadn't elaborated and she hadn't asked. Aunt Feng, I'm not mad at him. He's gone to the city to make money, becoming more responsible. I'm worried about you. My dad said it's okay to be laid off, he'll help you. Look, he asked me to give you this red envelope. He also said he'll help you find another job. A red envelope with 3,000 yuan had been prepared. Following her father's instructions, Shen Lingyao handed the money to Feng's mother. Qingfeng's mother refused to accept it. Their friendship was strong, but 3,000 yuan was too much. Shen Lingyao had always lived in comfort and had future university expenses. Moreover, since Zhao's death, Feng's family had received much help from Shen's family. She couldn't possibly accept such a generous gift. After some back and forth, Qingfeng's mother adamantly refused, but recalling Zhao Qingfeng's words about making her the happiest mother, her mood lightened considerably. Yet, thinking of Zhao Qingfeng's recent mock exam results and the huge bet with the ants, worry clouded her face again. Meanwhile, the rain outside grew heavier. Thunder was relentless, deafening. Qingfeng's mother looked at the raindrops on the window, worried about Zhao Qingfeng. With such heavy rain, he definitely won't be able to come back today. Yao, help him ask for leave tomorrow. Shen Lingyao, also worried. Yesterday, Brother Qingfeng had said on the phone that he would definitely return tonight, but with such heavy rain, could he still come back? Probably not, since Brother Qingfeng wasn't foolish. He knew better than to eat random garbage from the ground and to head home when it rained. With the passenger buses stopped, unless he could fly or swim back. Like when they used to bathe in the wild as kids, imitating a toad, kicking their legs, blowing bubbles, and croaking. Ha ha. Thinking of the past, Shen Lingyao laughed out loud. What's so funny? Qingfeng's mother leaned in to ask. Shen Lingyao laughed as she recalled, I remembered when we were kids. One time at Uncle Biao's house, Brother Qingfeng and I were blowing up Kadong. The firecracker failed to ignite, and he leaned in to check, but it suddenly exploded, covering him in dung. Later, when we went to wash in the river, he wanted to show off his diving skills, but picked the wrong spot and dove headfirst into a mud pit. His face was covered in mud. It was hilarious. King Feng's mother also laughed heartily. The worry on her face dissipated significantly. As they ate melon seeds, they talked about Zhao King Feng's foolish past. Do you remember that time catching Neo Neo? Little Feng held onto you tightly, insisting on taking you home to marry. I remember. I was almost scared to death back then. Your strength as a kid was no joke. That night, our little Feng's Neo Neo really swelled up. If he can't find a wife in the future, he might really blame you for it. It was unclear whether Feng's mother said this intentionally or not. This old funny story made Shen Lingyao's face turn red with a mix of emotions. She wanted to marry Zhao Qingfeng for who he was, Neo Neo or not. After all, their decade-long relationship didn't rely on Zhao Qingfeng's Neo Neo, and it wouldn't in the future. If her feelings were not sincere, let brother Qingfeng's Neo Neo explode immediately as proof of her true heart. Mom Feng, I fear the rain might get heavier. I should head home now. Rest well, and I'll ask for leave for brother Qingfeng on Monday morning. After leaving these words in a hurry, Shen Lingyao ran home with an umbrella. The storm outside was fierce, flipping her umbrella several times. By the time she got home, her white dress was soaked through. Just as she dried off after taking off her clothes, her father called. The storm was too severe, so he and Ding Xiang would stay in the countryside until the weather cleared the next day. Yao Yao, make sure the garage door is closed, don't let the car get flooded. After her father finished speaking, Ding Xiang inquired about the red envelope. Shen Lingyao recounted the incident, leading Ding Xiang to sigh. Well, if she won't accept it, she won't, just help her out more in the future. Your primary task now is to tutor little Feng well, and strive to get him into a university, even if it's self-financed. Shen Lingyao wanted to tutor, but Zhao Qingfeng was nowhere to be seen. After hanging up, she began writing in her diary as usual. May 14, 2001. The storm outside is bending the trees, and my white dress got soaked in the rain. This was the dress I wore for him to see at the amusement park, but he missed out. Bad guy, didn't you promise to come back, even if it was raining knives? Why aren't you back yet? What am I thinking? Only a fool would come back in this rain. He's a bad guy, not a fool. Don't come back unless he really is a super fool. Shen Lingyao wished Zhao Qingfeng would surprise her. But deep down, she didn't want him to risk the rain. She stood at the window, looking out. The street had only a few tricycles and 2 or 3 people struggling against the rain and wind with their umbrellas slanted. No need to think about it. Not to mention coming back from the city. Even if she wanted to go shopping in the trade city now, it would be hard to hail a taxi. Time flew by. The evening quickly darkened. The storm outside continued relentlessly, the wind howling, making the windows rattle. Shen Lingyao had no appetite for dinner and glanced outside numerous times. It was nearly 9 o'clock at night before she finally sat down at the table to study. An hour later, sleepiness overcame her. Shen Lingyao locked the front door and all the windows and crawled warily into bed. She quickly fell into a dream. In her dream, Wang Xiang shamelessly came over with a bag of snacks again, knocking on the window with little stones, refusing to leave. Bang! Bang! Gradually, Shen Lingyao opened her sleepy eyes. The storm was still raging outside, and the windows were still making noise. But some of the sounds seemed unnatural, almost like stones hitting the window. In a daze, Shen Lingyao couldn't distinguish between dream and reality. She sleepily opened the curtains to look outside and saw a dark figure under the rain, waving vigorously, seemingly shouting something. The face was unclear, but the wide smile showing 2 rows of white teeth was unmistakable. Yao Yao. I'm back. Zhao Qingfeng, standing in the heavy rain with a big grin, waved his hand foolishly from downstairs. Nobody knew the difficulties he had faced to return. Most vehicles traveling from the provincial city to the county were for passenger and freight transport, and private cars were rare, especially in the dark without street lights. Zhao Qingfeng left the provincial city at 4 in the afternoon. He first took an expensive taxi to the outskirts of the city, then waited over an hour in the rain before catching a ride from a kind-hearted driver. Dropped off 20 kilometers from the county, he trudged through the rain on foot for about 3 hours. To others, this might have seemed foolish. But he chose to do it anyway. Not just because he had promised over the phone to return, even if it meant braving a downpour. but also because Shen Lingyao in his previous life had quit her job and crossed oceans to donate bone marrow that saved his life. Her deep affection for him compelled him to give her the same level of love in return. Even more was worth it for him, and he wouldn't hesitate to face challenges 10 or 100 times tougher. Brother King Feng. Brother King Feng. With such heavy rain, the buses must have stopped. How did you get back? Shen Lingyao was completely startled. The window opened to the stormy weather, and she bit her lower lip in disbelief, realizing this was not a dream. Of course, I swam back. What are you doing? I've been knocking for so long. Look, I got you a birthday present. Zhao Qingfeng exaggeratedly held up the bulging package in front of his chest, mimicking a woman and causing laughter. You're crazy. Who would believe that? Rain splashed on Shen Lingyao's face, still struggling to believe what she saw. Really, look. Zhao Qingfeng suddenly turned around. Imitating a dive, he fell into a nearby puddle, moving his limbs while raising his eyebrows at Shen Lingyao on the second floor. Shen Lingyao was both angry and amused. She wanted to scold him more. But then she noticed Zhao Qingfeng suddenly stop moving, lying motionless in the puddle like a deflated husky. Brother Qingfeng. Shen Lingyao panicked. Her mother had always said shallow water could drown a person. Seeing Zhao Qingfeng's exhausted appearance, she feared he might have fainted from overexertion and drowned. If he really drowned, would she end up a widow? With that thought, Shen Lingyao hurriedly ran downstairs. She rushed out without closing the window or grabbing an umbrella, braving the rain and pulling on Zhao Qingfeng's arm forcefully. Brother Qingfeng, wake up. What's wrong with you? Get up. Don't scare me. What will I do if you die? Shen Lingyao's panic brought a sneaky delight to Zhao Qingfeng. He twitched his body and suddenly flipped over, pretending to be very weak. You do have some conscience, but I'm almost done for. My life is hanging by a thread. Quick, only mouth to mouth can save me. Shen Lingyao, never having faced such a situation, hurriedly threw herself down, embracing Zhao Qingfeng, even considering if mouth to mouth was necessary. The heat of his body, and the soft touch, intoxicated Zhao Qingfeng. But then he realized the prank might have gone too far. He wasn't afraid of being soaked, but he couldn't let Shen Lingyao catch a cold. Yao yao, I'm already soaked through. Forgot it's still raining. Let go. I was just teasing you. Hurry up and take shelter from the rain. Zhao Qingfeng, extremely anxious, quickly got up and gently pushed her away. Really? Shen Lingyao slowly stood up, her eyebrows slightly furrowed, smiling when she saw Zhao Qingfeng was fine. But in a flash, she pinched him hard. Talking about taking shelter. She was already soaked through. The rain drenched her little bare pajamas, disheveled her long hair, and tiny droplets hung on her upturned eyelashes. Those beautiful eyes, just like in the past, captured Zhao Qingfeng's heart in a moment. The weather played along. The rain suddenly lessened. 1 minute later, the sky cleared. Both of them came back to their senses from the eye contact. Zhao Qingfeng hurriedly stood up, intending to take off his clothes to cover Shen Lingyao, but they were already soaked. He followed Shen Lingyao to the balcony. After this, don't do it again. After learning how he came back, Shen Lingyao puffed up her cheeks in anger and pinched him several times. Here, your birthday present. Zhao Qingfeng prepared to open the well-sealed plastic bag. Shen Lingyao, not in a hurry to look, led him upstairs by the corner of his shirt. First, she grabbed a towel from the bathroom and threw it to him, then hurriedly found 2 of her clothes to throw over. How come there's a pair of little bunny shorts? Zhao Qingfeng grinned at the pink underwear in his hand. Give it back. Shen Lingyao, blushing, snatched it back. Zhao Qingfeng quickly took a shower. By the time he came out, Shen Lingyao had already dried his clothes with an iron. Her ironing skills were unique, leaving a large scorched area, and several small holes. Yao yao, are you trying to make me go out begging? Hey, it's the first time this princess is ironing for someone else. If you don't appreciate it, don't wear it. I don't care. The clothes felt warm on his body. Shen Lingyao, still not in a hurry to open the gift, went to the kitchen to make a bowl of ginger soup. She had no culinary skills. No sugar. 3 pieces of ginger. A small bowl. Super concentrated. It was so spicy that Zhao Qingfeng grimaced. It was past 1 in the morning by the time they finished everything. Sitting at the coffee table, Shen Lingyao looked at the tightly wrapped 5-layer plastic bag, guessing it wouldn't be the usual candy or cotton candy. That would be great. She didn't care about the value of the birthday gift. She was just happy that Zhao Qingfeng remembered her birthday every year. And actually, candy and cotton candy were really nice. Cheap but sweet in the mouth and heart. But she ended up disappointed. She never expected such an expensive birthday gift. After seeing what it was, she stared for several seconds before playfully punching him. Brother Qingfeng, where did you get such an expensive thing? Does selling computers make that much money? Tell me the truth. She worried Zhao Qingfeng had done something bad in the city, or worse, if it was a gift from the wealthy Li Ruoxin to Zhao Qingfeng. If it was a gifted present, she wouldn't want it. Under her questioning, Zhao Qingfeng detailed how he made the money and assured her, Yao Yao, I have nothing to do with that woman. This was earned through my hard work. Shen Lingyao interrogated him like a criminal, asking every detail until she was completely reassured after repeating it twice. I don't care whether you're with her or not. Sending such an expensive gift. You just want me to be extra diligent in tutoring you, right? Fine. Then this princess will reluctantly agree to teach you properly. But you've missed 2 days, and the amusement park tickets are void. You'll have to find a way to make it up to me. With that, Shen Lingyao put on headphones for herself and Zhao Qingfeng, swaying her little feet to the music. Amusement park? Zhao Qingfeng didn't want to miss this opportunity to spend time together. Looking outside, although it was late at night, the sky was bright after the rain. The moon hung high, the wind was gentle, and the fragrance of wet soil was intoxicating. Zhao Qingfeng thought for a moment, then suddenly took off Shen Lingyao's headphones, grinning at her. Yao Yao, dare to do something interesting with me? What are you talking about? Are you sleepy? Not sleepy, I can't sleep after your antics. Then let's go. Isn't your dad's car key at home? I'll take you to the amusement park right now. Brother Qingfeng, are you crazy? It's 1 in the morning. The amusement park is closed. I have a way, let's go. Do you dare or not? Hey, I dare. But do you have a driving license? Zhao Qingfeng, having lived a life before, understood one thing very clearly. The most important thing in life is to seize the moment. Things you want to do today should be done today. As someone who had lived as a 40-something-year-old in his previous life, he knew all too well that numerous trifles would entangle him once he settled down and started a family. If he didn't act crazy now, he really would go crazy when he got older. After all, being young, staying up all night wouldn't really affect anything. Shen Lingyao was also itching to try something new. She had always been the good girl, and never experienced the thrill of doing something naughty. Brother Qingfeng, can you really drive? What if the police catch us and inform the teachers and our parents? No, absolutely not. Let's just take a taxi there. The heavy rain had just passed, and it was pitch dark outside, not a soul in sight. Zhao Qingfeng pulled Shen Lingyao downstairs, where to hail a taxi. Let's just go, nothing will happen. He wasn't worried about Shen Lingyao's academic performance, confident in her ability to get into Ji Province University, even if she stopped studying now. Shen Lingyao followed him downstairs in a flurry, nervous and scared, yet eager to try. At the garage, Zhao Qingfeng smoothly slid into the back seat. But then, remembering he was the driver this time, he returned to the front, inserted the car key, and started the engine. The roar of the car excited Shen Lingyao. She had been in cars driven by her father countless times, but never one driven by Zhao Qingfeng. With anyone else, she wouldn't have gotten into the car. But she was willing to take this risk with Zhao Qingfeng, an indescribable emotion. Are you sure you can drive? Shen Lingyao, slightly panicked, asked from the passenger seat. I can't, are you scared? Zhao Qingfeng smirked and stepped on the clutch. You're not scared, so why should I be? Shen Lingyao refused to lose out, though in her heart she thought, with you, I'm not scared of anything. Here we go. Just as Zhao Qingfeng was about to press the gas pedal, he suddenly leaned toward Shen Lingyao, tilting his body over her. Their noses gently touched, startling her into widening her eyes as a blush spread across her cheeks. Is he going to kiss me? No way. Although she found such scenes in Hong Kong and Taiwanese movies incredibly romantic, when it came to her own experience, she was somewhat reluctant to easily accept. Why is Brother Qingfeng doing this? It's too sudden. Click. Lost in her thoughts, Zhao Qingfeng had already fastened her seatbelt. Shen Lingyao then realized it was a misunderstanding and pinched Zhao Qingfeng hard. The car roared to life. Zhao Qingfeng drove out of the neighborhood with ease. Shen Lingyao was amazed. How could brother Qingfeng know how to do everything? But she soon understood, a wave of jealousy rising in her. Darn it! It must be something he learned from Lui Ruoxin. That wicked woman. Next time she dares to bother my brother Qingfeng, I'll make sure she regrets it. The car sped through the streets, splashing water. Zhao Qingfeng stopped at a convenience store that was still open to buy some snacks. Half an hour later, he parked the car near a reservoir dam, 10 kilometers away from the beer factory's residential building. The reservoir, on the outskirts of the county town, was also the only scenic spot in the area. People could boat and play in the water on regular days, and there were many snacking toy vendors during holidays. There was even a newly built large amusement park with attractions like merry-go-rounds and bumper cars. However, these scenes only appeared during the day. Now, deep in the night, the reservoir was deserted, and the amusement park was silent, with only the sound of water dripping from the leaves. Looking out the window, Shen Lingyao suddenly wondered if she had boarded a thief's ship. What would happen tonight? She didn't know, but it felt thrilling and dangerous. Aren't you going to eat the bread? Zhao Qingfeng, oblivious to Shen Lingyao's thoughts, munched on bread to replenish his energy. After a satisfying meal, he led her out of the car and walked straight to the fence of the amusement park. Before Shen Lingyao could react, Zhao Qingfeng picked her up and prepared to vault over the fence. Ah! Shen Lingyao screamed in fright, and Zhao Qingfeng quickly shoved her. The fence of the amusement park was 1.5 meters tall, luckily without barbed wire on top. Shen Lingyao landed safely and looked towards the dark amusement park, completely puzzled. With no equipment turned on, it was pitch black. How were they supposed to play? Was it like playing house as children, imitating sounds? It seemed so. Because after Zhao Qingfeng jumped over, he even took her to the ticket booth to check prices. Brother Qingfeng, it's dark and no one's selling tickets, right? Zhao Qingfeng didn't explain. Yao Yao, what did you want to play? Without thinking, Shen Lingyao blurted out, merry-go-round, bumper cars, pirate ship. Zhao Qingfeng nodded, took out the ticket money according to the price list, and spoke to the air, buying tickets, booking the whole place. Shen Lingyao even wondered if Zhao Qingfeng had gone mad from the rain. Then she was taken to the merry-go-round, waiting for Zhao Qingfeng, who mysteriously disappeared for 5 minutes. Buzz. Just as she was puzzled, the lights around her suddenly lit up. The once dark amusement park instantly became as bright as day. The merry-go-round started with a roar and music, followed by Zhao Qingfeng's joyful shouts getting closer. Yao Yao, wait for me, let's ride a horse together, I'm afraid of heights, you have to protect me. Did you turn on the power? Yes. What if someone finds out? Don't worry. Zhao Qingfeng mounted the wooden horse, gently embracing Shen Lingyao, his face flushed with happiness. Normally, Shen Lingyao wouldn't let him take advantage, but now she was too nervous and excited to remember. She played with a pounding heart, relieved that no one came to find them. After the ride, she wanted to go home, but Zhao Qingfeng insisted on playing bumper cars. You're too timid, usually you bully me so much, haha, watch my meatball attack. Seeing her drive slowly, Zhao Qingfeng bumped into her, taunted, and prepared to hit again. Brother Qingfeng, who are you calling timid? Just you, look how slow you are, you're more timid than a moth under a streetlight. Dare to look down on this princess, watch me bump you away. Shen Lingyao was completely motivated. Just play. What's there to fear? No one had come looking for so long, tonight's events probably wouldn't be discovered. With newfound courage, she let loose. Her driving skills were not bad, crashing wildly, causing Zhao Qingfeng to shout in chaos. After bumper cars, they playfully went to the pirate ship. Once Zhao Qingfeng adjusted the angle and intensity, they sat in the last row, holding hands, screaming with the swaying of the pirate ship. Wow, so thrilling. Yao Yao, hold me tight, don't cry out of fear. Phew, you hold me instead, I'm afraid you wet your pants. Still acting tough. If someone comes looking, you go talk. Not just talk, I dare to fight, ha. The distant reservoir remained quiet. The night outside the amusement park was still dark. The stark contrast between the darkness around and the brightness of the amusement park made it seem like only the two of them existed in the world. but just as they were enjoying themselves on the pirate ship, a drunken, bleary-eyed old man suddenly rushed over from a distance. While running, he cursed, "Damn it, where did you brats come from? Get down now. Are you insane? Taking advantage of my drunkenness to sneak over the wall and turn on the power. I'll take you to the police station." At that moment, the pirate ship clearly couldn't stop. Shen Lingyao was terrified, her worst fears coming true, and she quickly hid in Zhao Qingfeng's embrace. Zhao Qingfeng smirked, "Yao Yao, here's your chance, you wanted to fight, go for it." Shen Lingyao didn't dare to speak, afraid of getting caught. Zhao Qingfeng's lips curved in happiness, holding her tight, enjoying the cuddly feeling and sweet scent, and willing to let go. And indeed, Zhao Qingfeng was not afraid. He was already prepared. As the old man approached, he reluctantly let go. Standing up, shielding his face, he shouted towards the distance, "Wang Qiang, Wang Qiang. People are coming, hurry up and set the power room on fire, destroy the power switch." Tampering with an electrical switch is extremely dangerous for non-professionals, let alone destroying it. The old man, startled by Zhao Qingfeng's loud shout, hurriedly turned and ran towards the switch house a few hundred meters away. Shen Lingyao was also shocked. Wang Qiang. When did he arrive? However, Zhao Qingfeng didn't give her time to think. As soon as the pirate ship stopped, he immediately picked her up and rushed out. A few minutes later, just as Zhao Qingfeng was carrying Shen Lingyao out of the fence, the old man had already locked the door of the switch house and returned with a stick. Seeing this, Zhao Qingfeng quickly jumped over the wall. While escaping with Shen Lingyao, he shouted, "Wang Qiang, you really are the dumbest in class 323. Can you even do this simple task? We're running first, escape from the other side." The two didn't return to the car directly. Instead, they hid in a small forest, a few hundred meters away to watch. Seeing that no one from the amusement park was following, Shen Lingyao finally calmed her racing heart. She unintentionally grabbed Zhao Qingfeng's hand and pressed it against her chest, scolding him, "It's all your fault, you scared me to death. Listen, my heart is about to jump out. And, you're so bad. Wang Qiang is going to suffer now." Zhao Qingfeng couldn't care less about Wang Qiang. His eyes blinked wildly, his face flushed. Though he only touched her collarbone, he was only 1 or 2 centimeters away from Shen Lingyao's playful little bunnies. Ah! Shen Lingyao then realized her mistake. She hurriedly pushed Zhao Qingfeng's hand away and kicked him without aiming. Zhao Qingfeng was speechless again. She kicked so precisely. It hurt. He couldn't stand up for a long time. Shen Lingyao also realized what she had done. Thinking of what Mother Feng had said about catching little Niu Niu as a child, her face turned even redder. "Brother Qingfeng, you deserve it. Who told you to be a hooligan?" "Hey!" Zhao Qingfeng really wanted to cry out injustice. He did nothing but still got kicked hard. Back in the car. It took Zhao Qingfeng a while to recover, then he asked with a smile, "Yao Yao, was tonight thrilling, satisfying? Give me your hand, and I'll tell you." "Give you my hand for what?" "Hey, don't bite, it hurts. I remember you're not born in the year of the dog." "You're the dog? No. You're a pig." Yes, I'm Jabaji, specially here to tease little fairies like you, HMM. After bickering for a while, they returned home at 5 a.m. It was much lighter outside. Zhao Qingfeng bought breakfast for Shen Lingyao, and also brought one for Mother Feng. "Pretend to look for me for school later, then help me ask Teacher Yan for a morning off. Think of a reason yourself." After parking the car, Zhao Qingfeng pondered something, a mischievous smile on his lips. "You're asking for leave. The second mock exam is this week." Shen Lingyao worried about his studies. Zhao Qingfeng spread his hands. "Yao Yao, have you forgotten about Wang Qiang? He asked me to meet him in the backyard after school today. I need to think of a way to deal with it." As for how to deal with it, he didn't let Shen Lingyao ask further. After sending her upstairs, he returned home. At that time, Mother Feng had just woken up. Zhao Qingfeng hadn't stayed home overnight, so she couldn't sleep peacefully. "Mom, time for breakfast." Zhao Qingfeng placed the breakfast on the table and took out 300 yuan to keep, giving the remaining nearly 1,300 yuan to Mother Feng. This left Mother Feng utterly astonished, raising the same suspicion as Shen Lingyao, wondering if the child had earned so much in 2 days in the provincial city by doing something bad. "Mom, what are you thinking?" Zhao Qingfeng patiently explained everything to his mother with a smile. including how he met Sister Lan and Little Kin, received Liu Li's business card, and how he helped the rich young man get rid of the virus on the pornographic website. His mother knew Zhao Qingfeng was fond of computers and had some technical skills. She was initially overjoyed to see her son applying his knowledge to earn money, but soon became worried. In her view, this kind of money seemed to lack practical significance. Because old Zhou always said he suffered from lack of education, Mother Feng believed that all professions were inferior to studying. No matter how good one is with computers, isn't it just about being a network manager or a computer repair technician? Her greatest wish was for Zhao Qingfeng to find a job in a state-owned enterprise after graduating from college. In her mind, state-owned enterprises or public institutions were ideal places, where one could retire comfortably with a decent salary, even if they just muddled along. Mom, don't worry, I'll try to get good grades in this second mock exam. Zhao Qingfeng firmly stated, never going against his mother's wishes. Although he knew his capabilities and how he would stir up the future. At this stage, Mother Feng faced the anxiety of being laid off and the pressure from her sisters. The only thing Zhao Qingfeng could do was to comply with his mother's wishes and reduce her worries as much as possible. After breakfast, Mother Feng went to work. She was due to be laid off in 3 days, but she still went to her job as usual. Perhaps it was hard for her to let go of the place she had worked for so long. Zhao Qingfeng felt deeply sympathetic and promised in his heart to give his mother a big surprise in the future, such as achieving good results in the college entrance exam in just over a month. The college entrance exam in 2001 was still in July, not changing to June until 2003. Anyone who had experienced the July college entrance exam knew how grueling it was. Many referred to this challenging period as the Black July, filled with both the camaraderie of overcoming hardships together and the mixed feelings of joy and disappointment following the exam results. Since his rebirth, Zhao Qingfeng hadn't seriously studied. The mock exams were scheduled for Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, and he had a day and a half left for revision, which should be enough. Just then, Shen Lingyao, dressed in her school uniform, pushed open the door. She had wanted Zhao Qingfeng to see her in a skirt, but she didn't realize that her youthfully vibrant blue and white school uniform could also captivate Zhao Qingfeng. Aunt Feng went to work. Then why did you ask me to pretend to come here? It's just to be safe. Let's go, take me to school. All right, I'll get off at the commercial city, and you talk nicely to teacher Yan for me. On the way, Shen Lingyao still sat sideways on the back seat of the bicycle, but this time her hand around Zhao Qingfeng was a bit more proactive than last time. The MP3 player was playing Jade Cho's Tornado, and she swung her legs, humming along softly. Love comes too fast like a tornado. Can't escape the storm in time. I can't think anymore. I can't think anymore. I can't. Listening to the song, Zhao Qingfeng's lips curved upwards as he rode against the wind. The feeling of youth was truly wonderful. It was so passionate, and yet so gently reserved. Like the turbulent undercurrents hidden in the ocean, always making one anticipate the moment of eruption. Contrastingly, in the adult world he had experienced in his previous life, the so-called love seemed simpler than eating. When men and women met, they didn't consider mutual interests or compatible personalities, but looked at houses, cars, and jobs. Was that really love? Zhao Qingfeng didn't understand. But regardless of others, he now deeply felt like the happiest person in the world. The only thing was, he hoped to never again encounter the troublesome figure of Liu Ruoxin. Don't forget to ask for leave. After getting off at the commercial city, Zhao Qingfeng watched Shen Lingyao pedal away. Only when her ponytail disappeared around the corner did he enter the commercial city. Passing through the center of the mall, he could reach the backyard. The backyard, in addition to a row of restaurants, had many small shops like hardware and sundries, lighting and furniture, and pharmacies, etc. After all, it was the center of the county town, aiming for one-stop shopping to meet all the needs of the locals. Zhao Qingfeng first visited the hardware store. He spent 35 yuan, and bought a hand drill. Then he went to the veterinary drug store, and bought a bag of diuretic granules for horses. Thinking over, he also picked up 2 bricks and put them in the bag. Just as he was about to visit the Chinese medicine hospital, someone suddenly patted his back heavily. Zhao Qingfeng, what are you doing here? Zhao Qingfeng had just finished buying what he needed when someone heavily patted his back. It wasn't very friendly. Turning around, He saw his cousin from his mother's side, Jiaming. Jiaming was 26 years old, not very tall, with a prominent belly and chubby cheeks. In the past 2 years, he had made some money by running an internet cafe and was living comfortably. He was holding a bag of beef and 2 bundles of green onions. Seeing Zhao Qingfeng turn around, Jiaming showed a friendly smile and said, "Little Feng, the college entrance exam is coming up soon. Today is Monday, why aren't you at school? I know, you're skipping class to go to the internet cafe, right? I'm telling you, we're family. If you want to play, just come to my internet cafe. It's a coincidence that we met here. Even if we hadn't, I was planning to send someone to tell you." Zhao Qingfeng didn't want to go. He had visited the internet cafe when he first started high school. Back then, he didn't know about the big conflict between his mother and aunts. Jiaming had driven him out several times with various excuses, even insulting him. Words like worthless waste were thrown around, not at all like the way relatives should act. But now, Zhao Qingfeng was no longer a high school student. Jiaming was being insincerely polite, and so was Zhao Qingfeng. "Brother, you're buying beef and green onions. Do you have guests at home?" Jiaming chuckled. "You're right, little brother. I recently met a girl online and invited her over for dinner today." Zhao Qingfeng pretended to be envious. "Brother, that's great. I haven't had beef in a long time. Take me with you." That was impossible. Not to mention beef, even a bit of green onion was out of the question. In Jiaming's eyes, Zhao Qingfeng was no longer a part of the Zhao family. The reason he invited him to play for free at the internet cafe was to further take advantage of him. Sure enough, Jiaming found an excuse to decline, but remained polite. Like a big brother taking care of his little brother, he sincerely said, "I can't this time, but next time for sure. But remember, our elders' issues are between them, and don't concern us brothers. Think about it, after they're gone, we brothers still have to get along, right? So from today, whenever you want to play, come to my internet cafe. I won't just waive your internet fees, I'll also provide cola and instant noodles. But don't tell your mom about this, okay? It's just a little secret between us brothers, let's not let the adults know. Anyway, if you really want to get along well with me, you must come over. Otherwise, I'll be really sad." He still treated Zhao Qingfeng like a child, hoping to distract him from his studies and affect his college entrance exam. Zhao Qingfeng had a plan in mind, and decided to go along with it. He had been planning to study the future prospects of internet cafes, so why not use Jiaming's cafe as a temporary base? "Thank you, brother." Zhao Qingfeng acted gratefully, grabbing Jiaming's hand and holding it tightly, almost bursting into tears. This confused Jiaming. "Little brother, I have to go now, but you must come and play soon. I'll tell the internet cafe manager." After Jiaming left, Zhao Qingfeng smiled watching his back. Using familial affection to harm him, Jiaming really had some nasty tricks. 10 minutes later, Zhao Qingfeng arrived at the county's traditional Chinese medicine hospital. He didn't want to leave any regrets in this life, including Teacher Yan's health. "Which day has an appointment available with a lung specialist, and how much?" "I want to book an appointment for Yan Wangqing, 40 years old, male, thanks." After making the appointment, Zhao Qingfeng hurried to the teacher's residential building. He knocked on Teacher Yan's door, and the dignified and gentle Mrs. Yan happened to be home. She knew Zhao Qingfeng, as Teacher Yan often mentioned this troublemaker, and had invited him for meals. Mrs. Yan thought Zhao Qingfeng had come to seek refuge from trouble. But this time, Zhao Qingfeng was unusually serious. He handed over the appointment slip and solemnly said, "Mrs. Yan, I had a dream last night where Teacher Yan kept coughing up blood. It scared me to death. He's just too devoted to teaching us. I love him so much that I took the day off to book him a specialist appointment. Please make sure he goes, but don't tell him it was my idea." Mrs. Yan frowned, a bit stunned. She had already noticed something was wrong with Teacher Yan. Although he had always had a cough, it seemed worse lately, sometimes even coughing up blood. Seeing her in a daze, Zhao Qingfeng added before leaving, "Mrs. Yan, when my dad passed away, I had several bad dreams beforehand. So please take this seriously and make sure he gets checked." This time, it seemed to work. Mrs. Yan shivered inwardly, thinking it would be better to have him checked for peace of mind. After leaving the building, Zhao Qingfeng walked towards the school, calculating the time. According to his previous life's memories, Teacher Yan should be in the early stages of lung cancer now, with symptoms not yet obvious. Early treatment could greatly increase the chances of survival. But Teacher Yan, being honest and not well off, secretly supported students who couldn't afford tuition, so money would be a big issue. It seemed. All good things required financial support. He needed to accelerate the start of his career. Back at school, Zhao Qingfeng first hid the items in the backyard. By the time he reached his classroom, it was nearly noon. Teacher Yan was supervising a self-study session. Shen Lingyao had just asked for leave using the excuse that Zhao Qingfeng's mother was facing unemployment and needed his company, which moved Teacher Yan. He lit a cigarette, patted Zhao Qingfeng's shoulder, and said, "Good lad, taking care of your family? But you need to strive hard in both studies and family. Is your mother okay now? Hurry back to self-study. The second mock exam starts on Wednesday. If you embarrass me like the last time, don't blame me for being tough on you." Zhao Qingfeng chuckled and took the model essay from Teacher Yan, returning to his seat to read it carefully. Teacher Yan was truly talented. The model essay was well written. Zhao Qingfeng had no intention of cheating, even though he remembered the 2001 National Chinese exam paper. With his current understanding and previous knowledge, figuring out how to write a high-scoring essay wasn't difficult. "Can you understand it?" Shen Lingyao poked him quietly. "I can even write one. Want to bet I can write one about you right now?" Zhao Qingfeng bit the pen tip, turning to look at Shen Lingyao. His rogue handsome look made Shen Lingyao suddenly shy away, hurriedly picking up a set square and jabbing his hand with the sharp end. "Write quickly, I want to see how you describe me. If it's not good, prepare for a whipping." All right. Zhao Qingfeng quickly started writing. "My desk mate has a pair of beautiful peach blossom eyes, clear and bright. Her black hair is tied into a neat ponytail. A delicate nose. On that handsome face, with fine features and gentle. Today she's wearing a blue and white school uniform top, black pleated skirt, white socks, and a pair of casual shoes, looking exceptionally neat. When she moves, a faint fragrance emanates from her. Now, she's looking at me, her frowning side profile is also beautiful. Her eyelashes are curled and flickering. I always feel she looks familiar, just like the one in my dreams." "What's in your dreams?" Shen Lingyao's heart fluttered. Could it be a goddess? Brother Qingfeng actually said I am his goddess. Does this mean a confession? HMPH. Confessing through an essay. So old-fashioned. This princess would never accept such an outdated confession. Shen Lingyao unwittingly got lost in her girlish fantasies. However, what Zhao Qingfeng wrote next was not about a goddess. Instead, she's like the silly roe deer I dreamt of. Brother Qingfeng. Shen Lingyao was furious. With one hand holding the set square and the other the pencil case, she started hitting Zhao Qingfeng, who dodged while laughing mischievously. "I'm wrong. Ouch, don't hit the head, what if you make me dumb? Bad, so bad. I don't care, I'm going to kill you today." Their sweet quarrel amused Zhang Yang at the back desk. Imitating Zhao Qingfeng, he sneaked to the last row where Fu Shaoli, the girl he had a crush on, and who was engrossed in her studies, sat. He chuckled and whispered in her ear, "Fu Shaoli, in my eyes, you are a silly roe deer." Then he endured a good beating. Soon it was noon. After lunch, Zhao Qingfeng asked Shen Lingyao to return to the classroom first, then pulled Zhang Yang aside near the flower beds. He took out the horse diuretic and quietly said, "This later like this." Zhang Yang looked at the horse diuretic in his hand, first frowning, then grinning mischievously. "Brother Zhao, this is to mean, but I like it." During the lunch break, Zhao Qingfeng and Zhang Yang went outside. Wang Xiang sneaked to the back of senior year, class 2, and secretly watched Shen Lingyao, who was daydreaming in front of her desk. At that moment, Shen Lingyao was intently looking at the blackboard. From the side and back, her nose looked perky, and her lips were slightly pursed. Occasionally, she would play with her hair or bite her lower lip. In her delicate hand, she held a pink pen, which she gently twisted every now and then, accurately landing it back in her palm. Sunlight streamed through the glass, illuminating her exquisite face. Her occasional smiles captivated Wang Qiang, who couldn't take his eyes off her, grinning foolishly. "She's the most beautiful, Yao is the best. Damn, Liu Qingting from county number for middle school didn't accept me. Not only did she refuse, but she also scratched my face after eating my snacks. It was just a little hand holding. It's all Zhao Qingfeng's fault. I must make him lose face in front of everyone after school today. Then Yana will see my bravery and definitely fall for me. A. While Wang Qiang was indulging in his fantasies, Teacher Yan came in for inspection. He stopped by Shen Lingyao's desk and earnestly advised her to help Zhao Qingfeng with his studies. The town was so small. The teacher's residential building was only a few streets away from the beer factory's residential building. With the recent commotion caused by Zhao Qingfeng's as the class teacher, Teacher Yan was worried about Zhao's family situation. Shen Lingyao spoke in a low voice, not clearly heard. Teacher Yan nodded in satisfaction and was about to leave when he suddenly spotted Wang Qiang lurking around. What are you doing in our class? Get out. Teacher Yan immediately became angry and drove Wang Qiang away. Wang Qiang, who was a dominant figure in County No. 2 middle school, dared not speak out against the teacher. There was an insurmountable mountain between teachers and students. Brother Qiang, don't be angry. What's Zhao Qingfeng compared to you? You're the school hunk, and Shen Lingyao is the school beauty. You're the perfect match. Yeah, Brother Qiang, who in the entire school dares to disrespect you? We should gather more students tonight to watch the fun and make Zhao Qingfeng lose face. In the restroom, Wang Qiang's lackeys surrounded him, lavishing praise. Satisfied, Wang Qiang put out his cigarette, pulled up his pants, and stood up with a fierce look, swinging his huge fists through the air. HMPH. Ha. Zhao Qingfeng. Either he goes, or I do. How dare he steal my #1 goddess? I won't spare him. Listen up, everyone, keep an eye on class 2 this afternoon, don't let him escape. Oh crap, I forgot to wipe my butt. Does anyone have paper? Wang Qiang had a soft spot for several girls besides Shen Lingyao. But the gap between people was too vast. None of the other girls could compare to Shen Lingyao in any aspect. She was like the brightest star in the night sky, dazzling. No matter how much he tried to shift his attention to other girls, he couldn't forget her. The nerve to assault her chest. Thinking of Zhao Qingfeng's mistake when he transferred back, Wang Qiang's anger reignited. Shameless. Despicable. Why wasn't it me who did that? Let's go. The more he thought, the more uncomfortable he felt, but it wasn't time to leave school yet, so he couldn't go to class to teach Zhao Qingfeng a lesson. Unable to vent his anger, he led his gang to the basketball court. Meanwhile, Zhao Qingfeng had returned to the classroom. As soon as he sat down, Shen Lingyao tricked him into turning around, claiming she wanted to massage his back to relieve the soreness from walking back the night before. Really? Is there such a good thing? Zhao Qingfeng was incredibly moved. The girl really knew how to take care of someone. Be good. Shen Lingyao, smiling like a blooming flower, urged him with a hint of mischief in her upturned lips. When Zhao Qingfeng turned around to receive the massage, she suddenly stretched out both hands and tightly grabbed his neck. By the time Zhao Qingfeng reacted, Shen Lingyao's small canine tooth was already close to his ear. She pretended to be fierce and said, Brother Qingfeng, teacher just gave me a strict order to supervise your study. So, from now on, if you dare not listen to me, I will bite off your ear. The moist and fragrant breath by his ear was ticklish. But Shen Lingyao was neither gentle nor light-handed, almost strangling. Zhao Qingfeng. Cough cough. I listen, let go quickly. Don't be so violent, please. Who will marry you like this? Teacher Yan, save me. Hearing Zhao Qingfeng call for Teacher Yan, Shen Lingyao finally let go. Zhao Qingfeng was sweating profusely, utterly exhausted. The long journey last night, combined with a sleepless night, and now the violent chokehold, was more than anyone could bear. Thud. He gasped heavily, half kneeling on the ground. With no strength in his arms, his head involuntarily rested on Shen Lingyao's legs. Soft and smooth. With a faint fragrance. Zhao Qingfeng closed his eyes and enjoyed it, as if lying on a warm and soft beach. However, above this beach was not the warm sun, but Shen Lingyao's shy and angry gaze. Brother. King. Feng. Shen Lingyao's face was flush red, her earlobes almost dripping blood. So many classmates were watching, and this awful guy dared to take advantage of her in public again. Scoundrel. Horrible. Shen Lingyao no longer used the set square, but picked up a compass and fiercely jabbed it at Zhao Qingfeng's bottom. Ouch. Mom. Shen Lingyao is murdering me. Zhao Qingfeng, clutching his bottom, fled like crazy. Come back here. Shen Lingyao stood at the classroom door, hands on her hips, stomping her feet in anger. Zhao Qingfeng didn't come back, he was nowhere to be seen. Shen Lingyao ran back to the window, looking down to the ground floor, but she didn't see Zhao Qingfeng. Instead, she saw Zhang Yang playing basketball with Wang Qiang and others. Zhang Yang had a sly smile, passing the ball to Wang Qiang more than anyone else, being even more attentive than other lackeys. Had Zhang Yang turned against him? That didn't seem right. During the 3 years of high school, he had always been Zhao Qingfeng's loyal follower, always doing as instructed. Could it be? Was this another scheme concocted by brother Qingfeng? While Shen Lingyao was pondering, suddenly someone tapped her shoulder. Thinking it was Zhao Qingfeng coming back for revenge, she turned around and kicked without a second thought. Ouch! Her kick landed right on teacher Yan's calf. Shen Lingyao, Zhao Qingfeng complained to me that you're forcing him to study violently. This won't do. I just told you to keep an eye on him, but you can't do a good deed wrongly. Study methods are important, come with me to the office. You won't be attending the self-study this afternoon. I'll teach you how to help your classmates improve while improving yourself. Shen Lingyao was called away. Zhao Qingfeng, standing at the door, grinning and holding his bottom, raised his eyebrows at her. He didn't want Shen Lingyao to get involved in the 1v1 confrontation with Wang Qiang. Taking advantage of being jabbed in the bottom, he borrowed a knife to kill someone, through Teacher Yan. Teacher Yan's lectures were endless, and delaying school release was the norm. After Shen Lingyao left, Zhao Qingfeng went to a public phone booth outside the school, and dialed the Reservoir Amusement Park, disguising his voice. Hello, I'm Director Zhang from County Number 2 Middle School. Our student Wang Qiang from Class 3, Senior Year, came to me today saying he was chased and injured while playing at your amusement park last night. What's going on with your park, scaring the flowers of our country? I hope you can come to our school at 6 p.m. tonight to discuss the matter face to face. Don't be unreasonable. After receiving a grumbling affirmative response from the amusement park, Zhao Qingfeng was satisfied. He took a brick and sneaked off to the chemistry lab. Time flew by, and it was almost time for school to end. In the afternoon, Mr. Yan earnestly explained to Shen Lingyao various methods to improve her own revision while helping her classmates. Remember everything? He asked. Do as I told you, and you can improve yourself while helping him review. And, you made Zhao Qingfeng's butt bleed. That was a compass, not a weapon. Don't be so violent, girl. Next time, use your fists or palms, got it? Shen Lingyao nodded, awkwardly. She didn't intend to hurt brother Qingfeng, but who asked that jerk to lay his entire face on her thigh? And he even closed his eyes, looking all pleased. Scoundrel. Villain. Although Shen Lingyao felt secretly delighted, it was in front of the whole class. If she didn't puncture him and got caught by Mr. Yan, it wouldn't end well. She didn't want to be labeled as having an early romance, although she had long fallen for that damn brother Qingfeng. I got it. Thanks, Mr. Yan. School is almost over, I'm heading home. Shen Lingyao prepared to pack her bag and settle the score with Zhao Qingfeng. But leaving wasn't so easy. Mr. Yan was always strict. Along with the education, punishment was necessary. He made Shen Lingyao clean the teacher's office, only allowing her to go home after she finished. Of course. This was something Zhao Qingfeng had anticipated, as every student in the class had faced similar consequences after being naughty. Meanwhile, the bell rang, signaling the end of class, and the students started packing their bags to leave. Zhao Qingfeng wasn't in a hurry. He was waiting for Zhang Yang to implement their plan. A monkey from Class 3 sneaked in amidst the chaos to challenge Zhao Qingfeng. Zhao Qingfeng, don't think of escaping today. Wang Qiang is waiting for you in the backyard. Don't be a coward. Zhao Qingfeng sneered, Monkey, tell Wang Qiang, I'll be there in half an hour. Tell him not to run and wait for me in the backyard. If I arrive and can't find him, he loses. The monkey went back to relay the message. Wang Qiang was already waiting in the backyard. Besides a few of his lackeys, there were over 40 students there to watch. Wang Qiang sat by the flower bed, with Zhang Yang closest to him. Zhang Yang kept calling him Brother Qiang and flattering him. Brother Qiang, I'll follow you from now on. Don't forget our agreement. Once you win over Shen Lingyao, make sure she speaks well of me to Fishaoli. I really like her. Definitely. Wang Qiang nodded, smiling. With so many students present today, beating Zhao Qingfeng would surely become the talk of the school tomorrow. By then, Zhao Qingfeng would lose all face. How would he continue in this school? He also deeply realized the power of love. Even Zhao Qingfeng's loyal lackey betrayed him for love. It seemed necessary to help his brothers fight their love rivals in the future. That was the true way to consolidate power. Thanks, Brother Chiang. I'm showing my support. After getting a satisfactory response, Zhang Yang gave a thumbs up and ran to the snack store. When he returned, he carried 7 or 8 bottles of mineral water and a Coke. The water was for the lackeys, and Zhang Yang personally opened the Coke and handed it to Wang Qiang. Please enjoy, big brother. Wang Qiang was too pleased. In front of many students, he guzzled it down, smacking his lips. The taste was a bit strange, slightly sour, but he didn't think much of it. Just then, the monkey ran down. Brother Qiang, Zhao Qingfeng wants you to wait half an hour. He also said. Said what? He's afraid you'll run. He wants you to stay in the backyard. Leaving even a step means you lose. What, me run? Ha, fine. I'll wait right here. You guys keep watch. If he doesn't come down in half an hour, I'll go up and find him myself. After Wang Qian finished, Zhang Yang secretly snickered and stood up to shout. Fellow students, did you hear? My brother Qiang said he'd wait right here. What's Zhao Qingfeng anyway, daring to challenge Brother Qiang? Brother Qiang will wait right here, not moving a step. Brother Qiang also said, stepping out of the backyard means he loses, just afraid that Zhao Qingfeng doesn't dare to come. Unintentionally, a rule was set that leaving the backyard would be considered a loss. Among the onlookers were many girls jealous of Shen Lingyao being the school beauty, and they all cheered for Wang Qiang. Wang Qiang, with his shoulders back and chest out, looked very dashing. However, after about 20 minutes, Zhao Qingfeng hadn't shown up, and Wang Qiang felt a sudden abdominal pain and an overwhelming urge to urinate. Brother Qiang, it's almost time. They said. Zhao Qingfeng should be here soon. We're rooting for you. His lackeys shouted tirelessly, creating a mighty atmosphere. Wang Qiang tried to endure the urge to urinate, managing a smile and nodding at them. Brother Qiang, Zhao Qingfeng is here, the monkey announced a minute later, running over in a hurry. The students all looked in the direction and saw Zhao Qingfeng carrying a plastic bag containing 2 bricks and a hand drill, casually walking over with one hand in his pocket. Hello, everyone. Thank you for your hard work. You might not know this, but I, Zhao Qingfeng, went to the provincial city for a month. Not only did I study, but I also found a martial arts master and learned hard qigong. Today, I'll perform for you. This peculiar entrance left the students exchanging glances. Hard qigong. Really? Could it be true? If so, there was indeed a good show to watch today. Wang Qian didn't believe any of it, struggling with the urge to urinate, and shouted, Zhao Qingfeng, stop bluffing and come fight me one-on-one. Zhao Qingfeng raised his hand to stop him, looking serious. Wang Qiang, we are classmates. I don't want to hurt you. You better watch my strength first, or you might wet your pants. Good heavens. Wang Qiang didn't believe in any hard qigong. He wanted to expose it right there. But the urge to urinate grew stronger, like a flood waiting to burst through a dam. Yet, he couldn't go to the toilet, fearing Zhao Qingfeng would use it as an excuse to dodge the fight. Nor did he want to urinate on the spot, especially not in front of the female classmates. Stop talking nonsense. Wang Qiang clenched his fist, then quickly released it, nearly losing control of his bladder. Watch this. Zhao Qingfeng ignored Wang Qiang and took out 2 bricks that had been soaked in a chemical solution all afternoon and artificially aged. He placed one foot on the flower bed, stacked the 2 bricks in front of him, and prepared to break them. Is he going to break the bricks? I'm dizzy. I've only seen armed police perform hard qigong on TV. No way, did he really find a master? Look, oh my god, he broke them in one hit. Zhao Qingfeng couldn't show off the bricks too much. The chemically soaked bricks were very brittle, easily breakable, even by a child. With a wave of his hand and a crack, he split the 2 bricks in half. The sound of the bricks breaking resonated, making Wang Qiang even more uncomfortable, his face almost turning purple. You're just putting on airs. Wang Qiang had broken bricks before, and didn't think it was a big deal. Is that so? Zhao Qingfeng brushed off his hands to clean the dust, then took out the hand drill. He adjusted the direction of the drill bit, towards his temple and started drilling frantically. Wow, is he serious? My goodness, Zhao Qingfeng seems to really have the skills. The students couldn't tell if it was real or fake, but they were thoroughly entertained. Zhao Qingfeng stopped after a while and enthusiastically invited the students to try it. No one dared. What if they drilled through their heads and couldn't take the college entrance exam? Seeing that he had intimidated everyone, Zhao Qingfeng finally turned to Wang Qiang, whose face was now beet red. Wang Qiang, I'm ready. Let's do this. But I'll hold back just enough to make my point. After all, it's an unwritten rule in the martial arts circle. Stop pretending. Wang Qiang couldn't hold it in any longer. If he didn't act now, he might end up urinating on the spot. He swung his fist. He was about to fiercely attack Zhao Qingfeng. But at that moment, Zhang Yang suddenly started whistling nearby, a particularly pleasant sound. He also opened the leftover bottles of mineral water and slowly poured them onto the grass. The sound of the whistle and flowing water were only suitable for quiet appreciation. If one were sitting in a tea house, sipping tea while listening to a tune like High Mountains and Flowing Water, it would definitely be a delightful experience. But Wang Qiang couldn't stand any of these at the moment. Zhang Yang whistled cheerfully while the mineral water poured out noisily. Zhao Qingfeng also joined in the whistling, adding vibrato to it. The most infuriating part for Wang Qiang was that the sound directly reached his ears, making his urge to urinate surge even more. It felt like the dam was about to break, and he desperately wanted to relieve himself. Wang Qiang clenched his teeth and persevered. He clenched his buttocks and didn't dare to breathe too heavily. He barely managed to focus on his fists, taking a few strained steps forward to swing at Zhao Qingfeng's head. Wang Qiang, too slow. Let me show you my lion's roar technique, a true martial arts secret. Zhao Qingfeng easily dodged the punch while concentrating. The students cheered. Zhao Qingfeng whistled even louder. Taking advantage of Wang Qiang's turn, he quickly moved behind him and let out a loud ha. Right into his ear. A loud shout startled Wang Qiang. It was all over. Oh, heavens. The shout vibrated his eardrums, making his whole body tremble. His prostate felt like it was about to explode, and he couldn't hold it in anymore. Whoosh. Wang Qiang couldn't hold back any longer. He didn't care anymore, whatever. He closed his eyes, tilted his head back, baring his teeth, and without any concern, let the floodgates open. In an instant, his legs were covered in the pungent smell of urine, running down his leg hair, his socks, everywhere. The students were stunned. All of them stood wide-eyed and speechless. Was this for real? Zhao Qingfeng actually used the lion's roar technique to scare Wang Qiang into wetting himself. Impressive, it seemed like there really were hidden masters among the common folk. Everyone gasped in shock. The scene fell deadly silent. The students acknowledged Zhao Qingfeng as a martial artist with some real ability. It seemed his month-long trip to the provincial city was not in vain. Just 3 days ago, they had to look at him differently. Zhao Qingfeng had made the school bully wet himself in fear with just his lion's roar technique. Magnificent and exhilarating. A minute later, Wang Qiang finally came to his senses, gasping for air. It was too easy. This was a sense of liberation he had never experienced in his life, like flying in the clouds. Wang Qiang, how did you get so scared that you wet yourself? Zhao Qingfeng snickered beside him, raising his right hand to salute the amazed students. Wang Qiang then realized what had happened. His head buzzed as if he had been hit with a brick. He quickly turned to look at the students, only to see them covering their mouths, snickering at him. You? What are you laughing at? He tricked me. Listen to me, I was careless, please stop laughing, just listen to me, okay? At this moment, even the foolish Wang Qiang understood what had happened. Zhang Yang's fake surrender, something was wrong with the drink. But Zhao Qingfeng and Zhang Yang didn't explain, just stood up laughing together. The students stepped back from Wang Qiang, afraid of getting involved. Stay away. So disgusting. He actually wet himself, I'm dying of laughter, and he dared to challenge someone to a fight, ha ha ha. Wang Qiang was dumbfounded. He looked around blankly. No matter how he explained, the intense laughter and mocking sounds made him wish he could just disappear into a crack in the ground. Ah. Overwhelmed with embarrassment, Wang Qiang's anger boiled over. He clenched his fists, turned to glare at Zhao Qingfeng, jumped onto the flower bed, and roared like a madman. Zhao Qingfeng, I'm going to break your legs. Ah, I swear we are enemies for life. With that, he picked up a piece of the brick that had been split earlier and threw it fiercely towards Zhao Qingfeng. Zhao Qingfeng couldn't dodge, nor did he need to. He just lifted his arm to block it. The brick soaked in chemical solution was even more brittle than a biscuit. With a crash, it broke into pieces on the ground, causing the students to gasp in awe. This is real hard Qigong. His body is as hard as iron, blocking bricks is nothing. Zhao Qingfeng is so awesome. I get it now, he must have guessed someone would try to pursue the school beauty before graduation, so he deliberately went to the provincial city to train for a month. This is what they call sharpening the axe won't delay the job of cutting wood. The students' imaginations ran wild. However, Wang Qiang hadn't vented his anger yet, and was determined to regain his dignity. But as he charged forward with red eyes, a loud voice suddenly came from behind. Wang Qiang, what are you doing? Stop right there. Wang Qiang was startled. He turned around and saw the voice belonged to the academic director, accompanied by a plump middle-aged man, and a drunken old man. Director? Wang Qiang shuddered in fear. Just as he was about to explain, Zhao Qingfeng suddenly fell to the ground, covering his head with his arm full of brick dust, grimacing and crying out in pain. Director, help me, hissed Wang Qiang, force me into a fight. He hit me with a brick. Wang Qiang was utterly confused. Yes. He threw the brick, but Zhao Qingfeng had just looked so relaxed. The director turned pale and rushed to check Zhao Qingfeng's injuries. The evidence of the brick dust was undeniable, and Zhao Qingfeng appeared to be in extreme pain. The director turned furiously to Wang Qiang. Wang Qiang, are you out of your mind? This is a school, not a place for your tantrums. I haven't even confronted you about last night's trouble at the amusement park. And now you dare to challenge a classmate to a fight before the college entrance exam. This is disrupting school order and destroying the unity among students. Come with me to the academic office. I'm calling your parents. You must be dealt with severely. Ha. Wang Qiang felt like he had amnesia. When did he go to the amusement park these past few days? He was just shamelessly trying to hit on girls from the fourth school, and ended up getting his face scratched. He wanted to explain. But that reason seemed even worse than causing trouble, didn't it? The director didn't care about these details. He kicked Wang Qiang, suddenly noticing his shoe was sticky. As the stench reached him, the director's face changed. You wept yourself in fear. Oh, how should I even deal with you? Hurry up and go to the academic office. Wang Qiang was taken away, and Zhao Qingfeng breathed a sigh of relief. This time, it was perfect. With the reputation of punishing the little tyrant and being a martial artist, who would dare to trouble him at school in the future? Sure enough, Wang Qiang's lackeys no longer wanted to follow him and lose face. They gathered around, calling him Brother Feng, wanting to switch allegiances and recognize a new leader. How awesome martial artists were! As long as Zhao Qingfeng accepted them, they would have confidence in anything, from grabbing a basketball court to seizing computers in an internet cafe. Zhao Qingfeng decisively refused. Listen up. From today on, you all better study hard. No one is allowed to sneak off to internet cafes or play basketball during self-study sessions. Anyone who disobeys, I will beat you until you lose control of your bladder. Understood. The lackeys were terrified. Just the scene of urinating in public was embarrassing enough, let alone losing control of both in public. They might as well live on another planet. After dealing with them, Zhao Qingfeng then took Zhang Yang around to the front of the school. Zhang Yang praised him all the way, and they coincidentally met Shen Lingyao, who had just finished cleaning. Shen Lingyao saw Wang Qiang being taken upstairs as she came down the stairs. But this time, Wang Qiang didn't even lift his head, looking like he had committed a huge mistake. Curiously, Shen Lingyao asked Zhao Qingfeng, Brother Qingfeng, what did you do to Wang Qiang? He's too embarrassed to even look at me now. What happened? I'll tell you tonight. Zhang Yang, let's go, I'm arranging for you tonight. Where are you going? To the internet cafe. And then to your house for tutoring tonight. Zhao Qingfeng quickly ran off with Zhang Yang. Shen Lingyao couldn't catch up and returned home in a huff. There were guests at home, some of whom looked familiar. Yao Yao, I haven't seen you in over a year, you've become more beautiful. Yao Yao, this is your Uncle Wang. Put down your bag and get ready for dinner. Shen Lingyao greeted the guests absent-mindedly. As the meal was served, she sat at the table trying hard to recall who this Uncle Wang was. Finally, she remembered. Wang Taishan, her father's business partner. She had heard her mother mention that her father had opened an advertising company in the provincial city a few years ago, as a backup plan, fearing he might fall behind in the internal competition at the beer factory. The company's property, a small room of about 30 square meters in a well-known office building on the provincial city's commercial street, was bought entirely by her father. Wang Taishan was his only partner in the provincial city, responsible for running the business. However, as business became increasingly difficult over the past 2 years, Wang Taishan planned to change his line of work. This visit was to discuss withdrawing his shares. Her father agreed straightforwardly. The two had cooperated for more than 2 years, and, although they didn't meet often, had a good relationship. Deducting various expenses over the years, her father needed to refund Wang Taishan over 5,000 yuan. Her father cheerfully said, "Old Wang, let's have a drink first. Listen, about the money, I'll have to give it to you next week. It's not that I'm going back on my word. You know how my daughter loves to save money, always putting it in fixed deposits." Wang Taishan nodded with a smile. "Old Shen, we've been partners for more than 2 years without any unpleasantness. How could I not trust you? Then it's settled for next week. You can transfer the money to me. I'm currently looking for other business opportunities. If I find something good, you can invest again, and we'll continue our partnership." Shen Lingyao wasn't interested in adult conversations. She hurriedly ate a few bites, not wanting to listen any further, and after a polite goodbye, went to the study to prepare study materials for Zhao Qingfeng's tutoring session that evening. That day, Mr. Yan had talked about the method of studying and progressing together. Shen Lingyao found the textbooks and set them aside, as usual, starting with writing in her diary. May 15, 2001. I'm so mad, Brother Qingfeng is up to no good, actually. But after writing just a sentence, she suddenly heard a burst of hearty laughter from outside. Then, Wang Taishan's voice pierced through the door, laughing. "Ha ha ha, old Shen, it's a deal then. If I really find a good project this time, you have to introduce your daughter to my son. You've seen my son, he's also applying for college this year, planning to go to the School of Business and Commerce. No joke, let's drink, we'll talk more later." His son. Shen Lingyao's memory was instantly pulled back to 2 years ago. Indeed, there was such a person. The young man was about 1.7 meters tall, fair-skinned. He was somewhat shy when speaking. The last time he saw her, he not only stared at her face but also occasionally sneaked glances where he shouldn't. What was his name? She remembered. Shen Lingyao continued writing in her diary. His name is Wang Jian, and he even asked for my QQ number. Being with him. Impossible. This must be just a joke among the adults at the table. Yet, what Shen Lingyao thought was just a joke was actually a dream for Wang Jian, far away in the provincial city. This matter could have been resolved with a phone call, but the usually shy Wang Jian insisted his father come in person. Initially, Wang Taishan thought his son was being silly. Just because they met once 2 years ago, he was still thinking about her. Despite his reluctance, he fulfilled his son's request and came. Upon seeing Shen Lingyao again, he also agreed with his son's idea. After all, who wouldn't want a well-bred, beautiful, and sensible daughter-in-law like Shen Lingyao? Moreover, his relationship with old Shen had always been good. If they became in-laws, it would be a double joy. While Shen Lingyao was writing in her diary, Zhao Qingfeng and Zhang Yang arrived at Tiankong Internet Cafe. Zhao Ming was not there, probably arranging an online date at home. The Internet Cafe manager, having received instructions earlier in the day, flipped through the booking journal. "Wait a bit, 2 computers will be free in half an hour. I can give them to you, but only you can use it for free." Despite the cost, Zhang Yang was happy. Only those who had experienced the craze of Internet cafes in 2001 knew how popular they were. Being first in line to wait for a computer was already quite a privilege. Moreover, due to limited network bandwidth, most Internet users were still immersed in local network games. The most popular was Counter-Strike, followed by Raid Alert and StarCraft, while other games like Age of Empires catered to a niche audience. Zhao Qingfeng thanked the manager, looked inside the internet cafe, and took a deep breath. The mix of cigarette smoke, sweat, and foot odor felt both familiar and strange. In the small internet cafe with less than 20 computers, he could see everything at a glance. At the moment, some girls were chatting on QQ and watching Meteor Garden, while the boys were fiercely battling in games, occasionally shouting excitedly. The 15-inch CRT monitors and double-flying swallow ball mice exuded a sense of the era. Zhang Yang, unable to wait, stood behind others, stretching his neck like a tortoise, eager to join the fray. However, Zhao Qingfeng had no interest in gaming. He came to the internet cafe mainly to prepare for his future plans, to register 100 QQ accounts for future use, and download a programming tool set to his email. Later, when he got his own computer, he planned to set up a complete programming environment. Time in the internet cafe flew by. Half an hour passed quickly. The manager was quite polite, offering Zhao Qingfeng a bottle of soda, and even asking if he wanted instant noodles. Zhao Qingfeng refused the noodles, took the soda, and sat down with Zhang Yang at computers 15 and 16. What are we playing today? Zhang Yang envied Zhao Qingfeng for getting free internet access. Didn't Zhao Xiaoguo give you an account for Stone Age? You play that. I'll check out some foreign websites, replied Zhao Qingfeng, opening Google efficiently. Foreign websites. Zhang Yang became nervous. Brother Zhao, you can't do that. It's broad daylight. People only sneakily watch that stuff during all-night sessions. If Shen Lingyao finds out, she'll kill you. Where there's internet, there's pornography. Zhao Qingfeng wasn't into that, but he had to admit it was a cornerstone of technological advancement. For instance, future VR technology. Statistics show that 71% of VR device purchases were just to watch realistic movies and play adult games. The world's largest adult website, starting with P, received 42 billion visits a year, meaning over 100 million daily visits, far exceeding some normal major websites. Am I that kind of person? Zhao Qingfeng kicked Zhang Yang's stool. In his second life, what he needed wasn't the company of beautiful women. Those were mere clouds passing by. His heart was set on Shen Lingyao, even if their future held no physical intimacy. He wondered if the future Shen Lingyao would be averse to such matters, though deep communication was preferable. Just as he was about to open GitHub, Zhao returned to the cafe with his online date for an inspection. Seeing Zhao Qingfeng at the computer, Zhao was overjoyed. The naive little brother had been lured back by false kinship, hadn't he? Who the hell was his brother? Let him play for free, play him to death. Let him waste his time and become a failure, unable to get into university. Then, the compensation would belong to the real Zhao family. Little brother, you're here? Zhao circled around, smiling as his eyes landed on the screen. Zhao circled around and stared directly at the computer screen. Zhao Qingfeng, without turning his head and acknowledging his presence, skillfully typed on the keyboard. He was adjusting his mouse sensitivity in the CS settings interface, quickly entered the warehouse map, chose the bandit faction, and used shortcut keys to buy an AK-47. His face was tense as he crouched and guarded his spot. Zhao watched this with pleasure in his heart, and firmly squeezed the ample buttocks of the woman he met online beside him. The woman was also very pleased, deliberately cooperating. On the way here, Zhao had slandered Zhao Qingfeng, saying he was not a pure Zhao family member, but rather a bastard born of Qingfeng's mother and another man. Looking at Zhao Qingfeng now, a pure internet addict. Completely focused when playing games. Could someone like him really achieve among the top 3 scores in the university entrance examination? So, she just needed to wait until the end of the university entrance exam, when the money would be distributed. As Zhao girlfriend, she would also enjoy some of the dividends. Little bro, you keep playing. Zhao brought another bottle of soda, and then went into his small room with his online girlfriend. As the door closed, the two embraced and kissed. Zhao greedily moved his hands over her, and the woman, named Zhangping, responded coyly, mumbling, "But you said, after his university entrance exam, when the money comes in, you'd buy me a Nokia 3310. While the two were indulging themselves, Zhao Qingfeng quickly quit the game. Zhang Yang was startled. "Brother Zhao, why did you quit? There's no one to cover me now." Zhao Qingfeng glared at Zhang Yang, and immediately opened the QQ official website to start registering a large number of QQ accounts. In 2001, QQ accounts were already 8 digits long, and occasionally finding a 7-digit one was considered lucky. However, Zhao Qingfeng didn't care about the length of the number, but valued the anonymity of not being real name registered. 2 hours later, after skilled operations, 100 QQ accounts were registered. Just as he sent them to his email, Jiaming and Zhang Ping came out, with Jiaming's face covered in lipstick marks, and judging by the sound from the room earlier, they had been up to no good. Bro, I'm leaving. Zhao Qingfeng refused Jiaming's offer of a free overnight stay, and loudly shared some CS playing techniques with Zhang Yang before leaving. He had originally planned to register a domain name for a future navigation website, but since payment required a bank transfer, he decided to wait until he earned some money later in the week to open a bank account. When he returned, it was already past 8 p.m. Zhang Yang, as usual, went to help at the small restaurant. When Zhao Qingfeng got home, Qingfeng's mother had already heated the dinner and put it on the table. She frowned and asked, "Where did you go after school? Did you run to the internet cafe again? The university entrance exam is almost here, can't you let Yao Yao teach you properly?" Qingfeng's mother didn't want to be too harsh, but she was really worried. That afternoon, she had received particularly bad news. The factory had announced that the 50,000 yuan compensation couldn't be paid for the time being. That morning, the three aunts had gone to the brewery together, causing a scene and threatening not to allow the payment before the end of the university entrance exam, fearing Qingfeng's mother would run away with the money. The situation was getting worse. The whole county knew about it. The three aunts were notoriously unreasonable, and nobody wanted to provoke these shrewish women. Of course, Qingfeng's mother didn't tell Zhao Qingfeng about these troubles. But as a woman, she really didn't know what to do about the future. Zhao Qingfeng hurriedly ate a few bites and then ran to Shen Lingyao's house. As he knocked on the door, Wang Taisheng, inebriated, came out from inside. The two exchanged glances. Anting introduced, "Old Wang, this is the boy I told you about, our Yao Yao's childhood friend. They've grown up together and are very close. Little Feng, you should call him Uncle Wang." Zhao Qingfeng greeted him as Uncle Wang. Wang Taisheng frowned and nodded, silently comparing Zhao Qingfeng with his own son. In terms of appearance, Zhao Qingfeng, at 1.75 meters, was neither tall nor short, with a fair complexion and bright eyes, slightly better than his own son. But considering family background, Wang Taisheng had already heard about the recent events at the Zhao family and knew about the debts of Zhao Qingfeng's family. Whereas his own family owned 2 houses in the provincial capital, a car, and had no debts. Such a contrast was like the difference between heaven and earth. All he had to do was wait for Shen Lingyao to get into the university, and have his son take good care of her. Gradually getting closer to the Shen family, and becoming in-laws seemed not too difficult. Old Shen, these 2 kids are practically childhood sweethearts. In ancient times, your families would have arranged a marriage. But nowadays, we talk about marrying equally. Yao Yao has been raised in affluence, she should marry into wealth, not to a poor boy. These words were meaningful, and Zhao Qingfeng felt a tightening in his heart. Shen Lingyao, also at the door, haughtily added, "Uncle Wang, I believe more in eternal true love. Matchmaking based on social status is just something you adults talk about." Yao Yao is right, true love is eternal. Zhao Qingfeng nodded in agreement, and, in front of everyone, deliberately grabbed Shen Lingyao's arm and dashed into the study. Wang Taisheng was left embarrassed, not expecting to be rebutted by the 2 kids. He glared at Zhao Qingfeng's back and left downstairs. After he left, Etting took old Shen back to the bedroom and jokingly asked, "Old Shen, you and Wang were talking as if it was real at the dinner table. You're not seriously considering betrothing Yao Yao to their family, are you?" Old Shen didn't answer directly, but said, "Ding Xiang, you and Hongmai are best friends, you know best how her life has been. As a woman married to me, you don't live in luxury, but you've never worried about food or clothing. But what about Hongmai? Since marrying brother Zhao, she has worked hard day and night, but what has she gotten in return? I'm not insisting on equal social standing, but with Yao Yao's status, the Zhao family's child is far from a match. Just now, old Wang and I were just joking at the table. Even if he took it seriously, it's useless. Our Yao Yao must marry a truly capable man in the future." From a father's perspective, old Shen's thoughts were not wrong. But from Ding Xiang's view, even though Qingfeng's mother's life was not ideal, brother Zhao never let her suffer in their years together. It was just Brother Zhao's limited ability that prevented her from living a wealthy life. But who can really define love? Ding Xiang sighed. Ah, if only Little Feng could really make it into the top 3. Old Shen shook his head. Little Feng is good. I've watched him grow up. He's like a son to me. But still, we have to respect reality. Meanwhile, in the study, Shen Lingyao and Zhao Qingfeng were also ready to start their review. Before they began, Zhao Qingfeng suddenly asked a question that took Shen Lingyao aback. Why are you so far away from me? In the study, Zhao Qingfeng shifted closer to Shen Lingyao. It's your fault for getting distracted from our studies. Shen Lingyao, hugging her shoulders and pouting, pretended to complain. Her cute demeanor was incredibly endearing. Zhao Qingfeng chuckled foolishly, immensely enjoying her angered look, which resembled that of a caring wife. It was the perfect opportunity to probe her thoughts. Thinking this, Zhao Qingfeng immediately let his head slump onto the table as if in deep thought, turned his head, and asked, Yao Yao, can I ask you something? Go ahead, Brother Qingfeng. I'm really curious about something. During our 3 years of middle school, you've always been the school beauty with so many admirers. Didn't you have a crush on anyone? Not at all. What kind of man are you looking for, then? Of course, a handsome guy, like Doming Si, or who is L.A. That's me then. I am the unrivaled, most handsome guy in the universe. Zhao Qingfeng declared this and suddenly stood up, 1 foot on the chair, and ran his hand through his hair. He deliberately leaned close to Shen Lingyao, squinting his eyes and asked, Tell me the truth, do you like the cool and handsome type like me? Shen Lingyao's face turned red immediately. She liked him. Truly liked him. For some reason, although Zhao Qingfeng was an exceptionally handsome, no matter how many handsome guys she saw, Shen Lingyao couldn't forget him, as if he was deeply imprinted in her heart. Is it true? Zhao Qingfeng was secretly thrilled. If she agreed, today would be perfect. However, the heart of a woman is deeper than the sea. Shen Lingyao certainly wouldn't admit it. Her mother had told her to maintain modesty. How could she confess her feelings to a boy first? Brother Qingfeng, don't flatter yourself. I'm a top student, and I prioritize my studies. And you are nowhere near as handsome as Doming Si. I think you're more like Kevjane from the Jiangnan 7 Freaks. Stay away from me and focus on your studies. This was utterly nonsensical. She clearly liked him so much, but just wouldn't admit it. Zhao Qingfeng wasn't discouraged. He had limited experience with women in his previous life and didn't understand girls' hearts well. It seemed that to truly be together, they would need to let things develop naturally. Haste makes waste. Moreover, given his current situation with his family in turmoil, even if he confessed now and succeeded, there was a great chance they would be torn apart. Then they would truly become a pair of star-crossed lovers. Why are you looking so glum? Shen Lingyao pinched Zhao Qingfeng hard. Zhao Qingfeng remained silent. Come on, speak up. I haven't even asked you what kind of girl you like yet. Tell me. Me. I like girls with clear brows and bright eyes, just like a silly roe deer from the countryside, adorable. Be serious. All right. I want to find a silly girl, one who doesn't know to run home when it rains and who irons holes into clothes. That way, I can dominate her with my intelligence and have her wash my feet and massage my back for life. Shen Lingyao was stunned. Wasn't he referring to their past incidents? You Brother Qingfeng. Daring to make fun of me, I'll teach you a lesson. Ouch. That hurts. I'm not giving up. Come at me again. Zhao Qingfeng was chased around the room, with Shen Lingyao swinging her little fists nonstop. Despite her thin frame, Shen Lingyao's little punches were quite painful. Yet Zhao Qingfeng found joy in it. Go ahead, hit me hard. I owe you so much from our last life, I'd give my life for you. Their playful laughter soon attracted, Anting. She came in with a plate of fruit, her face wearing a kind smile, urging them to study. Little Feng, focus on your review. Don't make your mother and me worry. Yao Yao, teach him well. Let's aim for the top 3. Then we can hold our heads high, and see who dares to look down on our little Feng. Zhao Qingfeng wasn't foolish, he knew what Anting was worried about. In his previous life, she loved Shen Lingyao so much, and was so tolerant of him, never uttering a complaint. Such a good woman. Anting, don't worry. If I don't make it into the top 3, I'll Zhao Qingfeng was serious, about to make a promise. If he doesn't make it into the top 3, I'll strangle him. Mom, please go out, we need to study. Shen Lingyao joked heartily, making Aunt Ding laugh and leave after patting Zhao Qingfeng's shoulder meaningfully. After she left, the two officially began their review. The day after tomorrow was the second mock exam. This mock exam was the closest to the difficulty of the actual university entrance exam, and the results would be highly indicative. Shen Lingyao, biting her pen, thought for a moment. Brother Qingfeng, your English and Chinese are the weakest. Let's start with English. I'll teach you grammar first. You try to make a sentence, and I'll explain it to you. Zhao Qingfeng's English wasn't good in his previous life. Although he had learned programming and computer English early on, computer English was entirely different from regular English. For example, for and while loops are just English programming syntax, which can be memorized by rote. But the English in the university entrance exam was different. Apart from the essence of listening and writing, the most important part was the ability to comprehend reading passages. Let me say a sentence first. Okay, you are beautiful. What? I said, you are beautiful, it's true. Don't sweet talk me. Shen Lingyao's pretty face reddened again. Of course, she knew how beautiful she was, receiving compliments daily. But she was used to it from others. When Zhao Qingfeng said it, she was secretly delighted. But now was not the time to talk about these things. She pinched Zhao Qingfeng hard and explained loudly, listen up and study well. There are mainly 2 sentence structures in English, subject verb object and subject linking verb complement, corresponding to I did something, and I am something, in Chinese. Got it? All the word forms correspond to these 2 structures. All complex sentence structures also evolve from these 2 basic ones. It's easy to distinguish. I'll give you the simplest example. For instance, the I love you sentence that English teachers always use. I am the subject, love is the verb, and you are the object. I love you. Do you understand? All right, now you give me some examples. What? Zhao Qingfeng didn't catch everything, but the words I love you were crystal clear. Was the little girl confessing through teaching? So sweet. Sweeter than any dream by 1,000-fold. Inhaling the fragrance of the young girl emanating from Shen Lingyao, looking at her cute face on the pink bear pajamas, Zhao Qingfeng was momentarily intoxicated, blushing like in a dream. Hey, I asked you to give examples. If you can't come up with one, I won't teach you anymore. Shen Lingyao also had her little schemes, trying not to blush but inevitably doing so. This sweet dialogue, subtly woven into the lesson, brought her joy too. This was the naïve yet restrained sweetness of youth. Come on, what are you waiting for? Shen Lingyao pinched Zhao Qingfeng hard again. Shen Lingyao waited for Zhao Qingfeng to extend the subject-verb-object sentence structure with I love you. Although grammar wasn't difficult for middle school students who were good at studying, it seemed like an insurmountable challenge for Zhao Qingfeng, as Shen Lingyao knew him. Before transferring schools, Zhao Qingfeng had once made a big fool of himself in English class, and became the laughingstock of the entire school. The English teacher had set up a scenario where students had to pretend to find a mouse in a hotel room and call to inform her, acting as the receptionist, about the situation. Everyone else's responses were normal. But when it was Zhao Qingfeng's turn, he just couldn't do it. Out of desperation, he shamelessly said to the teacher acting as the customer service, "Do you conv Tom and Jerry?" The teacher was dumbfounded. Wasn't that the cat and mouse from the cartoon? It took her a while to respond, "Yes, I know." After Zhao Qingfeng finished saying Jerry sure, the whole class burst into thunderous laughter. The English teacher was so angry that she punished him to shout Tom and Jerry at the flag-raising platform downstairs for an entire afternoon, making it known throughout the school. Thinking back, Shen Lingyao couldn't help but laugh. But she quickly became serious again, threatening Zhao Qingfeng with a compass. Brother Qingfeng, answer properly, no more Tom and Jerry. I want to see how you scare me. That should be easy. Zhao Qingfeng in his previous life had gone abroad at a young age. As everyone knows, the environment is the best teacher for learning a language. Having lived for a long time in developed countries like Europe and America, he had mastered not only English, but also German, French, Spanish, Russian, and more. I love you, I love you. Zhao Qingfeng blushed and pretended to think, stroking his chin. And then, Shen Lingyao's heart pounded wildly, the compass in her hand ready to strike Zhao Qingfeng if he couldn't answer. And then it's I love you, is a subject-verb-object structure, and you can add adjectives and adverbs in between. Like, I love the beautiful you, which adds an adjective before the object. Or, I helplessly love the beautiful you, which adds an adverb before the verb. And there's I will forever helplessly love the beautiful you in this lifetime of mine, which is. What is it? It's you taking advantage of me. The universe is invincible. Super handsome guy, haha. Shameless, bullying me, I'll see if I don't stab you to death. Ah. The two started their playful fight again. Shen Lingyao's heart beat wildly in embarrassment. After hearing I love you several times, though mixed within grammar lessons, she, like Zhao Qingfeng, singled out those 3 words and kept them in her heart. But such back and forth wasn't conducive to studying. Shen Lingyao grabbed the English exam papers left by the teacher and slammed them on the table. Brother Qingfeng, do these exercises. I'm going to wash up. I'll check your answers when I come back. Wait, were my answers just now correct? Yes. The subject-verb-object was correct? Yes. The adverb was added correctly? Yes. You love me, right? Yes, Brother Qingfeng. I'm going to tell Mom right now. Shen Lingyao's ears turned red, as if they could bleed. She turned and pretended to be huffy as she went to wash up. Etting, watching TV in the living room, saw Shen Lingyao's flushed face entering the bathroom and quietly followed. Yao Yao, Mom knows what you're thinking, but this is a critical moment. You must let little Feng study properly. You know, your dad wants you to marry a man with money, power, and capability. Shen Lingyao felt even more embarrassed. Joking with Brother Qingfeng was one thing, as it was their private sweet moment. But now, her mother had sneakily come over to give guidance. This was both awkward and shy, truly embarrassing. Mom, what are you talking about? What do you know? I know, you're just worried about Aunt Feng's future livelihood. Don't worry, I'll teach him well, and make sure he gets into a university. Aunt Ling nodded, knowing her daughter well. She whispered, when you get to university, you'll be truly grown up. Then you can choose not to listen to your father, and I'll always have your back. We're not afraid of him. Shen Lingyao snorted, Mom, I don't understand what you're saying. I just turned 18, and don't want to discuss marriage. She then returned to the study. At that time, Zhao Qingfeng had just finished a test paper. Shen Lingyao, feeling shy and embarrassed, punched Zhao Qingfeng's back. I knew you couldn't answer. Give me the paper, and I'll explain your mistakes. Zhao Qingfeng handed over the paper. Shen Lingyao, with an arrogant air, took it, and scrutinized it from top to bottom. But, the further she read, the wider her eyes grew. Was this a dream? The mock exam paper she had given Zhao Qingfeng was not easy, and he had only gotten 2 questions wrong. Shen Lingyao stared at Zhao Qingfeng with disbelief. Did you peek at the answers at the back, and deliberately make 2 mistakes to trick me into praising you? You're cheating yourself. Zhao Qingfeng found it hard to explain. He couldn't possibly reveal his past life experiences. He patted his chest and assured her, Yao Yao, you don't understand. You should see someone in a new light every 3 days. During the month I spent in the provincial city, I studied harder than ever, waking up earlier than chickens and sleeping later than dogs. I learned in 1 month what it takes you, a silly roe deer, 10 years to learn. Wow, so you're a braggart, ha. Oh. Take that for tricking me. Silly roe deer, can you catch me? Oh. Shen Lingyao pinched him all over, and Zhao Qingfeng ran around the room. They played around until Shen Kuo came in and urged, Little Feng, it's getting late. Continue studying tomorrow. Go home and sleep. Seeing it was already 10 o'clock at night, Zhao Qingfeng bid farewell and left, saying the subject-verb-object to Shen Lingyao, which earned him a big eye roll. At home, Qingfeng's mother was still awake. She browsed through a newspaper, contemplating property registration. Worry? The worry added a few more white hairs to her head. The property was still in Brother Zhao's name, and would require notarization and various complex procedures to sell. Moreover, without a house, where would they live in the future? Neighbors said house prices would rise. If they sold now to pay off debts, could they afford to buy another house for her son in the future? Mom, what are you looking at? Just browsing. Mom, do you have a dream? A dream. Qingfeng's mother was a bit startled. Those words felt too distant. When she was young, she had a small dream of owning a supermarket. Because their family was not wealthy. Every time she went to a supermarket and saw all the products, there were many things she wanted but couldn't afford. She often thought how nice it would be to have a big supermarket of her own. To give her son whatever he wanted to eat, enough beef, enough milk, to let him grow strong and tall. A supermarket. Okay. Hearing King Feng's mother laugh bitterly, Zhao Qingfeng appeared relaxed. Mom, I've noted that wish. Give me some time. Once I make big money, we'll open the largest supermarket in the county. I'll make you the boss, and we can eat beef and drink milk as much as we want. By the way, Mom, I have something to do. I'm going to the internet cafe and will be back a bit late. Don't worry. After saying this, Zhao Qingfeng hurried off to the internet cafe. Zhao Qingfeng's task tonight was closely related to Liu Zhiqiang. This old rascal had not failed to trick him in his previous life. In this life, Zhao Qingfeng was determined to stir up some trouble for him. Before heading to the internet cafe, Zhao Qingfeng first went to Zhang Yang's place in building to borrow Zhao Xiaogu's account for the game Stone Age. Brother Zhao, I thought you didn't play anymore. Upon hearing Zhao Qingfeng's request, Zhang Yang immediately perked up, almost losing his soul in excitement. You don't worry about it. Just sleep. I'm off to do something important. I'll tell you about it later. After memorizing the account and password and instructing Zhang Yang, Zhao Qingfeng rushed to the Tiankong internet cafe. It was late at night. When he arrived at the internet cafe, as expected, Zhao Ming was not there. It was nearly time for the all-night session to end, and the internet cafe attendant was preparing to close the roller shutter. Seeing Zhao Qingfeng come in, the attendant, like Zhao Ming, showed a look of disdain. After all, everyone in the small county knew about the troubles of the Zhao family. Looking at Zhao Qingfeng's hurried appearance, it seemed just as Zhao Ming had said, that he was a no-hoper. There were several vacant computers in the internet cafe. Zhao Qingfeng took the cup noodles and drink from the attendant, exchanged a few words of fake pleasantries, and then found a computer out of the view of the counter to settle down at. He turned on the computer and logged in. The screen of Stone Age immediately appeared before him. Zhao Xiaogu's account was not bad, it had a Tyrannosaurus Rex. But Zhao Qingfeng had no intention of playing. He opened a website and searched for Xiaoqiang Pet Elf. After downloading it, he first conducted a functionality test. It must be said, this hack developed by Liu Zhiqiang's company was indeed of high quality, befitting the efforts of a small team of over 20 people. But this was only considering the technology and era of that time. If Zhao Qingfeng were to develop it, with his technical knowledge, if he were to take it seriously, he could make something at least 100 times better than theirs. So this is how it works. After half an hour of meticulous exploration, Zhao Qingfeng had completely understood the basic principle of Xiaoqiang Pet Elf. It was a destructive hack. Simply put, it involved violently modifying the data packets sent from the local game client to the server. Its functions were comprehensive. They included auto battle, teleportation, no enemy encounters, on-spot enemy encounters, and special features like opening pet capture, among others. In the current environment, this hack produced by Zhiqiang Technology Company could completely crush 95% of the other hacks on the market, which justified its monthly fee of 120 yuan. In his previous life, Liu Zhiqiang had made a fortune from this hack, later buying a 430 square meter duplex in the high-end Sun City community in the provincial capital, as well as 3 or 4 cars like Mercedes and BMW. Zhao Qingfeng's mouth curled up slightly as he began to download programming tools. Cracking a hack was not simple for ordinary programmers. The first requirement was to be proficient in various programming languages, especially assembly language. But for Zhao Qingfeng, who had independently developed programming languages, this was as easy as child's play. He deftly opened the programming tools and first wrote a tracking software. After dynamically tracking both the Stone Age game client and the Xiaoqiang hack, Zhao Qingfeng performed a static analysis using the RDK toolkit. An hour later, he had completed the reverse engineering of the encrypted data exchange between the hack and the client, a task that would normally take others days or even months. With another half hour, he had fully disassembled and deciphered Xiaoqiang Pet Elf, with each line of cracked code displayed on his monitor. Garbage. This was Zhao Qingfeng's first impression upon seeing the code. It was a mess, leaving him speechless. In some places, there were even no comments, clearly a subpar product made by several programmers over time. Zhao Qingfeng was obsessive about neat and clean code. While contemplating, he began to modify the code. After removing the blocking verification code and spending another 2 hours, he finally created a simplified, optimized, and cracked new version of Xiaoqiang Pet Elf, which he named Mingyu Hack Free Version. He initially thought of calling it Qingfeng, but it was a homophone of his name. He didn't want Yu Zhiqiang to guess who it was, so he simply chose Mingyu. After all, the moonlit nights of his hometown were so beautiful, and he had just imagined a lovely scene walking under the moonlight with Shen Lingyao, so he named it accordingly. Snapping out of his brief reverie, he opened various forums and websites. This included popular 2001 forums like Gamers Home, Tianya, 52PK, and more. He uploaded the cracked hack to these forums, along with a description stating that Mingyu Hack inherited all functions of Xiaoqiang Pet Elf. Besides improving response speed, its most important feature was that it was completely free. And in the future, Mingyu Hack would emerge in other gaming areas, hoping for continued support from netizens. He specifically noted that this free release of Mingyu Hack might provoke dissatisfaction from other hack developers, so users should distinguish between the original and fake versions to avoid malware and viruses disguised under its name. By the time he finished, it was past 4 a.m. Zhao Qingfeng yearned and stretched, wondering what Liu Zhicheng's company's reaction would be upon discovering their hack had been cracked. But this was just an appetizer, the main course was yet to come. He tittied up briefly, erased his tracks, and hurried home to sleep. An hour later, the event fermented. Messages began to pop up one after another on various forums. Who developed this new hack? I just downloaded it, and it really has the same functions as Xiaoqiang Hack, and it runs even smoother. Mingyu free version, what a benevolent act. My Xiaoqiang Hack is about to expire, and now I don't need to buy a monthly pass. Brothers, the spirit of the internet is about sharing. We can share adult sites, technology, and of course, hacks. Spread the word. The speed of internet spread was terrifying. Zhao Qingfeng knew this well and slept soundly. Hu. 2 hours later, just as dawn broke, Zhao Qingfeng was still asleep when Shen Kuo and Anting brought him some incredibly good news. Early the next day, as the sun rose, old Shen and Anting, along with Shen Lingyao into large suitcases, arrived early at Zhao Qingfeng's house. The factory was organizing a trip for middle management and their families. Coincidentally, one of the managers couldn't go, so Anting thought of taking Qingfeng's mother along to relax. Qingfeng's mother was reluctant to go, considering the mess at home. Anting, frowning, hugged her pitiful best friend's arm and persuaded her. Hongmai, go on. You're just idling at home anyway, and you can't find a job right away, can you? It won't cost you anything, the factory is paying for everything. You've never been to the south all these years. Let's go see the flowers blooming there. Little Feng and Yao Yao are all grown up. What are you worried about? Let Yao Yao watch over him to ensure he studies properly. That's settled then. Is little Feng still asleep? Yao Yao, go wake him up, and I'll give him a few more instructions. Qingfeng's mother couldn't refuse Anting's repeated kindness. After all, she hadn't accepted the 3,000 yuan red envelope, and it would be somewhat inappropriate to refuse again. Thinking it over, her mood at home was indeed stifling, and it was time for a break. Her only worry was Zhao Qingfeng. But Zhao Qingfeng had made a promise. After being woken up by Shen Lingyao, he came out of his room with messy hair. Mom, you always wanted me to score 100 on the test, right? I won't disappoint you in this second mock exam. I promise 100 in every subject, so go and enjoy yourself. Shen Lingyao covered her mouth to hide her laughter. Silly brother Qingfeng, such a fool, not even knowing the middle school exam scores. Math, Chinese, English, each worth 150 points, and science or liberal arts comprehensive 300 points, for a total of 750 points. The teacher had mentioned it many times. However, if he really scored 100 points in each subject as he said, the total would be 600 points, which was already considered a good score. Zhao Qingfeng diligently helped Qingfeng's mother pack her luggage. He was overjoyed inside. Wasn't this a stroke of good fortune? For the next 3 or 4 days, he could be alone with Shen Lingyao. Maybe they could even play house, getting a taste of daily life as a young couple. Just thinking about it excited him. Qingfeng's mother quickly packed her luggage. Yao Yao, the responsibility of teaching little Feng falls to you after we leave. If he doesn't behave, you can punish him first and report later. Enting also gently advised, little Feng, don't cook yourselves. I've left money for Yao Yao, enough for you to eat and drink. The only requirement is to study hard. Otherwise, it will affect your ability to marry in the future. Got it? After saying this, she gave Old Shen a warning glance. Old Shen frowned. Ding Xiang, why do you always talk about these things with the kids? They're only 18, and haven't even started university yet. Oh dear, oh dear. Before he could finish, Anting pinched him hard. Aiming for Old Shen's thigh, she gave him two sharp pinches. Zhao Qingfeng was all too familiar with this action. Shen Lingyao not only looked like Anting, but their ways of bullying were also identical, a real case of like mother, like daughter. The three of them left. Zhao Qingfeng watched them get into the car from the window, took a couple of deep breaths to calm his excitement. Back in his room, just as he was about to ask Shen Lingyao how they would spend the next 3 days, Shen Lingyao, who was tidying up the bed sheets, suddenly changed her expression. Her face turned crimson with rage, hands on hips, standing by the bed, looking like she was about to explode. What's up? Yao Yao, I just woke up and haven't done anything wrong. You're not planning to get violent so early, are you? Hey, I'm a martial artist. Don't hit, don't pinch. Can you just explain what's going on? Oh, oh, oh. Shen Lingyao showed no mercy. She hit harder than ever before, sending Zhao Qingfeng running around the room in pain. He was really suffering. You? Brother. Qingfeng. I never thought you would be this kind of person. How could you do this? You're not learning good things. You're a bad egg. How dare you? Shen Lingyao, at a loss for words, kicked Zhao Qingfeng twice, her face reddening 100-fold more than before. Miss, could you let me die knowing what I did wrong? Zhao Qingfeng, bullied into kneeling on one knee, pleaded with his hands clasped. You just go and see. Look at your mattress. Shen Lingyao, cheeks puffed up in anger and embarrassment, pointed to the room. The mattress. Zhao Qingfeng was stunned. Since his rebirth, he had never washed his bed linen and the mattress. Confused, he walked into the room. Shen Lingyao, with her arms crossed and cheeks flushed, followed behind. Lifting the thin mattress, what appeared underneath immediately made Zhao Qingfeng understand why Shen Lingyao was so embarrassed and furious. It turned out to be a poster of a naked European woman standing on the rocks, sunbathing, hidden under the mattress. Oh no. Zhao Qingfeng was shocked, his face turning beet red. Where did this come from? He couldn't remember. After thinking for a good half-minute, Zhao Qingfeng finally realized. This was the parting gift from his thoughtful little brother Zhang Yang before transferring schools. Fearing Qingfeng's mother's discovery, he had secretly hidden it under the mattress. Ah, such a sin. But then, whose adolescence isn't filled with the sin of hormones? The naive Zhao Qingfeng of his previous life also had a desire to explore these blurred feelings. But how to explain this now? Zhang Yang. This is Zhang Yang's dirty magazine. He doesn't study well, so I confiscated it. I really haven't looked at it. I, Zhao Qingfeng, have no interest in women. Yao Yao, what are you doing? Why are you lifting your leg? Before he could finish, Shen Lingyao had already kicked him hard on his buttocks. Oh. A cry of pain echoed as Zhao Qingfeng fell to the ground in agony. The pain. Excruciating pain. Shen Lingyao, both angry and embarrassed, said with her hands on her hips, that's what you get for learning bad habits. Zhao Qingfeng clutched his crotch in pain. Good kick. But don't kick next time. I'm still a virgin. I don't want to be a eunuch. He then burned it in front of Shen Lingyao, and cursed Zhang Yang 1,000 times. The pain made Zhao Qingfeng hunch over as he rode his bike to school, unable to make any large movements. Soon they arrived at school. With the second mock exam the next day, the atmosphere in the classroom was particularly tense. Everyone was engrossed in their studies, even Zhang Yang had picked up a book. Zhao Qingfeng, curious, asked, Zhang Yang, you're not usually like this. What's up today? Zhang Yang looked up, his face filled with worry. Brother Zhao, it's all because of you. Hey, why is your face so purple? The purple face was not the focus. Fortunately, his body was young and had mostly recovered by now. Following Shen Lingyao's instructions, Zhao Qingfeng first gave Zhang Yang a stern critique. Zhang Yang, no more of those mags in the future. We need to be sunny youths, not corrupted by pornography. Got it? Shen Lingyao also reprimanded Zhang Yang, and you better not show those indecent books to Brother Qingfeng again. If there's a next time, I will tell Principal Yan, your parents, and little Li. Zhang Yang was bewildered. After some thought, he realized what was going on. With a donkey-like face, he frowned and asked, Brother Zhao, what do you mean? Wasn't it you who told me to? Shut up. Next topic. Why have you started studying now? Sighing heavily, Zhang Yang explained why he suddenly began to study. His parents, both from a rural background and having dropped out in middle school, never really demanded he study too hard. A middle school diploma was enough. After all, there was the small restaurant at home for him to take over in the future. Moreover, going to university would cost a lot of money. It seemed better to work at the restaurant for a few years after graduation, save some money, open a larger restaurant, and then get married and have children. This was Zhang Yang's plan. But in the last few days, after the Zhao family incident became well known throughout the county, Zhang Yang's parents were deeply shocked. Especially when they learned that Zhao Qingfeng had made a vow in front of everyone to rank in the top 3 in the university entrance exam, they became even more eager for him to go to university. My dad has gone crazy. These days, people who come to the restaurant keep talking about how Brother Zhao swore in front of everyone to be in the top 3 and how promising that is. They say that after going to university, you become a cut above the rest. My parents got so obsessed with it that when I got home last night, they beat me up. They said if I don't get into university, they'll disown me. So I can't go to the internet cafe with you anymore. So that was it. This upset Zhao Qingfeng's plans. He had thought of letting Zhang Yang grow naturally, knowing he could help him take off. But now, due to the butterfly effect of his family incident, Zhang Yang's failure to get into university might truly upset his parents. Okay then. That's good. I can help you review. Zhao Qingfeng readily agreed, recalling the content of the 2001 national exam. Although it was a long time ago, he vividly remembered some major questions. Even if he couldn't recall the exact ones, he remembered the types, and guiding Zhang Yang should be enough to get him into university after a month of review. But Zhang Yang disagreed. He knew Zhao Qingfeng's academic performance was not much better than his own. Relying on him for tutoring might lead him astray. I'll go to Fishali. Zhang Yang mumbled, too embarrassed to say outright that he didn't trust Zhao Qingfeng's reliability. Would she even bother with you? Zhao Qingfeng was incredulous. Fu Shali's family had some money, her father was a contractor in the county, and her mother was a civil servant. How could she possibly be interested in Zhang Yang? Moreover, Zhang Yang was just average looking. Fu Shali, at the age of 29, was sweet looking. Apart from her slightly dark skin, she was definitely class flower material. Zhao Qingfeng glanced at Fu Shali, his memories flooding back. In his previous life, Zhang Yang had always pined for Fu Shali, but ended up marrying a waitress from his restaurant in 2005. Later, when the restaurant grew and his wife became the boss, she had an affair with the barbecue chef. This infuriated Zhang Yang, who, in a fit of rage, killed them both before committing suicide by jumping into a river. At that time, Zhao Qingfeng had already gone abroad, and his career was just starting to look up. When he heard about Zhang Yang's death, he was deeply grieved. If he had been in the country, he would have definitely prevented such a tragedy. But by then, it was too late. As he was thinking, Zhang Yang suddenly rolled up his sleeves to show the scars on his arms, explaining, she will definitely listen to me. I played the hero this morning. Some thugs outside the school were bothering her for her QQ number, and I stopped them. Zhao Qingfeng was pondering how to help Zhang Yang get closer to Fishali. He hadn't expected such an opportunity to arise. It seemed that everything was changing since his rebirth. Good. Since that was the case, he could fully use Zhang Yang's heroic rescue to close the gap with Fu Shali. I'm going now. Before Zhao Qingfeng could say anything, Zhang Yang had already scurried off to Fu Shali. He approached her with a smile, holding his test papers, asking for her help. Fu Shali rarely smiled at Zhang Yang. She was still frightened by the morning's ordeal, and grateful to Zhang Yang for his intervention. But Zhang Yang was a bit slow. He struggled to understand, even after a long explanation. In desperation, Fu Shaoli grabbed his hand to teach him, saying, "It's not hard. Look, it's just trigonometry. Using the method the teacher taught us, there can be 3 solutions." Forget 3 solutions. Even 3,000 wouldn't have mattered to Zhang Yang at that moment. This was his first close contact with the goddess. Fu Shaoli's hand was so soft and thrilling. His face reddened more and more, and he became increasingly excited. Suddenly, Zhang Yang gasped heavily. His hand holding the pen trembled violently, and strange images flashed through his mind. "What are you trembling for?" Fu Shaoli was startled, thinking he had been traumatized by the morning's fight. Zhang Yang didn't say a word, snatched back the test papers, and hunched back to his seat, grinning sheepishly at Zhao Qingfeng. "Brother Zhao, you better tutor me." Shen Lingyao was also stunned. She couldn't fathom why Zhang Yang had changed so suddenly. Only Zhao Qingfeng understood. He chuckled inwardly at the power of a goddess. Soon it was noon. Zhao Qingfeng spent the morning familiarizing himself with the test papers of various subjects. For him, middle school knowledge was not challenging at all. It felt like a middle school graduate revisiting elementary school math, easy to understand and solve. After lunch, the 3 returned to the classroom. Shen Lingyao didn't tease Zhao Qingfeng, but went to the back of the class to chat with the girls about interesting things. "Have you seen the newspaper? The girl who was saved from drowning in the reservoir last year, her family is still offering a reward to find the savior. It's been a year, they probably won't find him." Zhang Manman, the class gossip, attracted a group of girls with her story. There's more. A girl in class 3 had her first experience. It's said that the guy is from outside the school. "Hey, do any of you have any experiences?" It sounds so thrilling, I was too embarrassed to ask for details. Some girls were clueless, while others blushed at the understanding. Shen Lingyao, after listening for a while, suddenly raised her hand. A first experience? Of course, she had one. "I have a first experience. Do you want to know what it feels like?" When Shen Lingyao finished saying she had her first experience, the whole class immediately exploded in chatter. This was the pure school beauty's true face, a huge reversal. Zhao Qingfeng was drinking a beverage. He spat it out, spraying Zhang Yang all over with cola. What was Shen Lingyao talking about? She had her first experience? Impossible, absolutely impossible. The two had grown up together since childhood, knew each other too well. She wasn't that kind of girl. How could she possibly do such a thing? Fu Shaoli and other female classmates were momentarily dumbfounded. Big speaker Zhang Manman reacted quickly, nervously and excitedly asking, "Yao Yao, did you really have your first experience?" "Yes, just last month." "Haven't you guys tried it?" Shen Lingyao looked at everyone with a proud expression. PFFD. Students who understood what was happening were going crazy. How could Shen Lingyao be so shameless? Zhao Qingfeng's mind went blank, feeling like his head was covered in green. Who was it? Darn it. Could it be? In the month he left the provincial city, had Shen Lingyao turned into a mature girl who knew everything. Oh God, since you let me be reborn, why still give me such a heavy blow? Is this the real punishment? While lost in thought, Shen Lingyao shockingly continued to speak. What era are we in? What's so surprising about a first experience? Brother Qingfeng, why is your mouth hanging open like that? It's not really a first experience. Whenever I go to the countryside, I can have it several more times. It feels really good. The entire class immediately went wild. Some girls who knew what was going on quickly gathered around the confused ones, whispering in their ears about what a first experience was. The male classmates stared at Shen Lingyao with incredibly surprised looks. The female classmates were covering their mouths, giggling, their faces flushed, fists against their chests, nervously excited. Seeing the abnormal reactions of the classmates, and Zhao Qingfeng's increasingly purple face, Shen Lingyao continued to probe. Brother Qingfeng, haven't you experienced it too? You're allowed to experience it but not me. Zhao Qingfeng suppressed his anger and asked loudly, Yao Yao, do you even know what a first experience is? Shen Lingyao then realized the almost crazy looks from her classmates, confusedly saying, I know, isn't it just kissing? Last month when I went to the countryside, my cousin's son had just turned 1 month old. What's wrong with kissing a baby? Oh my. It was just a false alarm. Zhao Qingfeng almost collapsed on the spot in fright. Shen Lingyao, if you don't know, don't talk nonsense. Okay. If it really happened, wouldn't it force me, Zhao Qingfeng, to jump off a building to my death? The other students then realized it was all a misunderstanding. Seeing Shen Lingyao's confused face, Zhang Manman sneakily pulled her to the back row, whispering in her ear. Yao Yao, the first experience we're talking about is like when two people first kiss then hug each other, then the guy goes, HMM, 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 and the girl goes, ah, 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 and then. After a 10-minute explanation, Shen Lingyao finally understood what a first experience was. Weird knowledge increased. The biology teacher never explained it in such detail. At this moment, she felt like she had grown up a little. Her face turned as red as a hot coal, redder than the red apples on the mountain. It was extremely embarrassing. She wished she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Meanwhile, Zhao Qingfeng was laughing loudly in front, joining the classmates in mocking Shen Lingyao as a super fool who knew nothing. Ha ha ha. I'm dying of laughter. Shen Lingyao is really a little silly pig. The huge misunderstanding made everyone laugh along. Shen Lingyao was both anxious and angry. She grabbed a compass and ran towards Zhao Qingfeng, shouting loudly, "You all are bad guys, my first experience was just a kiss. Brother Qingfeng, you dare to laugh at me, I will not let you off." Zhao Qingfeng didn't want to mock her on purpose, he was just happy and couldn't help himself. The two chased each other around in the classroom. Fu Shaoli revealed a knowing smile and asked Zhang Yang, who was sweating profusely, "Hey, don't they look like a pair of bickering lovers?" Zhang Yang barely managed a couple of grunts, not daring to look more, fearing more embarrassment. After all, he had already been embarrassed enough. He clamped his legs tightly and scurried back to his seat to study. Ring ring ring. After lunch, the bell for class rang quickly. There was an English class in the afternoon. The English teacher was going to review the test paper left from yesterday. While the teacher was preparing, Shen Lingyao showed her paper to Zhao Qingfeng. "See this. Mine is a perfect score. Not like you, dummy, who copied the answers and still intentionally got to wrong, HMPH. Just right, we're having dinner at Zhang Yang's house tonight, I will explain it to both of you." Shen Lingyao chattered away, looking quite smug. But Zhao Qingfeng frowned, staring at the two wrong questions from last night. That shouldn't be. Based on his years of English experience, the entire paper should have been perfect. The use of so and such was definitely correct, he had spent so many years abroad, his English was almost native. Yet the answer showed he was wrong. Zhao Qingfeng looked up at the beautiful English teacher, his eyes filled with a thirst for knowledge, just like a middle school student. The English teacher, Li Zuli, English name Shelley, always had a smile on her lips. Except when she looked at Zhao Qingfeng, it was with a mix of anger and helplessness. She was beautiful, as English teachers often are. Zhang Yang loved English class, giggling foolishly. Teacher Shelley threw a piece of chalk at Zhang Yang, then turned to a puzzled Zhao Qingfeng and asked, "Zhao Qingfeng, do you have any questions?" "Yes." Zhao Qingfeng raised his hand, wanting to inquire about the correctness of the answers. "Wait until I finish." Teacher Shelley didn't take him seriously. What could this guy, who only knows about Tom and Jerry, possibly ask? She continued teaching. First, checking the test papers. Teacher Shelley flipped through the test papers and announced loudly, "There were some errors in yesterday's test paper. Due to certain issues with the complex sentence structures, I made a mistake in my previous explanation. So first, I apologize to everyone, and now I will correct the proper approach to these two questions." With that, Teacher Shelley turned and wrote the two questions on the board. She kept talking, "I guess most of you got them wrong, but it's okay, we can correct it." Teacher Shelley wrote beautiful chalkboard notes on the blackboard. The two incorrect questions were about the specific use of so and such. Both such and so have similar meanings, expressing so, such, this way, and it's easy to confuse them when using them. The error in this question type was also due to one of our English group teachers occasionally confusing such as an adjective and so as an adverb. This time it's our fault, but please remember, such can only modify nouns, while so is used to modify adjectives, adverbs, and participles. Alright, now please correct the answers on your test papers, and if you have any questions, you can raise your hand now. After finishing, Teacher Shelley looked towards Zhao Qingfeng. The problem resolved, Zhao Qingfeng had no need to raise his hand anymore. Everyone's clear then? Then self-study. Teacher Shelley checked around and then left. Shen Lingyao was busy correcting her paper. But as she did, she suddenly thought of a serious problem. A. The two questions just explained were exactly the ones Zhao Qingfeng got wrong last night. She immediately turned her head towards Zhao Qingfeng, blinking her beautiful eyes in confusion. Then, snatching the test paper, she frowned slightly, biting her pen tip, and after a careful check, she said in surprise, "Brother Qingfeng, you're quite lucky. I didn't expect you to guess them right." Zhao Qingfeng wanted to show off a bit, but the girl doused him with cold water. "What do you mean guess right? I knew them already. You dare to argue." "I'm not arguing, I'm proficient in English. IELTS and TOEFL are a piece of cake for me." "Blowing your own trumpet, crime plus 1 degree. I'll pinch you to death." "Ouch, what are you doing?" Zhao Qingfeng cried out in pain. Shen Lingyao didn't believe his proficiency in English, let alone his grip on IELTS and TOEFL. After all, the scene of him being punished to stand for a day a month ago was still vivid in her memory. It's not about changing your perspective in 3 days, even looking through the temples won't help. Zhao Qingfeng felt helpless. Under the supervision of Shen Pingyao's compass, triangle, and pencil case, he earnestly reviewed the whole afternoon. In the meantime, he explained a few key question types to Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang seemed to understand but not really, yet he still benefited a lot. Thinking back to the first mock exam, Zhang Yang only scored a little over 360 points at that time, not even reaching the standard for a polytechnic, which was really worrying. One thing worth mentioning: their place really can't compare to the capital city. In 2001, the admission score in their province was 510 for Tier 1 universities, 469 for Tier 2, and 430 for polytechnics. While in the capital, it was 450 for Tier 1, 429 for Tier 2, and 364 polytechnics. That is to say, a student who might not even get into a polytechnic in G province could go to a Tier 2 university in the capital. How does one even argue that? Zhang Yang really wanted to cry out against the injustice of the heavens. Why wasn't he born in the capital? But now with Zhao Qingfeng, he had a unique teaching method. As long as Zhang Yang studied diligently, there might be a glimmer of hope. When Zhao Qingfeng was explaining to Zhang Yang, Shen Lingyao always listened in. She was increasingly amazed by Brother Qingfeng's capabilities. He had indeed improved a lot compared to a month ago. This also made Shen Lingyao yearn for the teaching level of City No. 1 middle school. She thought to herself, no wonder it's a big middle school. Even a student like Brother Qingfeng could improve so much in a short time. If she went there, maybe getting into a top university wasn't impossible. But Shen Lingyao herself didn't want to go to a very prestigious university. Her vision was simple: graduate from a Tier 1 university, find a stable job, live near her parents, marry the man she loves, and have children. After all, she didn't have to worry about a house or car at home. As long as she didn't have to worry about daily necessities in the future, and had more leisure time to enjoy family happiness with her loved ones, that was enough. Just like her family now, it was satisfying enough. However, deep down, she had a long hidden dream, feeling it was too difficult to achieve, so she buried it deep. She loved geography and history classes, longing for the scenery and historical and cultural environments, both domestic and international, that the teachers talked about. Those beautiful images made her heart flutter, imagining herself being there countless times. She even thought how wonderful it would be to have a sweet little home all over the world. She could then live in any romantic place in the world with her loved one whenever she wanted. Embrace deeply by the Seine River. Kiss passionately under the northern lights. Leave happy memories in every beautiful place in the world, then write these memories in a diary. How romantic and fulfilling that would be. A sudden dream from the bottom of her heart made Shen Lingyao sigh softly. She knew all too well that you can't have it all. To realize her dream, relying solely on herself might not be enough. She turned her head to look at Zhao Qingfeng, who was earnestly teaching. This man. Maybe in the future, he would be like his father. If they really got married in the future, with his abilities, they might end up living in a small county town for their whole lives. But there was no helping it. Who asked her to like him? But would he become like other men in the future, lazing on the sofa watching TV after work, and not keeping her company? No, that's absolutely unacceptable. Shen Lingyao bit her lower lip with her little tiger teeth, staring fiercely at Zhao Qingfeng, determined in her heart. if he dares to be lazy and not keep me company. I'll teach him a harsh lesson. I'll make him do the laundry, cook, soothe the children, wash the dishes, and be submissive to me, every day, ha ha. But he's so naughty, he'll probably deliberately annoy me. Ah. The more I look at him, the angrier I get. I can't stand it anymore. Thinking this, Shen Lingyao suddenly angrily pinched Zhao Qingfeng's face. Zhao Qingfeng was confused. Yao Yao, what did I do wrong now? Zhang Yang was also confused. Brother Zhao, did you explain something wrong just now? Have you always been wrong? I'm suddenly a bit afraid to learn from you. Before long, it was time to leave school. Just before leaving, Teacher Yan entered the classroom to specially instruct about the second mock exam. There are a total of 3 mock exams before the university entrance examination. The second mock exam's difficulty is closest to the actual university entrance exam. The third mock exam will be simpler, intended to boost the students' confidence. As the homeroom teacher, Teacher Yan naturally hoped all the students would achieve good results. After encouraging them, he walked over to Zhao Qingfeng and said seriously, Zhao Qingfeng, remember what you said, don't let your mother down, at the very least, you should aim for a decent university. Zhao Qingfeng looked up at Teacher Yan. In just 2 days, he seemed to have aged, with 2 more wrinkles on his forehead. But what relieved Zhao Qingfeng was that the smell of smoke on Teacher Yan had disappeared, leaving only 2 yellow-stained fingers from smoking. Teacher, you quit smoking? Zhao Qingfeng asked happily. Mind your own business. Teacher Yan scolded, then sighed softly. Yesterday, he had been forced by his wife to go to the hospital for a checkup. The results were not good, but also not bad. Early-stage lung cancer. According to the doctors, the survival rate in the early stage could be over 90%. After the radical surgery, no need for radiotherapy or chemotherapy, he could live like a normal person. But the key issue was, the surgery was not cheap. The whole procedure would cost at least 40,000 yuan, and he would need to be hospitalized for a month for observation. So Teacher Yan deliberately delayed the surgery for a while, partly to gather some money, and partly planning to wait until after the students' university entrance exams. After all, his heart was entirely in teaching, and the students were his life. Come outside for a moment. Teacher Yan called Zhao Qingfeng out. At the door, Teacher Yan took out the 300 yuan he had prepared earlier from his pocket and stuffed it into Zhao Qingfeng's pocket. This is part of the salary I just received yesterday, give it to your mother. Tell her that everything should focus on your studies right now. With the university entrance exams coming up, don't worry about daily necessities. If it really gets tough, I've thought of a way, we can apply for a donation from the school. In any case, the most important thing for you and your mother right now is to prepare for the exams with all your might. Don't think about anything else, understand? If there really were people in the world with a sharp tongue but a soft heart, then Teacher Yan would certainly fit that description. He was known for his strictness, handling students as fiercely as the terrifying King Yama. Yet his heart was very tender. He unhesitatingly did his utmost to help any student with academic or life problems. Zhao Qingfeng's memories flashed rapidly through his mind. He vividly remembered the times Teacher Yan had helped his classmates. Free tutoring in his private time was just a trivial matter for him. He even paid out of his own pocket several times to solve the problem of rural students who couldn't afford review materials. On weekends, he often invited poor students to his home to improve their meals. Words as doctrine, actions as law. He not only had innovative methods in education, but also poured great love and affection into his students. Zhao Qingfeng still remembered a sentence Teacher Yan once said in a school-wide speech, even if I, Yan Wangqing, have to endure all sorts of hardships, I want to provide the children with a carefree environment and fair education. At that time, many teachers cast disdainful glances at him. Everyone who had been to school knew. Giving gifts to teachers seemed to have become an unwritten bad habit, and some even secretly said Teacher Yan was hypocritically taking bribes. But Zhao Qingfeng could guarantee that Teacher Yan had never accepted any gifts from students or parents. Otherwise, who would wear an old gray shirt for 3 years and another 3 years? This was the very shirt that seniors who had graduated and come back to visit Teacher Yan had witnessed as his signature attire. A devoted heart, never regretting, only for the flourishing of students. Zhao Qingfeng, moved, gave a thumbs up to Teacher Yan. What nonsense are you talking? Teacher Yan glared fiercely and kicked him. Hurry up and go home to study. If you have any problems, contact me anytime. Alright then. Zhao Qingfeng, true to his usual style, hurriedly returned the 300 yuan to Teacher Yan and called for Zhang Yang and Shen Lingyao before running off. Teacher Yan looked towards the crowded scene. Zhao Qingfeng, come back here. Take this money back home, do you hear me? Forget about the money. Zhao Qingfeng treasured this sincere gesture in his heart, shouting as he ran, Teacher, I appreciate your kindness, I'll repay you. Repay? Teacher Yan reluctantly took back the money, shaking his head slightly. Just getting into university would be the best repayment. He didn't even dare dream of a top 3 finish in the university entrance exams, let alone hoping for a university entrance exam top scorer from his class. After all, that was a matter of chance, not just requiring the teacher's meticulous teaching, but also the student's own intelligence. But what if? Teacher Yan suddenly fell into a reverie. Just like when he first became a teacher, how much he had hoped that the students he taught would become top scorers, a boundless glory, and the wish of his lifetime. Half an hour later, Zhao Qingfeng and the others arrived at Zhang's small restaurant, located 500 meters away from the brewery. This two-story small building with an area of 80 square meters was how the Zhang family made their living. On a typical day, Zhang Yang would first help out at home. After finishing the work, he would feed the big yellow dog tied behind the house and then go to the empty room on the second floor to study. Zhang Yang's father, named Zhang Lianfu, had a good name. Unfortunately, his family had always been poor, with generations of commoners. Business wasn't good today. At mealtime, only 2 of the 6 small square tables on the first floor were occupied. They were eating noodles and fried rice, not bringing in much profit. Seeing Zhang Yang return with Zhao Qingfeng and Shen Lingyao, Zhang Lianfu warmly greeted them. He didn't have much contact with Ding Xiang and Zhao Qingfeng's mother, but he was well aware of the good relationship among the 3 kids. Dad, it's not busy today. I'm going upstairs to study. Brother Zhao is tutoring me. Zhang Yang, with his donkey-like face, appeared carefree and untroubled. But Zhang Lianfu's face immediately fell, not that he disliked Zhao Qingfeng, but he didn't believe he could teach Zhang Yang well. Zhao Qingfeng responded quickly, Uncle Zhang, I'm not capable enough to teach him. Yao Yao will be explaining the topics to us. Zhang Lianfu's face lit up with joy, and he called out to the kitchen, Wife, Shen's daughter is here to tutor our son, hurry up and prepare some meat dishes for them. A person's reputation precedes them. Shen Lingyao had always been the child of someone else's family, in the eyes of parents, and Zhao Qingfeng didn't blame Uncle Zhang for judging people. Zhang Yang's mother was also very excited. She quickly cooked several meat dishes and sent them upstairs. Yao Yao, both Zhang Yang's father, and I really hope he can get into a university. I don't understand what tier 2 or tier 3 means, as long as he gets in. Please teach him well, I'll keep an eye on him here, he won't dare not study. When it wasn't busy downstairs, Zhang Yang's mother would stay upstairs, diligently serving tea and water. Zhao Qingfeng couldn't teach anymore, but he had a way to both improve Zhang Yang's grades and satisfy his mother. He quickly selected high-scoring questions from his memory and asked Shen Lingyao to explain them in detail. This was killing several birds with one stone. Shen Lingyao could deepen her understanding through explaining, Zhang Yang could study and improve his scores, and Zhao Qingfeng could admire his crush's serious demeanor up close. Her every frown and smile was so charming, Zhao Qingfeng couldn't get enough. This amused Zhang Yang's mother, who whispered a reminder, Little Feng, you study too. You can't fall behind our Zhang Yang. Time flew by during the study session. Before they knew it, it was past 9 o'clock. Zhang Yang benefited greatly from the night, gaining a lot of knowledge and boosting his confidence. Of course, Zhao Qingfeng's analogies also played a part. He compared studying to playing video games, saying conquering a difficult problem was like defeating a boss, which resonated with Zhang Yang and motivated him to study harder. After coming downstairs, Shen Lingyao insisted on paying for the meal. The night had deepened outside. The two said their goodbyes and left. This time, walking side by side, they didn't hold hands as they usually did. Shen Lingyao felt that Zhao Qingfeng had changed too much. Before, holding hands had been normal, like best friends. But since Zhao Qingfeng returned from the provincial city, every time he held her hand, he gripped it tightly, as if afraid of losing a precious treasure, making her heart race. Walking along, under the pleasant moonlight, Shen Lingyao glanced at the roadside scenery, occasionally stealing glances at Zhao Qingfeng, quickly averting her eyes each time. Zhao Qingfeng did the same. Their hands swayed awkwardly, seemingly unsure where to rest. Seizing the moment Shen Lingyao raised her hand to tuck a strand of hair, he naturally, as usual, took her small hand. Shen Lingyao trembled slightly and sneaked another glance at Zhao Qingfeng, only to find him also stealthily watching her. She quickly turned away, a blush spreading across her cheeks. Brother Qingfeng, look, the moon is so big tonight. She pointed hurriedly at the sky with her other hand. MHM. Zhao Qingfeng's face also reddened, and they both, lost in their thoughts, chatted and laughed about other things. Under the moonlight, their shadows stretched longer and longer. The two shadows drew closer, and eventually merged into one. Oh no! 10 minutes later, just as they reached the entrance of the housing complex, Shen Lingyao suddenly let go of his hand. Only now did she remember a super important issue. Her parents weren't home. How would she sleep tonight? She was terrified of the dark. Just thinking about sleeping alone made her extremely scared. After Shen Lingyao unilaterally decided in a democratic way, they finally agreed to go to Shen's house. After all, Zhao Qingfeng's bed was both old and smelly. As soon as she entered the house, Shen Lingyao instinctively took off her school uniform and threw it on the sofa. After throwing it, she realized. At that moment, she was only wearing a white camisole, exposing her slender waist and back. Don't look. Shen Lingyao hurriedly ran to the sofa to cover herself with her clothes. Zhao Qingfeng covered one eye with his hand, peeking through his fingers, and said seriously, I didn't see anything. What's there to see in a silly pheasant changing clothes? Don't try to corrupt me, a pure big boy. Get lost, get lost. As he spoke, he waved his hands as if to shoo her away. Shen Lingyao bit her teeth, holding a pair of scissors in her hand, looking threatening. But thinking of her inadvertent exposure, she eventually blushed, huffed, and ran into the bathroom. That damn brother Qingfeng must have seen the bunny bra, right? That jerk. He took advantage of her again. Shen Lingyao touched her face in the mirror, it was burning hot. Looking at the little bun in the mirror, a strange thought suddenly arose in her mind. My little buns isn't small. It was even bigger than Fishali's and Zhang Manmin's. Would brother Qingfeng think it's too big if they got married? How could she think about these things? It's all because of what Zhang Manmin fed into her mind this morning, saying something about how only the ones that fit in one hand are good. Shen Lingyao forced herself not to think wildly and quickly changed clothes. 5 minutes later, she emerged in a little bare pajama, appearing in front of Zhao Qingfeng. The loose outfit, combined with her freshly untied ponytail, exuded an intoxicating youthful aura. How are we going to sleep tonight? Shen Lingyao crossed her arms, regaining her usual haughtiness. If you're scared, I can reluctantly sacrifice myself and hold you in my sleep. Zhao Qingfeng was initially startled, then grinned mischievously. Shen Lingyao realized her imprecise expression and blushed again. Thinking of Zhang Manmin's devilish whisper in her ear during the day, her heart started beating wildly. She quickly shook her head, pretending to be angry. Brother Qingfeng, I'm asking which room you want to sleep in. What are you thinking? Don't take advantage of me. Zhao Qingfeng laughed and walked into Shen Lingyao's room. Why the hurry? Let me have a look and then decide. Shen Lingyao's room was about 15 square meters. To the left of the entrance was an old wardrobe. In the middle against the wall was a double bed, a bedside table by the window, and a large desk 2 meters away from the foot of the bed. The entire room was filled with a pink hue. The bed sheet was pink, the lamp was pink, most of the dozens of stuffed toys were white or pink, and there were 2 white socks on the bed, and before Zhao Qingfeng could see what it was, the pink item was quickly stuffed by a blushing Shen Lingyao into the wardrobe. Zhao Qingfeng chuckled stupidly, continuing to look hard because it had been too long since he had been in this room. Before middle school, he often came to play, and the two would wrestle and play on the bed. But since middle school, apart from occasionally knocking on the door to call Shen Lingyao and taking a glance, other studies were mostly conducted in Shen Kuo's study. After all, men and women are different. Qingfeng's mother also educated Zhao Qingfeng many times not to always sneak into a girl's room. In his previous life, Zhao Qingfeng thought nothing of it and even disdained going in. But this life. Smelling the unique scent in the girl's room, feeling the warmth of the incandescent light on the pink bedsheets, he wished he could embrace all this beauty. You wouldn't shamelessly think of sleeping in my room, would you? Shen Lingyao asked with her hands on her waist, her furrowed brow looking extremely cute. Zhao Qingfeng stroked his chin. I wouldn't dare. I'm afraid I'll wake up as a eunuch in the morning. Better to nest on the sofa. But Shen Lingyao disagreed. She was afraid of the dark. And more afraid of not seeing Zhao Qingfeng. It wasn't about being lovey-dovey. It was that they had stayed together before, and Zhao Qingfeng would always hide in the dark and tell scary stories, scaring Shen Lingyao, who was easily frightened, truly fearing he would play pranks again, and affect tomorrow's exam. Brother Feng, go fetch some water. While laying the bed sheets on the floor, Shen Lingyao gave instructions. Zhao Qingfeng didn't quite understand. Fetch water for washing feet, then sleep on the floor. Shen Lingyao quickly made the bed on the floor next to the bed and pointed at it. Zhao Qingfeng was slightly startled, then hurried off, secretly delighted. A basin of water was quickly placed on the floor. He prepared to take off his socks and soak his feet, knowing Shen Lingyao's obsession with cleanliness and fearing she might find his feet dirty. Hey, I told you to fetch water for me. Shen Lingyao was quick-witted. She sat on the floor bed, and swiftly dipped her feet into the warm water. Her force was too strong. Water splashed all over Zhao Qingfeng's face and body, soaking the newly made bed. Shen Lingyao played happily, splashing water non-stop. Zhao Qingfeng dodged around until he finally grabbed the wet blanket and threw it over Shen Lingyao, then quickly grabbed the pink blanket from the bed for himself. Give it back to me, you stink. Shen Lingyao flung off the wet blanket and reached out to snatch back her pink blanket. Wait a second, what's this? During their play, a black and white teddy bear suddenly fell out of the pink blanket. Zhao Qingfeng looked closely and saw that the teddy bear, which should have been fluffy, had severe hair loss in some areas and was full of sewn-up scars, looking rather weathered. Especially on its white belly, it had Big Jerk Brother Qingfeng, written in delicate characters, and judging by the faded ink, it seemed to be written about 2 months ago. Shen Lingyao's face turned red immediately. She had written those words on the bear a month after Zhao Qingfeng transferred schools, and the bear's patches were the result of her own rough handling. If only her parents hadn't gone on a business trip. Now what? Her little secret was seen by Brother Qingfeng. Zhao Qingfeng also remembered. The teddy bear was a birthday gift he had bought for Shen Lingyao when he worked a summer job in his first year of middle school. But stuffed toys usually have a long shelf life and don't lose hair so easily. Seeing Shen Lingyao's embarrassed and awkward look, Zhao Qingfeng understood why. No wonder it lost its fur, it had been hugged in bed every day. No wonder it was full of scars, it had been abused by a young girl. Shen Lingyao really was a tough person, and Zhao Qingfeng suddenly worried if he would really end up as a eunuch in the future. Give it back to me. Shen Lingyao fought to retrieve her blanket, her face red. Fine, but this blanket is mine now. Zhao Qingfeng clutched the pink blanket tightly. The two quickly reached a compromise. Shen Lingyao picked up the teddy bear, hugging it in bed as usual, but then threw it aside deliberately, getting into bed huffily. After quietening down for a while, she suddenly remembered Zhao Qingfeng's bedwetting incidents as a child and laughed out loud. Brother Qingfeng, the floor is cold. You're not going to wet the bed tonight, right? I'm warning you, you're sleeping with my blanket. If you wet the bed, I'll castrate you. You're the one who used to wet the bed. Still talking back, you used to fall into cesspits as a kid. You swallowed bubble gum. You kissed a sow. You couldn't ride the sow, so you set fire to my uncle's pigpen. You were spanked by auntie till you cried, it was hilarious. Humph, I'm not talking to you. The two reminisced about their childhood, recounting and arguing in turns. Alright, Yao Yao, let's sleep. We have the second mock exam tomorrow, we need to rest well. I won't tell ghost stories tonight, I'll sing you a song to put you to sleep, okay? After a while of teasing, Zhao Qingfeng slowly hummed a song. It was a beautiful melody Shen Lingyao had never heard before, making her feel relaxed and happy. She turned her head to look out the window, blushing and lost in thought. Gradually, the moon moved westward. Shen Lingyao also slowly closed her eyes. Once her breathing became steady, Zhao Qingfeng quietly got out of bed, walked to her side, and stared at her youthful face under the moonlight, watching her without blinking, cherishing her like a precious treasure. The next morning, Both of them got up late, not even having time for breakfast, blaming each other for being lazy while rushing to school on their bikes. As soon as they arrived in class, Teacher Yan loudly announced the start of the second mock exam for Class 3, Grade 2. What were you two up to? Doing something naughty? Sit down, get ready for the exam. Is everyone ready? Today we have Chinese and math, tomorrow is science comprehensive and English, and the day after tomorrow, we'll release the second mock exam results. Get your papers. After 12 years of arduous study, the university entrance examination is the most crucial test, determining whether one can leap over the Dragon Gate. Before the official university entrance exam, 3 mock exams are indispensable. Not only to familiarize students with the pace of the university entrance examination, but also to build their confidence and help them face the exam calmly. After Teacher Yan announced the start of the second mock exam, the test papers were distributed one by one. The first subject in the morning was Chinese. Language application was worth 20 points, classical Chinese reading 35 points, modern text reading 35 points, and composition 60 points. In his previous life, Chinese was Zhao Qingfeng's weakest subject. Back then, he recognized every character on the paper but couldn't grasp their true meaning. Especially in composition. Writing at least 800 words seemed more challenging than finishing a novel of over 1,000,000 words. He remembered Shen Lingyao mentioning in her letters sent over the years, always teasing him for being a Chinese dummy, and recalling how Zhao Qingfeng often lagged behind in Chinese and received severe punishment from Teacher Yan. Now I'm not a dummy anymore. Zhao Qingfeng glanced at Shen Lingyao, who was seriously answering her paper, and muttered to himself. She seemed to have dark circles under her eyes today, as if she hadn't slept well last night. Shen Lingyao noticed his gaze. She picked up her compass, gestured a couple of times, bared her little tiger teeth, and made a biting motion, signaling Zhao Qingfeng to focus on his paper. Zhao Qingfeng nodded. His gaze returned to the test paper. He lightly picked up his pen and wrote down the full score answer for a difficult classical Chinese text question, then drifted into thought. If I say I'm well versed in the 4 books and 5 classics, Zizi Tongjian, and ancient text reading, Yao Yao definitely won't believe me. Yi Zhongtian, and you Dane aren't famous yet, right? Thinking back to when I studied the School of Mind, I also analyzed internet economics as Master Yunming did with bamboo sticks. If Yao Yao knew I was the first practitioner of blockchain theory, would she be scared to death? No, she probably wouldn't understand these things. And no one in the world knows me, they only know Satoshi Nakamoto, not Zhao Qingfeng. This secret was even unknown to Li Ruoxin, and thankfully I never told her. His thoughts wandered, suddenly pulling Zhao Qingfeng back to the winter of 2008, that changed the entire internet and world economic system. Teacher Yan was observing Zhao Qingfeng's behavior, and seeing him daydreaming, immediately threw a piece of chalk at him. Zhao Qingfeng immediately snapped back to reality, bowed to Teacher Yan, and quickly resumed writing on his Chinese paper. But as he wrote, he suddenly thought of an important issue. Last time in the first mock exam, he scored 400 points, ranking among the lower performers. If he answered too well this time, directly jumping to 600 points or higher, it would certainly bring a lot of unnecessary trouble, let alone the shock of his classmates and the doubts of the teachers. The most troublesome would be his 3 aunts. If they discovered his potential to rank in the top 3 in the county, wouldn't they make a huge fuss? Zhao Qingfeng himself didn't care, being indifferent and viewing them as insignificant. But he was concerned about his mother. His mother worked hard day and night, he couldn't let her worry further. Thinking of this, Zhao Qingfeng suddenly stopped writing, biting his pen cap, and made a decision. In that case, he might as well play it by ear and test his ability to control his scores. Last time in the first mock exam, he got 400, this time in the second mock exam, 500 points shouldn't be too excessive, right? After all, he had been in the provincial city for a month, a slight improvement was normal, and being 10 points short of the Tier 1 university line, his aunt shouldn't react too much. Zhao Qingfeng got down to work. He carefully calculated his scores on the test paper from beginning to end, eventually securing a score of 80 on the must-get questions. For the composition, he wrote a perfect essay in his mind based on the template provided by Teacher Yan and his own knowledge. Then, he hastily wrote a composition worth only 20 or 30 points on the actual paper. After answering everything, he was the first to submit his paper. That quick? Teacher Yan frowned and looked over it carefully. He habitually reached for a cigarette in his pocket, but unaccustomedly withdrew his hand. The first half of the paper was passable, with some improvement in modern and classical Chinese reading, showing that his month in the provincial city wasn't in vain. But the composition was still lacking. Teacher Yan was worried. With this performance, getting into the top 3 in the county, stable admission to a second-tier university would be a blessing. He frowned at Zhao Qingfeng, looked at him several times, sighed, and patted his shoulder. Come see me after all the exams and results are out. I have something to talk to you about. An hour later, the morning exam ended. Shen Lingyao performed steadily and estimated her Chinese score to be around 130. Just as she was about to ask Zhao Qingfeng how he did, a tall, slender boy with glasses from the neighboring class approached. He walked straight to Shen Lingyao, head down, mumbling and blushing, unable to utter a word for a long time. Is something the matter? Shen Lingyao recognized him. He was Li Saibo, a top student from Class 1, Grade 3, and a well-known figure in the school. In the last mock exam, Li Saibo scored 701 points, crushing everyone and becoming a top candidate for the county's valedictorian. Even though the first mock exam was easier compared to the second one, such a score was not to be underestimated, making Li Saibo the center of attention and a favored student. Zhao Qingfeng also knew him. In his previous life, Li Saibo ultimately went to Huaqing University with a score of 680, becoming a legend in the county. But at that time, Zhao Qingfeng had already left the county and didn't know this kid had his sights set on Shen Lingyao. I wanted to ask what your university aspiration is. Li Saibo stuttered out the question after much effort. Ji Province University. Shen Lingyao, being home-loving, chose Ji Province University, a key undergraduate institution close to home, allowing her to have the best of both worlds. Okay, thank you, we'll be classmates in the future. Li Saibo occasionally looked up at Shen Lingyao's beautiful eyes, quickly lowering his head, each time their eyes met. After mumbling a few words, he hurried back to his class. His behavior made Zhao Qingfeng burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, Yao Yao, you've caught someone's eye again. Li Saibo has been lying low for 3 years, all for this moment. Shen Lingyao was about to inquire about Zhao Qingfeng's performance. But at that moment, Li Saibo rushed back, first glaring fiercely at Zhao Qingfeng, then handed Shen Lingyao a small piece of paper and ran back to the classroom like a quail. What does it say? Zhao Qingfeng intended to snatch it to see. I'm not going to read it. Shen Lingyao thought it was a love letter, something she had received too many of to bother reading, even from a student as admired as Li Saibo. Zhao Qingfeng disagreed. He wanted to see what a top student could write, perhaps some elegantly worded original love poetry. But when he opened the note, the content was not a love poem, but something that made him furious. Ha ha ha, he's right. Shen Lingyao quickly leaned over to see, and after reading it, she immediately covered her mouth and laughed loudly. The note said, Classmate Shen, for your future, I sincerely suggest you stay away from Zhao Qingfeng. Because someone like him will not only lower your university entrance exam scores, but also delay your wonderful life. You are beautiful and lovely, deserving of a better person to accompany you. Please wait for me at Ji Province University, as it is not only your first choice, but will also be mine. We shall meet there. Don't stop me, Li Saibo. Come out and tell me what kind of person I am. Zhao Qingfeng really wanted to beat him up right then. This was a hidden rival in love, how annoying. Now the whole school knew about his ambiguous relationship with Shen Lingyao, and Li Saibo, this sanctimonious guy, was trying to split them up. Zhang Yang also got angry, convinced that Zhao Qingfeng and Shen Lingyao were meant for each other. He immediately removed a chair plank, ready to fight with anyone who would break up his favorite couple. Shen Lingyao firmly grabbed both of their ears, telling Zhao Qingfeng, Brother Qingfeng, don't cause trouble. If you really want to prove yourself, surpass him in your grades. That was definite. Zhao Qingfeng had long planned to prove himself through his academic performance. Not to show Li Saibo, but to give his mother, Teacher Yan, and Shen Lingyao, a huge surprise. Moreover, Li Saibo was not wrong. He indeed didn't deserve Shen Lingyao at the moment. She, so beautiful, intelligent, and adorable, truly deserved someone better. In the blink of an eye, the 3-day exam period ended. During this time, Shen Lingyao and Zhao Qingfeng studied every day at Zhang Yang's family restaurant. On Friday afternoon, Teacher Yan announced the second mock exam results. Shen Lingyao performed consistently, scoring 625 points. Zhao Qingfeng precisely controlled his score, obtaining 505 points. Zhang Yang had improved significantly, scoring 420 points. Teacher Yan particularly praised Shen Lingyao. With such scores, getting into Ji Province University was almost a sure thing, and with a bit more effort or exceptional performance, even getting into Huaqing University or Peking University was possible. Teacher Yan even offered to give Shen Lingyao special tutoring, but she declined. Getting into Ji Province University was enough. She preferred to keep an eye on Zhao Qingfeng. As for Zhao Qingfeng, he met with Teacher Yan after the exams. Teacher Yan wanted him to come to his house on Saturday and Sunday for special tutoring in composition, along with other students who were also not doing well. Zhao Qingfeng politely refused, saying he had to earn money in the provincial city on weekends. No matter how much Teacher Yan persuaded him, he wouldn't listen. Reluctantly, Teacher Yan wrote a detailed composition template for him to study well. That night, Zhao Qingfeng and Shen Lingyao received an extraordinary welcome at Zhang Yang's house. Zhang Yang's parents were overjoyed, almost jumping with excitement at their son's improvement of more than 100 points. Yao Yao, we owe it to you. Without your tutoring, how could our Zhang Yang have improved so much? Whatever you want to eat, just say it. Wife, go to the cake shop next door and buy the biggest cream cake, a 3-tier one. Also get some braised snacks into bottles of room fruit juice. Let's celebrate tonight. Goodness, I don't even know what to say. If our Zhang Yang really gets into university, it would be like our ancestors are smiling down on us. Zhang Yang's parents were bustling about, almost closing the shop to celebrate. Shen Lingyao was a bit embarrassed. She did teach Zhang Yang a lot, but the choice of question types was all provided by Zhao Qingfeng, and it happened to match the second mock exam's pattern, allowing Zhang Yang to have a small surge in scores. This also put tremendous pressure on Shen Lingyao. Imagine, if the third mock exam or the university entrance exam didn't include these question types and Zhang Yang performed poorly, what then? Wouldn't the parents be utterly disappointed? Zhao Qingfeng felt no pressure. Zhang Yang might be slow in understanding, but he had a good memory. As long as he continued with the previous study method and practiced hard on the key points and question types essential for the university entrance exam, getting into university together in the future was certainly achievable. The food was quickly served. Zhang Yang's parents, letting the waitstaff handle the service, were very attentive to Shen Lingyao. Zhao Qingfeng remained silent, not eating, and continued to write down key points and question types. An hour later, upon Zhang Yang's urging, his parents finally went downstairs to work. After Shen Lingyao explained the question types and key points to Zhang Yang, she dragged Zhao Qingfeng back to her house. Yao Yao, it's time to fulfill your promise. Back home, Zhao Qingfeng slumped onto the sofa, grinning. A few days ago, they had agreed that if Zhao Qingfeng scored over 500 points, he would be rewarded with a motivational meal. He wanted to eat a meal cooked by Shen Lingyao, enjoying the process of waiting for the meal. Just like a husband waiting for his wife to cook dinner after work, sweet and delightful. I know, I always keep my promises. What do you want to eat? But I don't know how to cook with these ingredients. When it came to cooking, Shen Lingyao was at a loss. She had been pampered since childhood, not even proficient in boiling water, let alone cooking for Zhao Qingfeng. I'll have egg fried rice, that should be easy enough, right? Anyone can make it. All right, wait for it. Shen Lingyao put down what she was holding and hopped into the kitchen. After assessing the environment, she immediately faced a dilemma. So many seasoning jars, which one was sugar, and which one was salt? How exactly do you make fried rice? Should she fry the eggs first and then add rice, or just mix them all together? This was a real challenge for her. Annoyed at her father for always keeping her out of the kitchen, saying things like a girl should be delicate, and cooking was a maid's job. Never mind. I won't let Brother Qingfeng laugh at me, HMPH. It's just egg fried rice, anyone can make it. It won't stump me. Wait and see, Brother Qingfeng. I'll show you what the world's best food tastes like. Shen Lingyao, with her hands on her hips, thought for a while, then defiantly stomped her foot, and tried to light the gas stove. Click. A blue flame emerged, startling her at first, but then she got excited. So simple. The teacher had said that ancient people cooked meat with fire without any seasonings, and it still tasted good. Now with so many seasonings in front of her, just adding a little should make the taste stand out. No fear of Brother King Feng not praising it. First, the oil. Shen Lingyao poured a bowl of oil, then threw in a bowl of rice directly into the pan. The fire was high, and the leftover rice was a bit too hard, so it soon started popping wildly in the oil. Ah, they're jumping around, so they must be done, right? Time to add the eggs. That must be it. Adding the eggs now will blend everything nicely. She then cracked 6 or 7 eggs into the pan. Her technique was extraordinary, ending up with a pan full of egg shells. In her panic, the rice also got burnt. She hurriedly poured a lot of water into the pan, thankfully not splashing oil onto her face. While she was cooking, Zhao Qingfeng thought to contact Little Kun in the provincial city. But at that moment, someone knocked on Shen's door. Shen Lingyao was busy in the kitchen, the noise from the exhaust fan too loud for her to hear. Zhao Qingfeng quickly went to open the door, thinking it might be Shen Kuo, an auntie returning early. However, upon opening the door, he realized the people standing there were two unexpected visitors. Zhao Qingfeng never expected his cousin Jiaming to raid the Shen residence at night. A woman accompanied him, dressed in a white silk blouse and denim skirt, adorned with black stockings. Zhao Qingfeng was startled. Looking at the time, it was 9 o'clock at night. What could this couple be doing here now? He had only scored 500 points this time, not even close to the first-tier university line. Was that still not enough? Indeed, it was. The Zhao family had specifically sent someone to inquire about the second mock exam scores in the afternoon. The student said that the second mock exam was the closest to the university entrance exam in terms of difficulty, and with less than a month left before the actual exam, good performance in this exam meant there was still room for improvement. Upon learning that Zhao Qingfeng had improved by 100 points, his aunts were frantic. They not only hoped that Zhao Qingfeng would not make it into the top 3 in the county, but also wished for him and his mother to be utterly defeated. After all, the worse Zhao Qingfeng performed, the more they could dominate and bully the mother and son duo. After discussion, the aunts unanimously decided that Zhao Qingfeng's scores must be completely dragged down. Jiaming was tasked with this important mission. He swore to lead Zhao Qingfeng astray. But that wasn't all. He had an even more sinister plan to implement, a scheme so vicious that it could potentially ruin an ordinary middle school student. Little brother, why haven't you been to the internet cafe these days? I've been keeping the computer for you, not letting anyone else use it. You did well this time, so you should relax a bit. Bro knows you need to focus on your studies now, but teachers also say you need a balance of work and play. We can just play for a little while, right? Don't get addicted. Come on, I'll treat you to some barbecue. Let's play all night tonight. I'll keep you company and arrange some fun programs for you. Jiang Ming, with feigned closeness, was dragging Zhao Qingfeng outside. Zhang Ping, standing beside him, also reached out her small hand, caressing and dragging Zhao Qingfeng, acting coquettishly and seductively. This woman was no good, having previously danced in dance halls as a part-time hostess. She clung to Jiaming because he had some money, planning to use him to improve her life, and also eyeing Zhao Qingfeng's compensation money. After all, if Zhao Qingfeng failed, she would get a Nokia phone. In 2001, a Nokia wasn't cheap, costing around 5,000, a symbol of wealth and status in hand. I'm not going, I have to go to the provincial city tomorrow. Zhao Qingfeng shook his head and refused. Why go to the provincial city? Let's play all night. Jiaming wanted to find out any details about Zhao Qingfeng's family. Zhao Qingfeng didn't tell the truth, saying he had someone he liked in the provincial city and wanted to pursue her. Jiaming was overjoyed. That was good news. They had been worried Shen's family might betroth their daughter to Zhao Qingfeng, not wanting him to get such a big advantage. After a struggle, Jiaming's words were more convincing than his singing, suggesting balancing study and games, relaxation to ease the mind, almost wishing Zhao Qingfeng would die in the internet cafe. Zhao Qingfeng had a plan in mind and pretended to agree after a struggle. Bro, how about I go play on Sunday? Actually, you're right, I'm getting too absorbed in studying. I'll come to play every week after school, just don't tell my mom. A deal. Jiaming wasn't in a rush. After saying goodbye, he left with Zhang Ping, both grinning from ear to ear. Once outside, they stood in the shadows, laughing heartily. Jiaoming touched his chin, smugly. A property and compensation money, that's tens of thousands. Our family is the most dedicated among the three, so getting 50 to 70,000 won't be a problem. I'll prepare well. Need to arrange some interesting stuff to get him hooked these next few days. You two, get your friends to come along. When he stays overnight, then we can. Just let him taste the pleasure, he'll never forget it. Once he fails, we'll tell the whole county he's a bad student. See if he and his mother can still turn things around. The money and property must be ours. The two left arm in arm. Meanwhile, Shen Lingyao was still in the kitchen, diligently cooking royal fried rice. Great, it's all machine now. Since it's not turning into fried rice, I'll just make a pancake. Should add some side dishes now, right? Let's add some egg, vegetables, cucumber strips, and ginger, all on top of the pancake. Why does it suddenly look like a pizza? Should the vegetables be cut horizontally, or vertically? Shen Lingyao clumsily operated in the kitchen. Just as she finished cutting the vegetables, a burnt smell suddenly emanated from the pot. The heat was too high. The water had evaporated. The already unappetizing mushy rice was now sticking to the bottom of the pot, along with eggshells, forming a blackened mass. Shen Lingyao, frightened, hurriedly turned off the flame and frantically threw all the cut vegetables into the pot. Maybe if I hide it, the burnt taste won't be noticeable? Let's flip it over, evenly heat it. Ah, both sides are black, it looks like a shield. Never mind, I'll add some salt. After some professional analysis, Shen Lingyao was convinced that this pancake-like shield resembling a pizza could be eaten. She decided to add some salt and a bit of soy sauce to color and add flavor. But not only could she not differentiate between salt and sugar, she also couldn't distinguish vinegar from soy sauce. Only after smelling a strong burnt sour odor did she realize she had mistaken vinegar for soy sauce and quickly added a large amount of salt, hoping to neutralize the sourness with saltiness. Maybe some sugar too. And what's cooking wine for? There's oyster sauce here too. Whatever, Mom always adds everything when she cooks, can't be wrong. There's also 13 spices, and some lao gan ma, let's make a flavor medley. Done. Royal fried rice pancake coming up. And it's sweet and sour. After a battle of over 10 minutes, a steaming, black, mysterious smelling rice and egg pancake was finally ready, thanks to Shen Lingyao's relentless efforts. Yao Yao, is it ready? Zhao Qingfeng had been waiting for a while, his stomach starting to rumble with hunger. Yes. Shen Lingyao struggled to scoop out the pancake with a spatula and placed it on a plate. In an instant, a strange object that he had never seen before was served to Zhao Qingfeng. Come and taste the encouragement dish personally cooked by Miss Shen Lingyao. Eat it all now. Zhao Qingfeng was stunned. Was this really edible? The bizarre smell was pungent. The charred shape was alarming. An irregular circular object, fried into something unrecognizable, was glowing strangely on the plate. Indeed, the pancake was reflective. There was too much oil, even America might want to invade. Moreover, this thing didn't look like it was meant for human consumption, perhaps not even the pigs in his uncle's pigsty would deign to eat it. What exactly is this? Zhao Qingfeng swallowed, making a gulping sound, not from hunger, but from fear. The Shen family's secret recipe for delicious fried rice pancake. Hey, don't judge by its looks, it must taste great, just like stinky tofu, smelly but delicious, try it. Shen Lingyao tried to break off a piece, but it was too hard. She had to use pliers to chip off a bit, her face full of expectation. Zhao Qingfeng watched in horror, too terrified to move. Come on, eat up, I made it just for you, what are you waiting for? Shen Lingyao, hands on her hips, really wanted to hear Brother Qingfeng's review. It was her first time earnestly cooking for someone else. Zhao Qingfeng solemnly nodded. Although it looked nowhere near as good as Li Ruoshen's cooking, the two couldn't be compared. Even if Shen Lingyao's dish was worse than anything else, he still wanted to eat it all. Taking a piece, he bit into it, and immediately smiled, giving a thumbs up. Delicious, a real treat. On my teeth. I can't bite it, so sour, so salty. It's too hard. Did you add metal or something? Stop hitting, I didn't do anything wrong this time. I really can't bite it, try it yourself. The royal fried rice pancake lived up to its name as the world's #1 delicacy, crafted by Shen Lingyao. Zhao Qingfeng almost chipped his teeth eating it. Shen Lingyao couldn't believe it was that unpalatable, so she tried to bite herself. Only after she spat it out did she admit to Zhao Qingfeng, "It's really hard. Okay, I'll let you off this time. Wait until my cooking skills improve and then you must eat it all. By the way, you said something about your cousin inviting you to an internet cafe for an all-nighter. Tell you what, you are not going. This is a crucial time, and you think of relaxing after just improving by 100 points. You are also not allowed to go to the provincial city. You don't need to earn money. Unless you give me a very valid reason." Shen Lingyao least wanted Zhao Qingfeng to go to the provincial city. Apart from the long journey, she was also worried about him contacting Li Ruoxin again. Just the thought of Li Ruoxin infuriated Shen Lingyao. That woman, daring to come to her territory and compete for her man. She vowed to deal with her harshly the next time they met. Zhao Qingfeng explained earnestly. He only mentioned going to the provincial city to earn money for the family. Yao, my mom is unemployed, there's no income at home, and the compensation hasn't come through. We need money for food and drink, right? Plus, I just need to go a few more times to save enough to buy a computer, and then I can start my own business. Shen Lingyao didn't believe the self-employment story. But Zhao Qingfeng assured her well and explained his reason for going to the internet cafe. If I don't go, they will definitely make a fuss. Anyway, I'm not influenced by the environment, I can study anywhere. Don't worry, I can still get good grades in the internet cafe. After saying it many times, Shen Lingyao finally reluctantly agreed. She actually wanted to go to the provincial city to have a look, but staying overnight was definitely not allowed by her parents. So she made Zhao Qingfeng swear not to meet Li Ruoxin. I'm not really worried about you two dating. It's mainly because the university entrance exam is approaching, and you can't let a girl distract you. I have so many suitors, and I can resist the temptation. As my personal guard, you naturally have to be on the same page with me. If you really like her, at least wait until after graduation to pursue her." Her voice noticeably softened as she said the last sentence. Even though Zhao Qingfeng repeatedly assured her that he had already cut off all ties with Li Ruoxin, a young girl's heart seemed to work that way. Zhao Qingfeng made several promises. "Don't worry, I will never have any relationship with that woman for the rest of my life. Besides, she shamelessly chased after me. How could I, being so handsome, fall for her?" "Really?" Shen Lingyao asked. "Of course." Zhao Qingfeng nodded. "I don't believe it, unless you cook for me. You dislike my cooking, so why don't you make a delicacy yourself? What are you looking at? Dare not to go. I'll pinch you." In just a few words, Zhao Qingfeng was coerced by Shen Lingyao into the kitchen. The pot was a blackened mess, the whole house reeked of burnt food, leaving Zhao Qingfeng utterly dumbfounded. He grimly cleaned and washed up. Shen Lingyao clumsily helped with the dishes, accidentally knocking over two plates. "So clumsy. Whoever marries you is going to starve to death. Never mind, I'll kindly teach you how to cook today. Give me your hand, I'll teach you personally." Zhao Qingfeng secretly plotted in his mind. Shen Lingyao was also delighted. She felt like they were a couple who had just started living together. She even fantasized about how wonderful it would be if her parents returned in a month or half a year, wondering if something sweet might happen between them then. Lost in thought, Shen Lingyao felt Zhao Qingfeng grabbing her hand and picking up the pot. But it was really not suitable for two people to work side by side in the cramped kitchen. Zhao Qingfeng simply stood behind Shen Lingyao, embracing her from behind, holding her delicate hands. This was probably their first intimate hug, causing Shen Lingyao to tremble, her face instantly flushing red. "Watch closely. Fried rice should be made like this. First, heat the pan, and then add a small amount of oil. Once the oil heats up, add the chopped onions. Then, while the onions are sizzling, add the eggs and cut vegetables. Just like this, cut slowly, very carefully. Don't cut your hand, got it? Now, you try." Shen Lingyao couldn't understand a thing. Her heart was fluttering, and her face was already flushed with excitement. Zhao Qingfeng held her so tightly that it made her even more flustered. Absent-mindedly, she took the knife, and without looking at the vegetables, gently slid it down, cutting precisely onto Zhao Qingfeng's finger. "Oh!" Zhao Qingfeng cried out in pain. Blood instantly flowed onto the cutting board. Shen Lingyao was jolted from her joy and, in panic, instinctively grabbed Zhao Qingfeng's finger and sucked on it. Zhao Qingfeng suddenly felt no pain. Her mouth was so warm and moist, his finger in there felt as if it was enveloped in a soothing spring. He felt like he was floating in bliss. Shen Lingyao then realized what she was doing, and, embarrassed, started to punch him playfully. Zhao Qingfeng secretly enjoyed it for a moment before continuing the lesson. Add the vegetables now. When cracking the eggs, do it gently on the side of the pan so no shell gets in. See, the rice cooked this way is delicious. Just add a little salt, don't overcook the vegetable strips, and it's ready to serve. After a close and personal lesson, Shen Lingyao finally learned how to apply a band-aid. 2 bowls of fried rice were placed in the living room. The aroma instantly filled the room. Zhao Qingfeng stared at the 2 bowls of fried rice assisted by his beloved, feeling a flood of emotions. Shen Lingyao eagerly urged Zhao Qingfeng to eat first. After he took a bite, she promptly took all the credit. How is it? Aren't I extremely talented in cooking? Isn't this fried rice so much better than the first attempt? Delicious. Eat more if it's delicious, eat up, I'll feed you. Cough cough. A big mouthful of fried rice scalded Zhao Qingfeng, almost costing him his life, making him want to exclaim, hot hot hot. Shen Lingyao wasn't satisfied yet, and forced Zhao Qingfeng to wash her feet. Zhao Qingfeng appeared like a servant on the surface, but was almost overjoyed inside. Wash. He'd wash for a lifetime if needed. Yao Yao, what does Aish you mean? I miss you. Oh, then don't miss me these next 2 days when I'm in the provincial city. Brother Qingfeng, you're asking for a beating, see if I don't make you drink foot washing water. Laughter filled the room, a night Zhao Qingfeng would always remember. The next day, Zhao Qingfeng got up early and sneaked into the bathroom to calm down, not because of impure thoughts, but to avoid any awkwardness between them. Just after washing up, Feng's mother and the others returned from the south. Upon learning that Zhao Qingfeng was going to the provincial city to earn money, all 3 adults unanimously disagreed. However, they reluctantly agreed after Zhao Qingfeng insisted and promised it wouldn't affect his studies. When Zhao Qingfeng proposed to spend Sunday night at the internet cafe, Qingfeng's mother immediately became uneasy. Mom, I'm going there to study and research technology, it won't affect the university entrance exam. I have a way to avoid their supervision, otherwise, they'll surely cause trouble. Don't worry, I'll definitely get good results in the exam. Mom, I have to go now, see you Monday night. I'm 18 now, it's time I took on some family responsibilities. Just rest easy, and I'll bring money home when I return. Zhao Qingfeng left for the provincial city. Before he departed, he instructed Zhang Yang to be responsible for protecting Shen Lingyao's safety, driving away any suitors. His mother was restless and had no interest in tasting the special products she brought back from the south. Shen Hui went back to work at the factory, while Shen Lingyao and Ding Xiang comforted her for a long time. Ding Xiang comforted her half jokingly and half seriously, Hong Mai, what are you worried about? Didn't our Yao Yao say before that even if little Feng doesn't get into university, she can support him for a lifetime? King Feng's mother was amused and laughed. But soon, a shadow of worry crossed her face again. She had watched Zhao Qingfeng and Shen Lingyao grow up together and naturally hoped that this childhood sweethearts would end up together. However, old Shen, during his travels, had often hinted, suggesting that everything should respect reality. The Shen family was wealthy, and Yao Yao had both parents, excelled in academics, and was sweet and lovely. In contrast, her own son, although handsome, was far inferior to the Shen family in every other aspect and certainly couldn't be considered a match in terms of family status. Moreover, King Feng's mother was a kind-hearted woman. Even though she liked Shen Lingyao very much, deep down, she was unwilling to hinder her life. According to King Feng's mother's thinking, Shen Lingyao should at least marry a successful businessman in the future. After all, she had been raised delicately, adept at both the guzheng and piano, and Shen Kuo had raised her to be a lady of a respectable family. Such a princess. How could her son possibly be a match for her? Mom, what are you talking about? I won't support a brother King Feng. Shen Lingyao was secretly thrilled in her heart, wishing she could agree on the spot, but she appeared very stubborn on the surface. Ding Xiang, smiling without saying anything, understood her daughter's thoughts best. She changed the topic and mentioned the university entrance examination. Hong Mai, little Feng's scores in the second mock exam were quite good. He is sensible, and he agreed to go to the internet cafe for your sake. Anyway, I believe little Feng will definitely do well. With the conversation reaching this point, King Feng's mother had no reason to disagree anymore. She gently held Ding Xiang's hand and sighed deeply. Ding Xiang, I know what little Feng means. He just doesn't want to show off too much, to avoid aggravating those shrews. But I'm still worried that he might really get caught up in it. What if he doesn't get into university? How can I face my husband's spirit in heaven? As King Feng's mother spoke, tears fell down her cheeks. Shen Lingyao and Ding Xiang kept comforting her, then cleaned up and took her shopping in the commercial city. Elsewhere. An hour later, Zhao Qingfeng arrived at the technology city. After a week's absence, Dazhong's computer was still the same. However, there were several more computer cases next to Little Qin, their purpose unknown. Little Feng, you're finally here. Sister Lan, upon seeing Zhao Qingfeng, greeted him more warmly than a brother, grabbing his hand. She turned to Little Qin and shouted, Little Qin, your savior is here, come out and greet him. Little Qin, hearing this, immediately put down his work and rushed out. Oh my God, I've missed you so much. Look at all the work I've saved up for you. These are all tough cases I collected from the internet, waiting for you to handle them. Little Qin hadn't been idle for those 5 days. He deeply admired Zhao Qingfeng's computer skills and had confidently undertaken many challenging cases through the local online forum. Since these were difficult cases, they naturally required time to handle. So the customers weren't in a hurry and left their computers in the store, waiting to pick them up the next Monday. There's such good news. Zhao Qingfeng took the water Sister Lan handed to him, and walked over to the repair desk. Good news. Sister Lan, anxious, pinched Zhao Qingfeng's arm. Little Feng, Little Kun took on jobs behind my back, all of them tricky cases. I'm worried this might ruin our shop's reputation. Besides, I wanted you to focus on sales, not repairing computers. It's too time-consuming. Sister Lan was right. Repairing computers with complex issues was not simple. Often, it required a process of elimination to identify the fault. For a regular computer repair technician, it might take a whole day to fix one computer. But for Zhao Qingfeng, it was like a senior professor with years of medical experience treating minor ailments like colds, fevers, and headaches. The computer's hardware and software were like his nimble fingers, he could manipulate them however he wanted, making it all seem too easy. He immediately started repairing them. At the same time, he was teaching Little Qin. This one has a network connection issue. Create a new shortcut by right-clicking on the blank space, and enter sock reset in the D interface to reset the network configuration. This frequent crashing and rebooting issue is not a virus, so an antivirus won't help. First, check the disk space, then check for errors in the commands of the config.sys and autoexec.bat files. Look, this is a parameter issue. There's a problem with the buffer in the config.sys file. Just modify it, and it'll be fine. And these 3 computers with blue screens, you first need to learn to analyze the blue screen codes. For example, this 0x000000D4 is a hardware issue, and another one, 0x00000007B, is a software issue. This is the simplest way to determine the problem. In 2001, Technology City was a mixed bag with few experts. The skill level of computer repair technicians varied greatly, most of them learning on the job without systematic training. Typically, the simplest solutions were brutally reinstalling the system, or replacing hardware. But the computers Little Qin had taken in contained important data, not allowing for such heavy-handed repairs. Listening to Zhao Qingfeng's logical explanations, Sister Lan's eyes widened in amazement. This kid really was professional. When Little Qin had praised him before, Sister Lan had been skeptical. But now it seemed her small shop had struck gold. If things continued like this, wouldn't her store soon become the most prestigious small company in Technology City? Sister Lan's heart swelled with ambition, and she bought Zhao Qingfeng another drink. Little Feng, I've decided. After your university entrance exam, come back during the summer vacation to continue with sales and repairs. Many students buy computers during the summer. We'll do more promotions, and when the shop expands, I won't let you down. Zhao Qingfeng threw cold water on her plans. Sister Lan, actually, I plan to quit after saving enough money to buy a computer. Sister Lan was about to ask why. Just then, 2 people walked into the store. One of them, a middle-aged man, greeted Sister Lan arrogantly and then sat down next to Zhao Qingfeng with a younger man, watching him repair the computer. He seemed thoughtful, as if contemplating something. Zhao Qingfeng, preoccupied with his future plans, paid no attention to the person sitting beside him, assuming it was a friend of Sister Lan's. Little Kun had gone outside to attend to customers, so Zhao Qingfeng didn't need to explain anything and quickly repaired the computers. Within 10 minutes, he easily fixed 3 computers with blue screen issues. The middle-aged man sitting beside him was dumbstruck, forgetting to smoke his cigarette, almost burning his hand. He stomped out the cigarette and turned to look at the young man beside him. The young man looked on with admiration and nodded solemnly to the middle-aged man. Understanding the cue, the middle-aged man took advantage of Zhao Qingfeng's break to take a drink of water, gently patted his shoulder, and said earnestly, "Young man, your skills are indeed impressive. I didn't believe it when Little Kun was eagerly collecting all these complex cases the other day. Let me introduce myself, I'm Changming. The largest computer sales outlet next to the elevator is mine. I'm the one who facilitates the supply of components for your Sister Land's shop. I'm saying this because I'm impressed by your skills and want to discuss a cooperation with you. I wonder if you're interested in making big money." Changming, in his 40s, had a square face and a beard, with fox-like eyes. Besides controlling the largest sales outlet in the area, over 300 square meters in size, he also had good relations with upper-level wholesalers, making him a well-known figure in Technology City. Cooperation? Zhao Qingfeng waved his hand. "Big brother, I'm fine here with Sister Lan. I'm not interested." Changming smiled. He sighed internally at Zhao Qingfeng's youth and inability to decline indirectly. Moreover, he hadn't even mentioned the details of the cooperation. He immediately stood up, offering a hefty olive branch. "Little Feng, my friend. The cooperation I'm talking about is not just any cooperation. Our shop's senior repair manager has already acknowledged your technical expertise. What I mean is, come work for me. I'll give you a base salary of 3,000 yuan, plus 1% commission on the entire store's sales. You just need to work Saturdays and Sundays, training my staff in repair techniques. I'll make you a senior manager, overseeing them, with food and accommodation included. Not a bad deal, right?" Even Little Kun was dumbfounded by this. A monthly salary of 3,000 yuan, for only 8 days a month. Where else could you find such a divine job? Quick calculations showed an annual income of 36,000 yuan, working only 96 days a year. In 2001, that was enough to buy a house in the provincial city after just 5 years, an incredibly happy prospect. Sister Lan was also taken aback. She knew Changming as a person who didn't easily part with his money and was very strict with his employees. Why was he suddenly offering a salary of 3,000 yuan? It was understandable to poach staff, but offering such a high salary seemed excessive. Zhao Qingfeng, however, showed no emotion, as if he hadn't clearly heard the huge sum of 3,000 yuan. After a brief thought, he played it diplomatically. "Brother Cheng, your offer is tempting, and I really would like to accept. But I have to apologize because Sister Lan has been good to me, and I don't want to leave here for now. Besides, I have my university entrance exams coming up soon, and don't have time to teach anyone computer repair. I'm just a novice relying on luck, without any real skill, so let's talk about this later, at least after my exams." After he finished speaking, Changming's brow furrowed. 3,000 yuan a month was enough to drive people crazy, and this young man was not at all moved. "Are you sure you'll quit working in Technology City after buying a computer?" Zhao Qingfeng casually replied, "I can't be certain, maybe I'll have other plans." Upon hearing this, Changming lit a cigarette and took a deep drag. "Other plans? Fine, let's leave it at that. If you change your mind, come find me anytime. Little Lin, if this young man comes back, I've got dibs on him, remember that." After saying this, Changming left. Sister Lan then approached, anxious and excited. "Little Feng, you're turning down 3,000 yuan, what are you thinking?" Little Kun also questioned from the side. "If it were me, I'd be grateful to acknowledge him as my godfather. 3,000 yuan, that's 6 months of my salary in a month." Zhao Qingfeng suddenly laughed, puzzling both Sister Lan and Little Kun. Seeing their confusion, he explained lightly, "Sister Lan, Little Kun, do you really think he sincerely wants me to join him? Think about it. As the largest computer seller in Technology City, he definitely wouldn't want anyone to surpass him. Clearly, our computer repair skills here have now exceeded the average level of his store. Didn't you hear what he said? He doesn't want me to do anything else but to focus on training. Don't you understand the principle of when the rabbit is dead, the dog is cooked? He just wants me to pass on all my skills. Once that's done, as the boss, wouldn't he be able to find any reason to dismiss me? Sister Lan and Little Kun suddenly realized the truth. Sister Lan, no longer underestimating this young man, said, "No wonder Chang Ming offered such a high salary. I always knew he was more cunning and sly than anyone else. How could he possibly make a loss? He might fire you after just half a month of teaching, and there's even a chance he won't pay the agreed amount." Zhao Qingfeng smiled without saying a word. Business people are shrewd, and it's normal for merchants to seek profits. After finishing the repair of the other faulty computers, he picked up some flyers as usual, preparing to head to the parking lot for sales. It was a sunny day. The sun hung high, and the parking lot was busier than his last visit. Zhao Qingfeng waited like a hunter, alertly looking for his prey. He was still calculating the money earned from fixing the faults. 14 cases in total, with Little Kun charging 100 yuan each, and with a 50% commission, he had already made 700 yuan today. If he encountered another customer like Liu Li, earning 1,000 today would be no problem. He had to visit the bank in the afternoon. Applying for a domain name required a bank card for online payment. The navigation website definitely needed to be created. In the next 3 months, Zhao Qingfeng planned to independently complete several major projects. These were not only initial big profit points, but also foundational projects for future expansion in the internet era, especially the plugins and navigation website, and, as he was thinking, Little Kun suddenly rushed downstairs in a hurry. Covered in sweat, he grabbed Zhao Qingfeng and urgently said, "Come upstairs, Sister Lan is crying, and I can't console her." Zhao Qingfeng was startled. He hurried back upstairs. There he saw Sister Lan sitting at the counter, gently wiping her tears. "What's wrong, Sister Lan?" Zhao Qingfeng put down the flyers and asked in confusion. "Just now, the upper-level supplier said that our shop is too small, and hasn't been open for long enough. The wholesale prices they previously offered were mistaken, and they might increase the purchase price by 30% next Monday." Sister Lan handed him a newly delivered price list and glanced towards the direction of the elevator. Without saying it explicitly, it was clear that Cheng Ming was behind this. Zhao Qingfeng hadn't expected such a big boss like Cheng Ming to be so petty, ready to retaliate at the slightest dissatisfaction, and willing to allow any other shop to surpass him even slightly. It seemed there were only two choices now. Either leave or join. Otherwise, it would greatly impact Sister Lan's business. "What should we do?" Little Kun asked anxiously from the side. "I'll talk to him." Zhao Qingfeng glanced towards the bright computer store next to the elevator. Inside the spacious area of several hundred square meters, Cheng Ming lay in a rocking chair, his eyes looking smugly in their direction. Tall trees catch much wind. Zhao Qingfeng's repair skills were indeed excellent, and Cheng Ming, being a petty businessman, could not tolerate anyone who might pose a threat to his store. Thanks to his good relationship with the top-level supplier, Cheng Ming's word was law in Technology City. No one dared to offend him. Because once he was displeased, he could instantly use various punitive measures like increasing supply prices or causing shortages. As mentioned before, small shops like Dazhong Computer relied entirely on their suppliers. A significant increase in purchase prices would definitely reduce their profits. Retail prices couldn't be arbitrarily raised either, as customers usually compare prices at different stores. Moreover, Sister Lan was not a ruthless businesswoman. The profit margin was already low, and with the store being newly opened and still building a customer base, she dared not raise prices haphazardly. In essence, Cheng Ming could choke any small shop by merely making a phone call. Compromise. Or get out. Want to fight back. His subordinates, more than a dozen shop assistants, were not there for show. Hearing that Zhao Qingfeng wanted to talk, Sister Lan quickly stopped him. "Little Feng, let me go. If necessary, I'll invite him for dinner tonight to discuss. It's not until next Monday, so there's still room for negotiation. You stay here and focus on earning money." After speaking, Sister Lan got up and was about to go. Zhao Qingfeng quickly stopped her. "Sister Lan, this matter started because of me, so it should end because of me. Your shop is fixed, but I am free to move. Let me go and explain. I understand what he means. Sister Lan insisted on going. Little Kun was also indignant, arguing that they should confront Changming. If he raises the prices, so be it. We'll just focus on repairs and not retail, taking all his repair business. Let's see if he's afraid then. Zhao Qingfeng waved his hand, dismissing the idea as unrealistic. After making them stay, he went to find Changming himself. Pretending to be unaware of the situation, Changming immediately stood up to greet him when he saw Zhao Qingfeng approaching. Ah, little Feng, have you thought it over? Great, join me, and I guarantee you'll enjoy the best with me. Zhao Qingfeng smiled. He didn't answer at first and took a seat, drinking some water offered by someone else. He looked around the environment. Mingliang Computer was indeed large, with more than a dozen sales and repair staff, each busy with their work. Even at the elevator entrance, 2 of their employees were continuously attracting customers, their transaction volume far exceeding Dazhong Computer by more than 5 times. Zhao Qingfeng glanced around and then said, Brother Cheng, I didn't come to join you. I came to say goodbye. I'm leaving soon, completely leaving. There are many things to take care of at school, and the university entrance exams are coming up, so I'm not in the mood for sales and repairs. I specifically came to see you before leaving to thank you for your kindness towards me. Changming was overjoyed but pretended to be regretful. Little Feng, with your skills, you don't need to take the university entrance exam. You could make big money just doing this. Why are you leaving? I'm actually a bit reluctant to let you go. But as they say, all good things must come to an end. Have you talked to Little Lan? Zhao Qingfeng nodded, glancing towards Dazhong Computer. At that moment, Sister Lan and Little Kun were watching this way, their expressions complex. Zhao Qingfeng turned back and thought for a moment before saying, Brother Cheng, since you care so much about your younger brother, could you grant me a request before I leave? Speak. Changming leaned back, ready to listen. Brother Cheng, Sister Lan just received a notice about a price increase policy from the upper-level distributor. I heard from Sister Lan that you have been deeply involved in Technology City for many years and must have connections with the higher-ups. Could you possibly help Sister Lan? Zhao Qingfeng asked calmly. Little brother, are you underestimating me? It's not just a matter of saying a word, but as long as I speak up, it can almost certainly be resolved. Changming said, barely concealing his arrogance. Thank you, Brother Cheng. I will not forget this favor. If I have the chance in the future, I, Zhao Qingfeng, will definitely repay you, Zhao Qingfeng said sincerely. After Zhao Qingfeng finished speaking, Changming immediately promised to help, appearing very generous. Zhao Qingfeng thanked him and returned to Dazhong Computer to say goodbye to Sister Lan and Little Kun. Sister Lan felt a mix of emotions. Such a good young man was being driven away. She looked at Little Kun and thought they should not have taken on such difficult repair cases. Now they had been outmaneuvered by Changming. Little Kun also didn't want Zhao Qingfeng to leave. He felt they hadn't spent enough time together. But it was clear Zhao Qingfeng could no longer stay in Technology City. Even if he managed to stay, it would take a lot of effort, and there wasn't enough time. Sister Lan sighed, Little Feng, it's my fault for not considering this. What are you going to do now? You haven't saved enough for your computer. Here's what we'll do, you pick out a set for yourself, take it home, and pay me back when you have the money. Zhao Qingfeng declined. Whether choosing a computer or components, his needs would cost at least 15,000 yuan. Moreover, Sister Lan didn't have the high-end components he wanted, and taking them directly would mean asking her to pay in advance. He had heard from Little Kun that Sister Lan's finances were tight recently. He immediately refused Sister Lan's offer, jokingly saying, Sister Lan, I appreciate the thought. Just give me a small discount when I have enough money. Sister Lan tried to persuade him several more times, speaking warmly. Zhao Qingfeng still declined, and when Sister Lan asked about his next plans, he said, last week when I sold the computer, that Sister Liu Li gave me her business card. Now that I can't stay in Technology City, I plan to see if she has any opportunities to make money. Sister Lan looked at the card. Liu Li. Isn't that a clothing factory? That doesn't match your expertise. Zhao Qingfeng humbly nodded, it doesn't, but it doesn't matter. Selling clothes and selling computers are both sales. With a little learning, it shouldn't be too hard. Sister Lan, remember my QQ number. If there's any problem in the shop, you can message me online, and I'll help you as soon as I see it. Sister Lan, being emotional, felt very reluctant to let him go. She glared resentfully at Cheng Ming in the distance and sighed deeply before personally escorting Zhao Qingfeng downstairs. Zhao Qingfeng went to a phone booth to contact Liu Li. Sister Lan returned upstairs to continue running her small shop. Just when it seemed everything was over, Cheng Ming swaggered over again, sitting down arrogantly and said, "Little Lan, I just called the distributor. Your case is difficult to handle. There's a policy for shops smaller than 60 square meters and open less than 3 months to be restricted in this manner. You're the first pilot case." Sister Lan was stunned. What does that mean? How can anyone survive like this? Cheng Ming waved his hand. What's the rush? When I say it's difficult, it doesn't mean impossible. Come here, let me tell you. It was unclear what he whispered in Sister Lan's ear, but her face turned red with anger and embarrassment. If we have to drink, Little Kun has to accompany me, or I won't go. Cheng Ming smirked, his eyes narrowing. All right, bring Little Kun this time. But if there's another issue in the future, it's just you and me. Around noon, the front of Technology City was bustling with activity. Zhao Qingfeng first called Shen Lingyao from the phone booth, but no one answered. Then he dialed the company number on Liu Li's business card. After introducing himself, Liu Li sighed. I remember you. If you had come yesterday, I could have arranged something for you, but not now. I've run into big trouble today, and can't even take care of myself. Let's talk another time. Before she could hang up, Zhao Qingfeng quickly said, Sister Liu, if you don't mind, can you tell me what the trouble is? Maybe I can help solve it. Liu Li paused, then gave a wry smile. You can come over first, and we'll talk then. Liu Li's company was located near the Cultural Square in Chaoyang district of the provincial city. After making arrangements, Zhao Qingfeng went to the bank to open an account and deposit money, then took a bus to Li Ming Clothing Company. Meanwhile, Shen Lingyao stood somewhat awkwardly in the county talent market, holding a piece of paper that read, Piano Tutor. When she learned of Zhao Qingfeng's plan to start his own business, her first thought was to raise some money. However, her savings were running low, with only a little over 600 yuan left, far from enough to buy a computer. She had thought about selling her MP3 player, but couldn't bring herself to do it. It was a birthday gift from Zhao Qingfeng, who had walked back in the rain to give it to her, making it very sentimental. Teaching piano seemed a better idea. Having studied piano since she was young, she was capable of training a child to a grade 10 level. The only difficulty was that she had never done this before. Her family was always financially comfortable, her parents doted on her, and since it was just before the university entrance exams, they would definitely not agree to her tutoring. So, she used the excuse of explaining problems to Jiang Yang and sneaked out. I don't want to ask my parents for money. If Brother Qingfeng finds out I'm asking my parents for money, he'll definitely make fun of me. It's better to earn my own money. What he can do, I can do too. HMPH, Brother Qingfeng, let's see who earns more money this week. If you deceive me and end up playing games all day with the computer, I'll definitely twist your ears. Shen Lingyao was lost in thought, her head bowed. Thinking about the sweet moment from the night before, she couldn't help but bite her lip shyly. Just then, a stern-looking woman with a chubby boy approached her and asked in a harsh tone, Young lady, you teach piano. How much per lesson, and how do you charge? Shen Lingyao's piano skills were not just at a grade 10 level. Her music theory knowledge was solid, and she had a good grasp of scales, arpeggios, chords, and rhythm, capable of independently playing some very complex and difficult pieces. Unsure about the pricing, she remembered Shen Kuo mentioning paying someone else 200 yuan per lesson. Shen Lingyao thought for a moment and was about to speak when the woman interrupted her. Can we do 30 yuan per lesson? If that's okay, let's go now, and you'll have to give us a free trial lesson first, okay? 30 yuan was probably the lowest rate in the entire county. This was Shen Lingyao's first time tutoring, and after waiting an hour without any business, she hesitated for 5 seconds but eventually nodded. The woman looked pleased and took Shen Lingyao back to her house. Upon arriving, she handed Shen Lingyao 30 yuan and then said, Today, we'll have 2 lessons. I'm paying you for one, and one is free. My son is very smart, so you need to ensure teaching quality, or you'll have to refund me. Despite her tough treatment of Zhao Qingfeng, Shen Lingyao was still a naive young girl. She thought, if it's 30, then let it be. It's better than nothing. 30 yuan a lesson, 10 lessons for 300 yuan. As long as she taught 100 lessons and added Zhao Qingfeng's contribution, they could buy a computer, preventing him from always going to the internet cafe. Shen Lingyao started the lesson. The boy, in his teens, was a spoiled brat, both naughty and clumsy. He wouldn't listen to Shen Lingyao's music theory lessons, shouting and running around. Anxious, Shen Lingyao raised her voice. Can't you behave? How can I teach you like this? That was a mistake. The pampered boy immediately started crying. The woman hurried over and, after hearing from her son that Shen Lingyao had raised her voice, scolded her. How can you be a teacher? Do you even know how to be one? You scared my child to tears. I'm fining you one lesson. Today you'll teach 3 lessons, or I'll go to your school and complain about you. Shen Lingyao was furious. Each lesson was 45 minutes long. She wanted to call her father for justice, but was afraid her family would find out she sneaked out to make money. Barely holding back tears, she wondered, is making money this difficult? Hadn't brother King Feng also probably faced similar mistreatment when buying her the MP3 player? She decided to endure it. Wiping the corner of her eye, she apologized to the stern woman. Auntie, I'm sorry for raising my voice. I'll teach him well now, it won't happen again. As Shen Lingyao struck a piano key, its melodious sound filled the room. Meanwhile, Zhao Qingfeng arrived at Li Ming Clothing Company. The company, located roadside and about 200 square meters in size, displayed a neon sign reading Li Ming Clothing. Upon entering, piano music played inside, lively and cheerful, yet no one seemed happy. Zhao Qingfeng asked for Liu Li. After being introduced, he was led to a room at the back. Entering the room, he found Liu Li sitting behind her desk, looking worriedly at a stack of order forms. She didn't greet him but gestured towards the sofa, indicating for him to sit. Zhao Qingfeng waited as Liu Li finished reviewing the order forms and leaned back on the sofa before asking, Sister Liu, what's the big problem you mentioned on the phone? Liu Li suddenly realized he was still there. Sorry, I forgot you were here. You don't need to worry about it. Little Wang, come and take this young man to help with moving goods. You're little Zhao, right? There's some physical work here. If you don't mind, you can start with that. I'll pay you 50 yuan for the day, same as everyone else, okay? Liu Li was clearly distracted. Little Wang nodded, ready to take Zhao Qingfeng to a warehouse 5 kilometers away. Zhao Qingfeng stayed seated. Seeing that he wasn't moving, Liu Li laughed. Young man, I'm not shortchanging you. 50 yuan is a lot and it's the same rate for everyone. Besides, you won't be moving anything dirty, just clean clothes. It's not hard work. Zhao Qingfeng thought the pay was too low. Moreover, his intellect did not allow him to do physical labor. After thanking little Wang, Zhao Qingfeng walked over to Liu Li and earnestly said, Sister Liu, didn't you say there was a problem? Why not share it with me? Maybe I can find a solution. Liu Li put down the documents and looked at Zhao Qingfeng seriously for the first time. Could he really solve a problem that even she couldn't handle? Recalling his professionalism and efficiency at the technology city when buying a computer, she acknowledged he was a capable young man. But different fields have different experts. Computers are one thing, clothing is another. If you want to see a joke, take a look at this first, then we can talk. Liu Li was still dismissive and pushed a document towards him. Zhao Qingfeng took it, sat back on the sofa, and read it carefully for about 15 minutes. He then picked up a shipment list for comparison and asked Liu Li with a smile, Sister Liu, it's pretty clear you've been set up. If I'm not wrong, this must be the work of a competitor. Yes, that's why it's a joke. Sigh. Liu Li frowned even more and stopped paying attention to Zhao Qingfeng. She kept making phone calls, but the results were not promising. After another half hour, she slumped in her seat, exhausted, and Zhao Qingfeng then said with a smile, Sister Liu, if I'm not mistaken, if you can't raise 500,000 within a month, your factory and company will be in serious trouble, right? But I might have a way to help you out of this predicament. Zhao Qingfeng finally understood why Liu Li looked so troubled. Being betrayed by a trusted business partner was a tough blow for anyone. The entire financial chain of Li Ming Clothing was completely broken. The company not only had to pay the employees' salaries in 15 days, but also needed to make the final payment to the supplier within a month. With a total shortfall of nearly 600,000 yuan, if this gap couldn't be filled, Li Ming Clothing would have to declare bankruptcy in a month. However, there were solutions. There were two possible ways to resolve the situation: either sell the company and factory properties, or dispose of the backlogged inventory in the warehouse. He trapped you step by step, right? Zhao Qingfeng asked. First, he ordered a small quantity of goods and promptly paid for them. Then, he gradually increased the orders. Finally, for this last one, he demanded payment upon delivery. Trusting him, you didn't ask for an advance payment, leading to this outcome. Zhao Qingfeng saw through the tactics used to trap Liu Li. This kind of malicious business competition was still relatively new in 2001. Liu Li sighed. That's right. The orders kept getting bigger, and my concerns got smaller until this last time. Blinded by the huge profits, I thought he would keep his word as before. But now, he's vanished without a trace. The loss was more than just that. In the 2 months of production for this order, Li Ming Clothing had also turned down many other partnerships. Selling the company and factory was a solution, but it would take time, maybe 3 months, maybe half a year. Liu Li was reluctant to sell at a low price and didn't want to see her newly established business collapse. The best idea was to sell the backlog goods. But the problem was that the order goods were autumn and winter sweaters, and summer was approaching. No retailer was willing to take them on, which was precisely the cruelty of her competitor's plot, leaving everyone at Li Ming Clothing scratching their heads. So, no one can solve it. There are more than 20,000 pieces, with a cost of 27 yuan each. If I can't gather 500,000 yuan within a month, I might face lawsuits from both the supplier and the bank. I might even end up being labeled as a defaulter. Liu Li sighed deeply. Picking up the phone, she furiously dialed a number, but the call still wouldn't go through. The urgent beeping sounded like a death knell, causing her headache to worsen, and she quickly hung up. She glanced at Zhao Qingfeng, who was deep in thought, then quickly shook her head. It seemed impossible. She had held several meetings in the past 2 days, and although many solutions were proposed, none were effective. Could this middle school student really solve it so easily? But she noticed. Zhao Qingfeng's expression and demeanor had been calm and composed since he arrived, as if this crisis was a trivial matter to him. Their eyes met, and Zhao Qingfeng smiled, spreading his hands in a somewhat helpless gesture. Let's talk about the compensation first. He hadn't intended to dive into the deceitful world of business so soon, but unexpectedly, he still encountered it. Liu Li was taken aback. Compensation? What are you talking about? It seemed premature to talk about compensation when the goods hadn't even been sold yet. Zhao Qingfeng stated frankly, Sister Liu, I like to be clear up front. Since I'm offering intellectual effort and not physical labor, I'll ask for less this time. For each piece of clothing sold, you give me a commission of 2 yuan and 50 cents. Can you accept this? Liu Li was still in a daze. To her, Zhao Qingfeng seemed confident that selling the backlog sweaters would be easy. That is for today. This video ends in chapter 50, continuing with 51 in next chapter.